Over 10 years ago, we created an ideal Elder Scrolls 6 video detailing the game we wish to see. Little did we know back then, as teenagers, that we would still be waiting on an Elder Scrolls 6 today, and likely will be into our 30s.
Truth be told, we can get bored waiting around, so on occasion we just like to exercise a little bit of creativity and essentially create some design documents and come up with ideas for an Elder Scrolls 6 on our own. Today, Michael and I bring you our latest rendition.
From the ground up, we have determined our ideal Elder Scrolls 6, including game mechanics, character customization, combat leveling, aesthetic design, world building and story, factions and characters. We go nuts with this one.
We've broken this video up into two main sections, part 1 about the actual gameplay systems and mechanics, and part 2 about the setting, story, world building, factions and so on.
If you agree with the gameplay decisions, and especially with the world building and story decisions, please do share a link to this video to anyone you know at Bethesda who could implement it or take inspiration.
This ideal Elder Scrolls 6 video will not only be full of our ideas and wishes for the game, but also the reasoning behind our choices, all of which relate to what we think are the 3 core pillars of great Elder Scrolls games.
We'll start off with these pillars. This is the biggest video we have ever made, so sit back, relax, and listen to us fantasize about what could be. And who knows, perhaps what will be. We believe the 3 core pillars of a sensational Elder Scrolls game are role-playing, exploration, and lore, all of which overlap to some degree. The first pillar is role-playing. Players should not only have the freedom to do what they want, or try to, but to have their actions echo through the world around them. From the moment you enter character creation, you are making choices. People should react to you differently based on the identity you create when you choose your race, appearance, certain character traits, and so on, as well as the reputation you forge throughout the game with your actions. We want an Elder Scrolls 6 where players can make all kinds of game-changing decisions and see their impacts flow through in unique ways, creating different outcomes and unlocking otherwise inaccessible story paths and therefore new role-playing opportunities. The ideal Elder Scrolls 6 should not only allow you to have choices within certain quest paths, but also a large selection of quest paths to begin with if you so choose. Often it is not what we do within a quest, but even doing a quest at all that helps solidify a certain viable role-playing angle that you're going for. The most obvious example is joining a certain faction. While we want you to be able to shape factions from within, we also just want a lot of base factions for players to join so they're not pigeonholed into one ideology based on their playstyle. But sometimes in life it's the little things that count, from player homes that accommodate a specific niche feel you're going for, to thoughtful dialogue choices, and even the opportunity to work certain occupations in a meaningful way, like truly being a hunter or merchant. All of this stuff is extremely important to the best Elder Scrolls experience possible, and in an ideal world, we'll take the lot. The second pillar is exploration. Big game maps are great, but they've got to be dense. Our ideal Elder Scrolls 6 begins in Hammerfell, but it includes High Rock in its entirety as well. We want the world to be stacked with unique points of interest, handcrafted locations to explore, and very importantly, a whole bunch of rewarding discoveries to make when you head off the beaten path. We do not want a hand-holding experience that railroads you from one thing to the next, especially with urgency, like quick, tell the Jarl about the dragon, you're now the Dragonborn, go save the world from Alduin the World Eater, or in the case of Oblivion, quick, take the Amulet of Kings to Joffrey and close shut the jaws of Oblivion. Exploration is most enjoyable when you can rationalize it as part of your role-playing experience. We don't want to be pushed strongly towards the same sort of path on every playthrough, or have potentially rewarding moments like discovering a secret faction be handed to us by shoving it in our face when we simply walk into a city for the first time. The feeling of unexpectedly stumbling into dire circumstances that turn out to be the result of a Daedric prince because you decided to take the longer way to a city feels so much cooler than Bethesda putting a character on a main road, which they've pushed you to travel on, who strongly suggests you avoid a shrine nearby because they've heard something crazy is going on there, and then they mark it on your map with a quest to investigate it. Skyrim actually did do a decent job with Daedric Prince discovery much of the time, but we'd love to have more organic feeling exploration moments available consistently throughout a massive game. Simply put, the ideal Elder Scrolls 6 should incentivize exploration, and when you indulge your curiosity after wondering, What if I go over there? You actually find something interesting or dangerous as a reward. Exploration also ties into a can I actually do it this way mentality within quests. We want the answer to be yes as much as possible. Think pacifist thief characters pickpocketing a quest item like an amulet instead of just killing the target as the quest giver suggested. Or a bard character using their speech skill to just have them give the amulet back. Or imagine in the lights out side quest you get from Rihad in Solitude, if you could go and report him to the Imperial Guards and have them send out a squad ready to ambush and intercept the criminals who are aiming to attack the ship. We want lots of options. The third pillar for the ideal Elder Scrolls 6 is lore. We said these pillars all overlap, but if we had to pick, we'd say it's the lore that really ties it all together. All of the deep lore that seeps into every aspect of the game is one of the Elder Scrolls series' greatest appeals. Players care so much more about the lore than many people realize. Thankfully, the Elder Scrolls has had many games to build its lore up, including the Elder Scrolls Online, which despite its flaws, has actually added a bunch of cool lore over the years that's easy to miss if, like us, you're not crazy on MMOs. It's no surprise that after all these years, Tamriel has become a cult classic setting, and the Elder Scrolls 6 should double down on showing off the best world building it has to offer. We will have waited over 16 years before Elder Scrolls 6 comes out, at least, so this isn't the time for BGS to pull punches. In-game books that you can read are very appreciated, and we'd love more of them, but the more seamlessly the lore is integrated into the experienceable world, the better. Interconnectivity of factions, cultures, and characters makes the game world not only feel larger, but truly alive. If you were to build out some giant mind map with lines drawn everywhere showing all the links between gods, groups, and people, it's safe to say the bigger the better, so long as it all makes sense. We think the world building section of this video absolutely delivers on this, so if you're a fan of Elder Scrolls lore and want an epic sequel to the events of Skyrim, then you're going to love the setup we have in mind. It's a great time to emphasize, this is our ideal Elder Scrolls 6, so we're going to include what some would call, perhaps rightly so, high expectations. We're not here to indulge in a mood of, oh well Bethesda probably won't do that, so we won't include it because it's just too hard, but at the same time, we're still going to be pulling from Skyrim and more recent BGS games like Fallout 4 and Starfield to build off of and execute on certain features better. For example, things like Hearthfire style home building or the return of backgrounds and traits is absolutely something that makes sense to expect in the next Elder Scrolls game. We also think that if other games released in recent years can implement something, then there's no reason why it can't be done in an Elder Scrolls 6 game years from now. But before we dive into character customization, I want to let you know that we've been fortunate enough to have a sponsor for this massive video, War Thunder, available now for free on PC, PlayStation, Xbox, or mobile. With over 2,500 tanks, planes, helicopters, and ships of 10 major nations to take command of, realistic graphics, authentic sounds, and a highly sophisticated damage system, War Thunder has got to be the most comprehensive vehicle combat game ever made. Each vehicle is intricately modeled down to its individual components, all susceptible to realistic destruction of course, with an impressive damage X-ray view showing you precisely what goes down when a vehicle or enemy is destroyed. Now War Thunder has an all-new mobile version available on iOS and Android, so you can play on the go, with intuitive controls, awesome graphics, and its familiar massive multiplayer battles. From the biplanes and armored cars of the 1920s to the fighter jets and tanks of today, there's no better game suited for fans of military history. Use our links in the description or pinned comment today to join a community of over 70 million players worldwide in epic PvP battles on PC, consoles, or mobile. New players and those returning after not playing in the last 6 months will receive a massive bonus pack for PC and console only, including multiple premium vehicles, the exclusive Eagle of Valor vehicle decoration, 100,000 Silver Lions, and 7 days of premium account use. It's available for a limited time only, so be quick. At the beginning of Skyrim, Hadvar asks the most important question: who are you? It all begins with character creation, and that's where you'll have your first opportunity to start defining your character and thinking about the kind of role-playing experience you're going to have. In our ideal Elder Scrolls 6, we're keeping the 10 playable races that featured in Skyrim and making sure their customization is more detailed and with more options than ever. We want additional customization options like that seen in the Elder Scrolls Online, especially having sliders for height and, within reason, certain body parts, in addition to having the option to change how much muscle you have and your body fat levels. This not only provides for far more opportunities for role-playing your own build, but also allows you to meet far more interesting characters in the world. For example, instead of every male looking like a professional bodybuilder of a varying weight class, you'll be able to meet a baron in High Rock of short stature with a giant belly and a double chin, a true rotund individual, and maybe you've heard that this baron has a gluttonous nature that knows no bounds, which then lines up with what you see when you meet them. Maybe digging deeper into their indulgence actually has you organically stumble upon their secret dealings with the Daedric Prince of Revelry and Lust, Sanguine. By being able to truly look and play the part of an out-of-control man of excess, such a quest makes more sense, versus if this baron looks like he's about to walk onto the beach with Ziz and a sick chest pump. The option for more war paints, hairstyles including facial hair, piercings, tattoos, especially ones that go on the body and not just the face, should all be in the Elder Scrolls 6, and of course we'd want it all to be completely lore-friendly. There would be certain eye colors, hairstyles, and so on locked to specific race choices, like a Reachman war paint only available to Bretons, but then, pulling from Baldur's Gate 3, we would actually like the option for there to be a checkbox to untick that lets you select and choose from all the options. For example, if you want to give elf eyes to a Breton, and in your backstory it's because he has a much higher percentage of elven blood compared to that of men, then you can. However, for immersion's sake, this is completely a choice available to you and you only. The world around you will always have the lore-specific styles locked to each playable race, unless Bethesda decides there's a specific character they want to make look unique for a lore-friendly reason. Some things would be completely race-locked no matter what, such as small antlers or horns, which are only an option for Bosma, and you wouldn't be able to just put an orc's spiked brow or tusk-like mouth, for example, onto an Imperial. In addition to each of the 10 playable races having more choice than ever, we'd still want to set unique limitations, particularly around ranges. For example, High Elves are known to be the tallest race, therefore when customizing height, the max High Elf height is above the max Imperial height. However, the max Imperial height could still reach into the average Nord height. You get the idea. Nords are typically taller than Bretons, but they don't have to be if you want a Breton who is tall for their kind. We think that races should have their unique characteristics emphasized and played up, not reduced. On that note, we'd love for male Wood Elves to be short again like they were in previous Elder Scrolls games. It just gives Wood Elves more flavor in that regard. Beast feet is another thing we'd love to be able to choose for Argonians and Khajiit, which those of you who have played Morrowind would be familiar with. We think a great way to do this would be by using a sub-race option. Not every race would have a sub-race, but Argonians and Khajiit definitely could. Of course, we don't expect the option to play as an Alfiq, the type that looks like a house cat, but choosing between the humanoid options like Cathay, Cathay-Rat, Dargi-Rat, Ohms-Rat, Suthay, and Suthay-Rat would be really cool. I think Parma are probably too large though. Basically, if you want a bigger, burlier Jaguar-like Khajiit, or a small, agile, more Lynx type, you'd have the option, and then the Ohms would almost be like human tier, tailless beings with facial tattoos and cat eyes. Ohms-Rat would be similar, just slightly furred and with tails. Suthay and Suthay-Rat would have digitigrade legs like in Morrowind. Such beast feet would grant you the ability to move faster and jump higher, but the trade-off is that you can't have a full set of armor due to the inability to wear boots. Argonians are said to have varying morphology even among individuals within tribes, but you could have sub-races for a few unique tribes like Naga, who are described as having huge mouths filled with dripping needle-like fangs, or Patru, said to be more toad-like. Argonians in general should have very broad customization options, from fish-like features such as the fins we saw in Oblivion, to the more dragon or dinosaur horn types we saw in Skyrim. We really want to pump up the more alien theme everyone loves about Argonians Argonians as much as possible. Oh, and they should also swim like tadpoles. Another thing we'd love to introduce in character customization is the option to pick a culture. Theoretically, this could replace a subrace option for Argonians entirely. For example, you could choose the Naga culture, and it changes the preset to a Naga-looking Argonian, but then you can still customize it heavily. This would leave the subraces option to Khajiit only, but the exact categorization matters less. So long as you can look like all kinds of Argonians, we're happy. Culture, however, is something we'd want as an option to choose for every race and have it affect your playthrough experience. Not everyone would necessarily care for this, so there can be an option to select worldly as your culture, which just implies that you're not from your homeland and gives you more of a blank slate. Think of a Redguard who hails from Skyrim. Do keep in mind that you'll still be able to access speech options at times that are purely based on the race you're playing, regardless of cultural choice. Picking a culture won't change your stats, but it will give you access to unique dialogue, which adds more to your role-playing experience, and in some cases, may even allow you to gain favor faster with certain people or factions, or even take a different or more expedited path during a quest. For example, instead of having to prove your loyalty to a chief within Orsinium, if you're an orc who chose your culture as Orsinium, then he may trust you already. Orc choices would be Orsinium, Stronghold, and City Orc, which is just their version of worldly. Nords would have Easthold, Westhold, and Skarl. Imperials would have Colovian and Nibonese. Again, don't forget they all have worldly as that extra option. Redguards would have Crown, Forebear, and Alik'r to choose from. In a game set in Hammerfell and High Rock, being a Redguard with a certain culture will definitely give you a unique experience depending on what location you're visiting. But don't forget, NPCs wouldn't automatically just know your culture, so it won't act as something that gives you away and outs you immediately as a political foe or anything like that, unless you reveal it or it's obvious in a certain context, like a fellow Argonian clearly recognizing what tribe you're from, or that orc chief questioning your knowledge only to discover you're a city orc, after which he treats you like any other outsider. Dark elves would be able to choose between all the current great houses and even an Ashland background. Non-worldly high elves could explicitly be Thalmor if desired, or Alinhir, which would be more of your non-Thalmor high elf who is still from the Somerset Isles. Argonians would be able to pick from the few tribes mentioned, or if those tribes are designated as subrace options, they'd be able to simply choose their culture between worldly and hist, meaning they're an Argonian of Blackmarsh, brought up among the hist trees with dialogue to match. Khajiit would have the option of choosing between Palatine and Anaquina, and Bretons would be able to choose a culture out of Iliac, Glenumbrian, Northman, or Reachman. Finally, we have the Wood Elves, where we've pulled some options from Elder Kings too. They'd be able to choose Boish, to have more of a deep forest, nomadic, traditionalist kind of Wood Elf culture, or Salaboish, which would be more of your urban city Oriel-pilled Bosma. While you can go for more of a blank slate outsider experience, being able to pick a distinct cultural background in addition to the deepened customization options will just add so many more possibilities for new playthroughs with memorable moments for every character you can think of. But we're not just about optimum flavoring here. We also desire gameplay differentiation for each playable race. There is definitely such thing as good streamlining if you do it right. However, BGS hasn't been doing the best job with making races feel more unique as time goes by. Racial bonuses and effects have been reduced in magnitude and in some cases removed entirely. We think making each Elder Scrolls race feel different to play is ultimately the most fun way of doing things, so in an ideal Elder Scrolls 6, we would bring back heftier racial passives similar to those in Oblivion and Morrowind and make racial powers more interesting, sometimes even giving 2 powers. We're going to talk about attributes as well soon, which was something that was removed in Skyrim, and as you may have guessed, we're adding those back too, but we're making them more straightforward in function compared to previous games, and definitely avoiding Oblivion's weird level system, where what you did changed how much you could allocate to each attribute per level up, and so on. We're also adding traits, and even backgrounds, as well as a racial perk tree, so if you're thinking that the following race passives aren't enough, don't worry, there's a lot more coming. Looking at races specifically, we'd have High Elves not only gain 100 more points of magicka, but also have a 25% weakness to all magic, making them feel like more of a double-edged sword as it was in previous games. One could make a case for increasing that weakness to magic a little further, but then giving them not only 100 more magicka, but magicka that regenerates twice as fast. They also used to have a 75% resistance to disease, which we'd add back in. We actually liked Skyrim's Highborn power, and we'd keep that. It was pretty cool to basically just unleash unlimited high-cost spells for a short period of time. For Argonians, we'd definitely be adding back that 100% poison resistance and a 75% resistance to disease. I mean, come on, they originate from one of the most uninhabitable places in all of Tamriel, so we want it to feel like they've got some sort of crazy immune system. We'd of course keep the permanent water breathing effect and add in faster swimming. We don't mind either way if the Hiskin power from Skyrim makes a return or not. Bretons in Skyrim were given neat passives with 25% magic resistance and a power that granted 50% magic absorption once per day. We'd happily keep that, and additionally give them 50 more points of base magicka. As for the Bosma, the Wood Elves, we'd keep Skyrim's 50% poison resistance, but then bump their disease resistance up to 75%. We'd keep their command animal power, but make sure there's way cooler things to use it on, not just bears, mammoths, wolves, and saber cats. The difference between an animal and a creature, especially in a fantasy game, is not always so clear. This could be solved by choosing what it can affect on a case-by-case basis, paying good attention to the lore, and allowing more creatures that Wood Elves could control within reason. Using Skyrim as an example, there's no way you could command things like dragons or wisp mothers, hagravens, or draga. Basically, they shouldn't have a kind of folkloric connection, especially one that links them directly to a certain deity. Hammerfell could have all kinds of cool desert scorpions, pesky insects, similar to Fallout's blood bugs, and even large snake-type foes that would count as animals you could use to your advantage. Plus, in our ideal Elder Scrolls 6, you won't be the Dragonborn, so there's no animal allegiance shout to unlock, making this Wood Elf power more unique in the long term. We'd crank the Dark Elves' fire resistance up to 75% from 50% and make their Ancestral Guardian power far more than a weak cloak that gets made redundant by the Flame Cloak spell, which any spellcaster build could use. We actually like Oblivion's version that has you summon a literal ancestor ghost to help you in battle. It's much more unique and feels like a more direct showcase of the Dark Elves' relationship to their ancestors and how they can be called upon in times of great need. Maybe once a day would annoy your ancestor immensely, but hey, we're talking about fun gameplay here. Now, it could be cool if the Ancestor Guardian has slightly more health and actually does more damage the more days you've gone without summoning it, with a cap on 7 days or so. I'll talk about race perk trees soon, but perks to enhance racial powers would exist. So if you want a super powerful Ancestor Guardian, you could put perk points into that to give yourself a unique advantage even compared to other Dark Elves. Imperials definitely need some love. We'd keep their Imperial Luck passive so they tend to find more gold, but we'd also change their Voice of the Emperor power. Sure, having a super powerful pacify effect on everyone around you is cool, but it's a bit random when you consider the lore of Imperials and what their voice power has affected in previous games. They're known to be shrewd diplomats, persuasive merchants, you get the idea, so using some big magical aura blast, which sends items flying all over the room to calm all hostiles, feels a bit out of place. In our ideal Elder Scrolls 6, we're bringing back a better disposition system. In previous games, Voice of the Emperor allows you to charm a target, increasing their disposition. We'd love to see this return so that Imperials could boost their disposition with merchants to get better prices or use it in quest situations, such as having someone who feels neutral towards you and won't let you in somewhere to like you and grant you access, or perhaps reveal information they'd previously kept hidden. This feels a little more in line with how Imperials are presented in the lore, and we'd make sure it's not too powerful, as we'd want speech characters to feel like their charisma still sets them apart, of course. Additionally, we'd be adding back the Star of the West power, which functions as a touched-based spell. Yes, we're adding those back to the magic system to absorb 100 points of enemy stamina once per day. The catfolk of elsewhere, the Khajiit, will see most of their unique flair come from investment in their racial perk tree. Same goes for other races, to be honest. We'd keep the Khajiit's Night Eye power and their increased unarmed damage, which will end up more useful as we're making unarmed an actual skill. We'd provide the same damage boost to claws as Skyrim had, but then on top we'd add a sneaky plus 5% damage that will stack on top of any unarmed bonuses you choose to add to your Khajiit via increasing the unarmed skill and getting related perks. We'd also add a 10% sneak boost that stacks with your sneak perks. Previous games added an Eye of Fear power to demoralize humanoid foes, but we felt it was unnecessary and kept it removed, plus it's also too similar to the Nord's Battlecry power. We then come to the Nords of Skyrim. Nords actually felt a little more blessed by their gods in previous games, maybe because by the time of Skyrim, they have largely abandoned them in favor of the Imperial Divines. That said, we'd prefer Nords to have their old resistances where they truly felt like children of the sky. Nords may fight like barbarian warriors, but they're more mystical than their passives in Skyrim give them credit for. We'd give them a 75% resistance to frost, a midpoint between Skyrim and Morrowind, but also a 50% resistance to shock, which they did have in Morrowind. As for powers, we'd give them Oblivion's Nordic Frost power, so that at the cost of no magicka, you can do 50 points of frost damage once per day as a touch spell. We'd also happily keep that Battlecry power from Skyrim. Considering Dragon Shouts wouldn't be in our ideal Elder Scrolls 6, it would be a nice nod to the Thum for Nords to be able to cause an effect in battle by yelling. Redguards previously had 75% resistance to disease and poison, which we'd prefer over Skyrim's measly 50%, which was only for poison. Adrenaline Rush can remain as their once per day power, and in addition to the fast stamina regen we saw in Skyrim, we'd have it slightly boost your strength and agility attributes, which we'll talk about soon. Attributes will affect many things, so we wouldn't want the Adrenaline Rush power to add massively to them, as it may become too overpowered. However, there would be the option to enhance it somewhat through race tree perks. As for the Orcs, we'd love Berserker Rage to make you take half damage and boost up your strength. This will grant you more melee damage, more health, as our strength attribute will also encompass what endurance used to, and even provide you the ability to interact with physical objects like lifting an iron gate, as well as affect your ability to wield insanely heavy weapons like a giant's club. More on that when talking attributes. But before we move away from the Orcs, we'd also like their 25% magic resistance passive to return. Most lore indicates that Orcs are derived from elves originally, and this would be a neat reference to that. The skills of each race will also be boosted by varying degrees as they have been in previous Elder Scrolls games, so that Wood Elves begin with a higher archery skill and Redguards with higher one-handed for better curved swords use, and so on. However, any race can max out any skill and get all the perks within it. That said, races can truly stand out as providing a one-of-a-kind experience due to the race perks we're implementing. Though before we dive into that, I want to mention that your choice of race will affect the disposition certain characters have towards you, so it won't mean that if you're an Argonian that instantly every Dark Elf has lowered disposition towards you, but given the animosity between the two civilizations over errors, it will be an occurrence at times. You may meet a Nord who is a traveler and has no disposition variance between races. However, if you go and interact with pro-Stormcloak Nords up in Skyrim's new hold of Johanna and you're a Dark Elf, you're likely to be met with more frowns, unless you have other disposition altering factors to boost it up. While many NPCs need handcrafted disposition setups, Bethesda could make their job easier to just give more general NPCs one of the choosable cultures we mentioned and have it automatically apply disposition factors, with worldly meaning no disposition changes occur. You wouldn't see their listed culture anywhere unless you checked it with console commands or something, but it would just exist in the background. In the case of being a vampire, this will also affect disposition of other NPCs if it's at a stage where it's noticeable, usually in a negative way, but some factions wouldn't care at all, like if you've joined a witch coven or you're a Dark Brotherhood assassin talking to other guild members, and then other places like vampire covens may actually love it so long as you're not one of their rivals. Racial perk trees will be available when you view your normal skills. However, their accessibility is of course not affected by some sort of race skill. Instead, it would function as a tree full of perks that you can access so long as other various requirements are met. Some perks would have no requirements, some would be locked behind your actual player level so they're not too OP early on, and others would actually have attribute or skill requirements. For example, Wood Elves would have a perk that increases their draw speed when using bows, and while rank 1 may be accessible straight away, rank 2 and 3 might not be accessible until levels 35 and 50 respectively. This creates a unique situation where any race can become a master archer and have an epic playthrough turning enemies into pincushions. However, only Wood Elves would be able to have the fastest draw speed if they chose to. This makes a Wood Elf Archer experience feel special, without detracting from other experiences. It's not like a standard Archer would have a slow draw speed, especially with perks, just that Wood Elves could go even faster if they're willing to spend the perk points on it. This emphasizes the unique lore of each race, promotes replayability, and also feels more immersive, as you may be a Wood Elf scholar who grew up in the Imperial City and never touched a bow, so while you can develop your archery skill and have a crazy good draw speed, there's no reason your draw speed should be faster than a Nord who has been using a bow his entire life without you practicing even once. We want to allow races strong definable features without pigeonholing so that anyone can be a master assassin, but a Khajiit with a stealth boosting race perk may technically hide better than a maxed high elf assassin, and if he has beast feet, he may just be able to jump to a ledge that this high elf can't, even with the same agility attribute. In the same way that any race could still be good without another race's unique perks, these perks also wouldn't feel like a necessity to the races who can access them. You could do an entire playthrough of an orc, putting all of your perk points into skills only, and never touch your race perk tree if you don't want to. The perk branches would also be wider from the bottom here, but not as long, so that you don't have to unlock a bunch of irrelevant things like archery prowess as a Wood Elf, for example, if you're just trying to unlock a race perk related to a specific magical ability. The point of these perks is to be creative, lore-friendly, and game-changing. For example, Khajiit would have a perk called Feline Agility that increases jump height by 50%, and then another one in that branch called Moon Climber, which provides 2.5 times jump height, stacking with the agility attribute. Access to cannibalism would be available through a certain method for all races, but Wood Elves could obtain it sooner through a perk, and have it bring them more benefit than a standard cannibal would receive. This perk references the meat mandate of the Green Pact, made between the forest god Ifri and the Wood Elves, which demanded they eat their fallen enemies before 3 days passed. Other perks would increase the magnitude and or duration of certain racial powers, especially if they don't start overly powerful to begin with. Imagine if the base Berserker Rage power is solid, but not insanely OP. You could have an orc build who really leans into their rage, learning how to harness it to the best of their ability. Perhaps the perk description states that the extra power comes from Malakath's enjoyment of your ferocity. For this specific orc, their Berserker Rage is insanely strong, as it should be, because they had to forego boosting skills via other perks and chose to enhance that instead. I also think some race perk requirements could be locked behind certain actions, so not just being the right level, but also slaying a certain number of foes during your Berserker Rage. In rare cases, race perks could even be unlockable from quests. Ultimately, a race perk tree is sensational for enhancing roleplaying, having more customization of your builds, increasing replayability, and also through an enhanced dialogue system we'd want to implement by adding more meaningful options to dialogue when interacting with different characters, factions, gods, and so on. I thought it would be good to take you through our attribute system before backgrounds and traits so you can better visualize their effects when we talk about them. Remember, our philosophy here is to implement good streamlining, which makes things simpler but more impactful, versus bad streamlining, which simply removes cool stuff for the sake of dumbing things down. In our ideal Elder Scrolls 6, you choose attributes instead of stats. However, there are only 3 attributes: strength, agility, and intelligence, and they will affect health, stamina, and magicka respectively, but they also do many other things. This will make it a cut above Skyrim's system of just health, magicka, stamina, while also allowing a system that is simpler to understand and more impactful than the more complex systems of previous games. Instead of having attributes like luck that didn't do much in an Elder Scrolls game, we'd rather have less options that do a lot. We definitely want to take a page from Baldur's Gate 3 here and make your attributes actually impact gameplay interactions and not only passive stats. Strength will increase health points per level of it that you get. It will also increase carry weight, melee damage, and the ability to wield super heavy weapons, and at the absolute highest strength levels and with the right perks, even dual wield two-handed weapons like battle axes. It will also allow you to do unique things like break a section of a crumbled wall to access a different path through a dungeon, or even push a large object like the lid of a massive tomb made of gold, for example, to access what's inside. Agility will increase stamina per level of it that you get. The boosts to base stats will also be applied retroactively, so you don't have to worry about when you get your attributes in regards to total stat amount. You'll end up with the same HP later if you have the same strength level and otherwise identical gear and perks. Agility will affect your movement speed, including swimming, and swing speed slightly. Nothing crazy like Oblivion's Skooma Smallville level sprints though, and it will also affect acrobatics type stuff like dodges and jump height. Again, within reason. We're not wanting it to feel like some maxed out agility character can just bunny hop over castle walls. It would be a small increment at each level of agility you get, and you'd be able to detect the variance in speed only after multiple levels of difference. The agility stat will also improve your stealth and factor slightly into your lockpicking and pickpocket success. There would also be places that agility will help you access, such as climbing up the side of a cage or a vine-covered wall, or maneuvering your way through the gaps amongst collapsed rocks in a ruin to get to the other side. That said, we still want to keep the sandbox feel of Elder Scrolls games, so there would still be plenty of situations where if you can just manually jump, balance, and creatively find your way to a location and just finesse it with the controls, then you deserve to get there and you can get there. You won't be blocked by any invisible wall just because you didn't have the agility stat to climb there in the first place or anything like that. Intelligence fully encompasses the previous attributes of intelligence, willpower, and personality. It will increase your magical pool the more of it you get, and allow you certain advantages in dialogue, such as detecting lies in someone's story, and allow you to succeed in certain investigative checks. It will also allow you to take part in certain archaeological or arcane interactions, like letting the player know that the carvings in a ruin indicate that a door would open if hit with a shock spell. All players can use a shock spell to open it, but someone with high intelligence can pass a check so that a little menu screen pops up telling them what they've deduced is likely to work here. In some cases, a certain intelligence score would be flat out required to get somewhere, in the same way that strength might be to push a boulder aside, such as by attuning yourself to a Dwemer crystal device to deactivate an electrical barrier. Intelligence won't, however, turn you into a persuasion god. That's what the speech skill is for, and why perks exist, and so on. These attributes will enhance your gameplay experience, but they're there to exist alongside perks and other character build choices, not overpower them. In some instances, attributes will also play into perk choice availability as an extra requirement alongside the skill level needed. So if you have a warrior who has put half their points into agility and half into strength, they won't be able to quickly access that perk that allows for dual wielding two-handed gear anytime soon. You get the idea. We don't have time to build out every perk tree with every possible option, so we're just going to have to assume that this is well balanced with fun trade-offs and good synergy between perks to make all kinds of builds enjoyable in their own way. Attributes exist completely separately to race, meaning you can have a really strong Breton battle mage or a super agile orc assassin, as opposed to being forced into being a strong warrior orc. We already have enough racial passives to differentiate here, plus the race perk trees if you want to go into those. Overall, we want tools to help you actualize all kinds of role-playing fantasies. At the start of the game, we'd actually prefer to go with more of a Fallout style approach to attributes. You'd start with 5 in each of the 3, another 5 points are there to allocate, and the option to reduce stats to add to others exists. This way you could min-max your build faster from the get-go. For example, you could add your 5 points into strength, reduce the other 2 attributes to 1, and add another 8 points to strength, giving you 18 strength. You'd gain a single attribute point per level, so by level 3 you could have 20 strength if you really wanted to forgo other things and opportunities, even combat perks that may require the agility attribute, even a little bit. You can always pump your agility later though. Assuming a leveling pace similar to that of Skyrim, where level 50 to 80 is a later game character, then you could imagine that someone having an attribute of 50 would be like a high max level vibe type of thing. It's not capped, but at that stage you'd have access to the best options when it comes to environmental interactions or hard to reach perks and so on. A level 82 warrior might have started with 18 strength, invested 32 levels in strength and 49 levels in agility to get 50 in each attribute, becoming the ultimate maxed martial warrior. The trade-off with this build is more so how soon you get things, so any warrior with this even split could access all strength and all agility related perks and interactions eventually, but remember that by this stage you'd already have done most of the quests, and therefore you didn't actually get to experience what it feels like to be a high agility focused build, for example, throughout various faction and quest moments you previously enjoyed because you chose to focus on strength early on. Therefore, when you wanted to climb up that vine-covered wall with agility, you couldn't back then. On the flip side, you got access to interactions at the beginning of your playthrough that only a high strength build could access. Keep in mind too that we don't want attributes to be too complicated, just playstyle fantasy fulfilling and more interesting than merely health, magicka and stamina. It's not like you'll be running all over the game world constantly unable to go to places because there's just millions of things that require attributes everywhere. We don't want it to feature too heavily. We already have many systems to enhance how unique each playthrough will feel for your specific build too. Dialogue checks also are more likely to relate to your skills, traits, factions, race, culture, accomplishments, and background than your attributes. Overall, this keeps the 3 pillars we saw in Skyrim of Warrior, which is fighting, combat, martial heavy, Mage, which has magic and academic vibes, and Thief, for your stealing, stealthing, and smooth talking types. Obviously, all characters will have varying personalized combinations, but each of these 3 main archetypes should feel fully satisfactory on their own, and if this is the case, then any mix and match should feel good too. The problem we wish to avoid is a situation where one is vastly lacking and needs to be mixed with something else to feel good, such as pure mages being underpowered, which of course we wouldn't let happen. As for perks themselves, we'd want to make sure they're as impactful as possible. We'd do away with the 5 ranks of damage increases so that perks can focus more on specialization and truly game-changing bonuses. You would have just 2 ranks for damage like certain Skyrim mods, and to be honest, we even considered that we'd be happy doing away with damage perks entirely. This would mean damage is heavily related to the base skill level, and then perks will add damage on top towards certain specializations and in more interesting ways, such as special attacks, combat styles, and so on. Keep this in mind as you hear me mention various skills throughout the video. The ultimate idea for perks is having it so you can be as unique as possible. If you want to be a one-handed spear and shield hoplite with restoration, poison magic, and fire destruction specialties, all to emulate some sort of fire serpent build, born under the serpent sign of course, then you can. Skyrim's leveling system has always been level by doing, which is great for promoting organic growth of your character and truly experiencing what it's like to master a skill. However, without classes, which seem to have been abandoned by Bethesda, all you have in Skyrim are your racial bonuses to define your starting skills, which makes it hard to roleplay as someone who was previously studying magic in another province, for example, if you then immediately suck at it. Attribute allocation helps to fix this, but even better is a backgrounds and traits system on top, like what Bethesda recently implemented with Starfield. We're happy to work with and enhance such a setup instead of using classes like in Elder Scrolls games prior to Skyrim. Functionally, backgrounds and traits provides a very similar role to choosing a class, helping you define your character more from earlier on, and we can imagine so many sensational options for traits and backgrounds in the Elder Scrolls 6, oozing with the kind of Elder Scrolls lore and roleplaying we know and love. Backgrounds would boost 3 skills and contribute to your attributes, but most importantly, they will help with roleplaying by being included in dialogue. So if you pick that you used to be a knight and then you want to make yourself a mage, you can. It won't ruin your character, though as you'd imagine it might not be the most optimal statistic decision. Consider too that this sidesteps any convoluted systems like major and minor skills, while retaining all the cool role-playing juice in combination with our character creation and leveling options. We thought it would be fun to explore a list of backgrounds we came up with. Like a lot of our ideas, this isn't some sort of permanent preference list. There are many ways to skin an Elfique, so as long as we get something similar, we'd be happy. Many of these class names will be familiar, and you'll notice that we want them to specifically focus on telling us something about the character and not purely their skill set. First up, we have the Assassin, which adds +2 to agility and boosts sneak, archery, and alchemy. Then there's the Barbarian, providing +2 strength and boosts to two-handed, light armor, and unarmed. All backgrounds would have a small description. Barbarians live at the fringes of civilization, basking in the outdoors and embracing the freedoms and risks of a life without law. Next up, we have the Bard, which adds +1 to agility and intelligence while boosting speech and illusion. Bards are singing, strumming storytellers that entrance the populace with their embellished tales and soothing sonnets. Next, there'd be Battle Mage, adding +1 to strength and intelligence, boosting one-handed destruction and alteration. The Gladiator background would boost strength and agility by 1 point, providing boosts to block, one-handed, and light armor. Then you could have a Hunter background, providing +2 to agility and increasing archery, light armor, and sneak. A Pilgrim background could also feature. Pilgrims are well versed in the tomes of old, seeking philosophical and spiritual enlightenment. They travel far and wide and have gathered knowledge of many cultures, religions, and customs. It would provide +1 to agility and intelligence and increase the speech, light armor, and restoration skills. Then we'd have a Knight background, which similarly to the Gladiator, will provide +1 to strength and agility. It will boost speech, one-handed, and heavy armor. Consider too that the biggest differentiator here will be the roleplaying itself, as there will be dialogue options to reflect being a knight versus being a gladiator. After knight, we could have a mage, providing +2 to intelligence and increases to destruction, alteration, and conjuration. We would also include a monk, who will get a bonus to archery, restoration, and the returning unarmed skill. They'd get +1 to agility and intelligence. Monks are dedicated to the pursuits of asceticism and spiritual enlightenment. They have honed their bodies in service of the divine. Next up is the Mercenary background, which provides +1 to strength and agility, and boosts two-handed, light armor, and smithing. Of course, we've got to have a rogue, who will receive increased sneak, one-handed, and lockpicking, as well as +2 to agility. We'd love to see a Sorcerer background as well. Sorcerers are purveyors of arcane knowledge and instruments. They yearn for a tower with a great treasury of magical artifacts and sorceress libraries. They'd be granted +2 to intelligence, with buffs to conjuration, heavy armor, and enchanting. Another background would be Thug. Thugs are the muscle of the underbelly. Extortion, intimidation, murder. These fellows have made their name in unsavory circles, serving syndicates, tongs, and the like. They would have +2 to strength and get boosts to unarmed, one-handed, and light armor. Next is a Witch Hunter. They receive +1 agility and intelligence and have their conjuration, archery, and alchemy increased. Witch Hunters are predators of the profane, using their own malevolence against them. They have great knowledge of witches, necromancers, and daedric beasts, most specifically, how to kill them. Finally, we can envision an option for those who do not wish to choose, referred to as unknown or mysterious. This would allow you to boost 2 attribute points and 3 skills. It would read, Your past is a mystery, perhaps even to you. It would provide no unique dialogue options, which some may prefer to keep a more niche role-playing idea they're using for their backstory in their head intact. It would function more like a tag skill system for role-playing a background that isn't listed. On top of this, all backgrounds would receive a 4th additional skill to boost, corresponding to more role-playing information from your past. It can also be handy so that you can pick a class you want for role-playing, but if you want, for example, to use two-handed as a gladiator and have that skill tagged, you can do that and not be tilted towards one-handed from the get-go instead. Also, if you just want a power game and tack on a skill boost to a background, you can. Or if you want to be like a character who is a thief, but was actually in early life meant to become a wizard, and then became a college dropout, you can have an illusion skill boost tagged on to reflect that. We would also love for religion to be incorporated strongly into the world of The Elder Scrolls 6. All the Daedric princes and Aedra and the different interpretations each culture have of them are one of the coolest parts of Elder Scrolls lore. However, while one could add an entire system similar to that of the Winter Sun Faiths of Skyrim mod, which we really like, where you can choose a specific deity to follow, we already do have a lot of stuff going on in character creation, and it might get a little messy. Winter Sun, as is, doesn't really factor in multi-deity faiths like the Reclamations or the 8 Divines, kind of forcing you to just have one main one, so we think it's probably cleaner if interactions with deities become something that you do through quests and actually visiting their shrines. There could be traits to reflect religious knowledge, and a lot of it will come from the cultures we've already included. For example, unless you choose worldly, every single Khajiit is going to know about Azura and the Moons, or Argonians about the Hist, because it's so intrinsic to their culture and general knowledge. But you could imagine picking City Orc or Worldly, and then that Orc character won't know the same things that an Orsinium or Stronghold Orc would know about Malakath. Similarly, if you were playing an Alinori Ultima who grew up in the Somerset Isles versus a Worldly Ultima, the Alinori one might have unique dialogue about Oriel worship, but the Worldly one would not. That said, if it was set up just like Winter Sun, we definitely wouldn't complain, so long as it's integrated well with everything else. We just think that actual interactions with gods will be the most impactful way of experiencing religion in the game, like many quests where you can side with different deities, such as siding with Azura over Molag Bal in a pivotal moment, instead of small tasks to earn favor. You could still gain cool powers from such quest moments, not to mention Daedric artifacts. That brings us to traits. There could be opportunities to gain or remove traits through certain actions taken in the game, however you'll be able to choose 3 at the beginning. Traits will feel like a misc perk list that adds even more role-playing flair than we've already got, and they'd function like tags for dialogue as well as they did in Baldur's Gate 3, so the game will recognize the traits you have and provide the dialogue option if you've got it. There would be a large list of traits that all builds could choose from, as well as some that are locked to certain races. For example, Alien Ancestry could be a trait choice for High Elves and even Wood Elves. Traits would be fun things that affect dialogue and role-playing options, and not all of them would change gameplay stats. Though with all the character creation options we've already spoken about, we'd like to avoid ones that simply change skill bonuses or things that are already differentiated enough. Another example could be polarizing presence. You stand out like a Khajiit in Blackmarsh. It's love or hate. People tend to have strong opinions about you. Disposition factors are magnified by 100%. So if you're part of a magical faction like the Circle of Magi or a certain witch coven, which we'll cover in the world building part of the video, and you meet a character who dislikes magic users, then they're going to hate you even more, so long as they know you're part of that guild, of course. That way, if you're a gallant knight who does good deeds around a certain kingdom, you'll be able to increase disposition of those you help even faster. We also have a reputation system I'll get into soon, so you'll actually be able to see yourself gain influence faster with certain cities and so forth. However, if you get this polarizing presence trait, you may struggle to play double agent, as the wrong actions anger other groups just as much. If you're a criminal with this trait, you'll find that thieves and assassins are extra fond of your presence if they know who you are, but they'll prove incredibly unwilling to help or provide any kind of information otherwise, such as during side quests, if you're some sort of known hero in that area. Another impact of polarizing presence could see certain Daedric princes taking more of a liking to you, or be far easier to anger. Another trait could be called immovable force. You are a force to be reckoned with. You don't give an inch and you always stand your ground. With this trait, you'll gain a 40% increase in stability against staggering and a 20% increase in chance to stagger foes at the cost of moving 15% slower. Another could be called Connoisseur. You have peculiar tastes not everyone would relate to, and a deeper understanding of all things consumable. This grants you unique new benefits and drawbacks from many consumables, not including typical potions, common food items, nor many basic ingredients. But you could, for example, gain 15% spell absorption after eating a Daedra heart, or temporarily increase your speech by 10 points after drinking a rare and highly sought after mead. Another trait you may enjoy is Deep Lore. This would work in addition to any high intelligence attribute opportunities and more studious backgrounds to give you even more scholarly things to say in dialogue. It allows you to flesh things out beyond your background, so if you want to be a sorcerer or even a gladiator with a little more academic knowledge, you could pick this up to gain 2 new skill points when reading skill books in addition to the unique dialogue. Your understanding of the world may allow you to advance certain quests faster or have them unfold in a slightly different way, such as accusing a Dwemer researcher of pretending to know what they're talking about, only to have him turn on you and attack, revealing his ill intentions ahead of schedule. This trait is mostly for roleplaying and doesn't have a set drawback. However, we envision that the speech checks themselves will land you in situations that can be beneficial or dangerous. For example, it may help you gain useful information from a scholar that would otherwise be withheld, but also give you the option to criticize Mehrunes Dagon for something he did hundreds of years ago, only to have him angered and summon 2 extra clan fears to attack you. It could also help expand Elder Scrolls lore in general, and teach players new things they may not have known. One crazy trait that Bethesda doesn't have to do and probably wouldn't give you unique dialogue, yet would still be pretty fun, is like an Elder Scrolls version of Fallout's Wild Wasteland, making your playthrough a bit wackier, providing funny Easter eggs or experiences throughout the game that wouldn't be there in a regular playthrough, so long as there's a heavy emphasis on this being cool and tasteful, and not just a cringy meme machine trait. I think it would work pretty well. It would be called Touched by Madness. Perhaps you are blessed by Sheogorath, the Mad God himself. You'll never know for sure. This trait unleashes the most bizarre and obscure lore elements of the Elder Scrolls universe. Some bits of extra wacky content will be added, and some existing content, such as random encounters, will be modified. Bethesda could take inspiration from much of the deeper lore that is often not made clear in the games. On very rare occasion, your character could even hallucinate and see things from Sheogorath's realm. However, it would be coolest if they were truly unnerving, disturbing, and truly mad sights. Not just cheese for everyone or a bunch of septums falling to the ground. While speech would primarily be used to charm and convince others, I thought that an extra flirtatious trait similar to Confirmed Bachelor could also feature, giving you access to unique dialogue options and, shall we say, some extra amorous outcomes. Another option would be using a trait slot to start as a lesser vampire or wereboar or werewolf from the beginning. More on werewolves and were-creatures and vampires in the world-building section of the video. Traits that do affect stats should be more interesting, like those mentioned. Those that don't change stats should feel entirely unique. For example, having parents, or beginning in debt but with a new home, or as a wanted criminal with a bounty, could also be implemented well into an Elder Scrolls experience. Perhaps starting with a player home is part of a noble trait. One of your family members bought it and died since, leaving you to pay it off and own it. Inside, you find a letter to track down your inheritance. As you'd imagine, you'd also have some dialogue options to flex your noble status. And remember, you don't have to pick any of these things, they're all optional. I personally don't imagine myself wanting parents in Elder Scrolls playthroughs, but then again, others are going to love something like that. While it's not something ranked super high on our list of things we'd implement, we'd also bring back birth signs, which essentially function like choosing a standing stone power innate to your build. We'd make it hard to change, but possible, such as by doing an arduous quest. For example, imagine having to travel out into the middle of the desert to locate a seer who is believed to have the ability to change one's destiny. This questline could lead you to some really cool places where you acquire unique ingredients for a potion. It's kind of like a curing vampirism quest. Then you drink this newly brewed potion under a full moon in a sacred area in the sands, after which a menu pops up allowing you to reselect your birth sign. Magical stones representing each sign could be found around the map and provide you with a powerful temporary blessing if you're born under its respective sign. However, we personally would prefer it isn't like Skyrim where you can just change your standing stone power whenever you want without any difficulty. That said, we wouldn't be upset or anything if it was left like Skyrim, it just isn't our preference. The birth sign options are the Apprentice, the Atronach, the Lady, the Lord, the Lover, the Mage, the Ritual, the Serpent, the Shadow, the Steed, the Thief, the Tower, and the Warrior. As for their effects, we think how they were in Oblivion or even in Skyrim mods like Andromeda Unique Standing Stones of Skyrim by Anation is pretty cool. The most important thing is that they should all be unique and not become redundant later in the game. As a general example, they shouldn't just raise the leveling speed of certain skills, but rather provide you with a special power to use once a day. Birth signs would help add even more individuality to your character from the beginning, and may even provide dialogue in very rare and specific instances if relevant. With customization, attributes, traits, backgrounds, birth signs, races, and cultures covered, you can see how you don't need to include a class system, as you're essentially building a more fleshed out version of one with far more role-playing options from the get-go. This is perfect for the sensational dialogue we've touched on. Dialogue is so important to us in the ideal Elder Scrolls 6 game we envision. It needs to be stacked with dialogue options for traits, cultures, backgrounds, races, and more to make role-playing elements as robust as possible during conversations. Dialogue is vitally important in an RPG, as it is your method of interacting with characters and for delivering emotional impact and the why behind your actions, and we want all of this to reflect who you are, both in what you say and how others treat you. So when you talk to a beggar character, for example, you'll be able to use your Thieves Guild membership, if you have it, to get the true word on the street, as well as reduced prices for particularly sensitive information. These dialogue tags would upgrade with the faction rank system we'll talk about next, so if you're being threatened by a member of another criminal group, being in the Thieves Guild might not cut it when you try to use that in dialogue. However, if you've unlocked the Guildmaster rank, or another high one just below that for example, then you'll be able to flex that, and the gang member backs off. Dialogue will also provide negative options at times. So if you're a Redguard who selected the Crown's culture option, or gained access to Crown's dialogue through faction allegiance, then you could use this dialogue while speaking to a certain Forebears character, only to have it prompt a fight that would otherwise be avoidable. You're not forced to say it, but if you're being congruent with role-playing a certain type of character, then this apparent negative outcome might just be what you're looking for, because it reinforces your identity by having the world recognize you for who you really are. As a quick note, we're also not a fan of fail state quest outcomes. Sure, sometimes it might be a possible outcome, but we'd much prefer punishments or just different outcomes. Having an abrupt end to a story is kind of boring. Having it become harder but still continue in a new way is much more enjoyable. In a truly ideal game, tags wouldn't share dialogue, but we can imagine some sharing where appropriate. For example, the same anti-undead statement could be done with the Witch Hunter tag, or Yokudan Temple tag, or the Order of St. Pelin one, and so on, with it making sense for all these role-playing angles. Ideally though, they'd all be slightly different. You may enter a town and tell a friendly practitioner of necromancy that approaches you that his kind deserve no mercy, cutting dialogue and perhaps even losing a misquest he'd give you due to him entering combat against you. However, an onlooker may recognize your deeds and point you to a side quest that you otherwise wouldn't have found, one that aligns with the role-playing of someone who destroys all things spooky, such as removing a ghost that's haunting a nearby burial site. You may be able to find this quest yourself on any playthrough if you know where to go and who to talk to, but this character only seeks you out and asks you directly to do it, admiring your attitude if you use the dialogue option, which indicates your disdain for the undead. Dialogue systems like this are perfect for role-playing. In this sense, a paladin vibe character. Your experience entering that town will be completely different on another playthrough. Imagine if you entered Riften and you could goad Maul into a fight when he tries to intimidate you, and then you kill him, showing Riften who's boss. You may then get kidnapped by Maven Blackbriar, who is actually impressed, but forces you into his position, leading you into a cool series of quests. You may find a way to decline her offer, and then she permanently hates you and might try to send thugs after you every now and then, but the idea is that there's choices everywhere, and we want to make sticking to your role-playing in dialogue feel rewarding, even if doing so has an immediate negative or violent outcome. Better dialogue in general is needed in the ideal Elder Scrolls 6, even when it's not related to anything like traits, skills, cultures, and so on. When you first meet the Greybeards in Skyrim, you can basically say, "I am here to learn, master," or you can say, "I'm answering your summons," but where's the line saying, "You don't look like much to me"? That simple line which lets you roleplay some cocky, arrogant type, which might be exactly what you're looking for in a role-playing game. This speech skill itself also needs some work. Sure, it would be good to continue to level it through bartering and selling stuff, but it should also level more through speech checks themselves, which we'd put into the game at a much higher frequency. We wouldn't be opposed to some sort of pseudo minigame speech system of sorts to raise disposition with others and therefore level your speech, but only if it was done very well. But that's a whole can of worms we don't have time for in this video, and I've never seen anyone put forward some super good way of implementing it. Let's just say it's only worth implementing if it feels like a smooth experience and isn't like Oblivion's wheel system where you choose between boast, admire, joke, and coerce. One thing we really want to see in our game is a reputation system similar to that seen in Fallout New Vegas. In your menu, which in a fantasy game we think looks awesome as a journal, like it did in Oblivion, you can find your inventory, spells, the game map, your stats, and so on, and then there would be a reputation section. Within this section, you'd be able to see your reputation with various political factions, both joinable and non-joinable, so you'd be able to see how you're viewed by the Crowns and Forebears, by the Empire, by Orsinium, by various kingdoms of High Rock, and even different crime organizations and gangs. You'd also be able to see your reputation in certain cities, so if you're on your way to becoming the equivalent of a Thane, you'd be able to track your progress. Keep in mind that having a good reputation with a group or guild doesn't necessarily mean that everyone within it likes you, just that most do, or that the people that matter do, and therefore many others treat you better by default. Within this menu, you'd be able to see a breakdown of your reputation under major factions, like the Crowns for example, which shows individual cities with the relevant ruler's name listed to give you a reminder of who's in charge. One great thing about a reputation system is that it allows for a lot of political maneuvering and complexity in choice and consequence. For example, your interactions and choices with all the political entities will be able to affect a lot in the story pathing options, and a reputation system and menu will show you your influence over them, and perhaps that you need to pull some more strings or be a bit more useful to a certain group if you're trying to pull off unique outcomes, such as create a treaty, manipulate someone into starting a war, or other enjoyable activities. Also, do consider that morality isn't black and white, and allegiances especially will come down to ideology more often than basic ideas of good and evil, so trying to put just a binary fame and infamy system for the entire game doesn't really work here on its own. If you think about it, you could say that a reputation system is basically fame and infamy anyway, just from the perspective of different groups or people. We would make sure your actions are hidden where appropriate. For example, if you're the leader of the Dark Brotherhood, lots of guards won't say, "Hey, I know who you are. Hail Sithis." That said, there's no way to make a truly airtight system with realistic word of mouth, so reputation outcomes might feel a little gamey sometimes, but overall it's worth implementing regardless. We also wouldn't make it too severe and lock you out of tons of side quests that aren't faction related, but if you're a full-on known serial killer in Daggerfall, don't expect everyone to be asking for your help, maybe just desperate individuals. Also, if you're part of shady factions like the Dark Brotherhood, you'd be prevented from gaining certain blessings, with some altars to the divines for example, as was the case in Oblivion, telling you, "Repent for your crimes, wicked one," when you go to a church and try to get their blessing. One of the coolest things for the joinable factions would be showing your membership status and rank. Faction progression, like we saw in Oblivion, where you ascended ranks and each one had a new name with its own cool little symbol in the menu, was really cool. For example, in the Thieves Guild, the ranks went Pickpocket, Footpad, Bandit, Prowler, Cat Burglar, Shadowfoot, Master Thief, and then Grey Fox. As you went through the plot, this gave you a sense of progression. We also think it tends to lend itself towards better pacing, as it forces quests and storylines to be designed in a way that doesn't take you from zero to hero in the guild's eyes. It's also a cool feeling to look up to other guild members who are clearly superior to you in the arts of magic, for example, and slowly feel it as you become of equal talent and recognition as certain characters who may have been bossing you around earlier, and then ultimately you climb to the highest ranks, with it all feeling well earned and appropriate. Knowing where you stood with the guild and seeing your rank recognized made your actions feel more impactful, instead of feeling like you're a fresh recruit and next you're the Archmage of the College of Winterhold. A great way of improving pacing is having milestone objectives to fulfill between some of the main faction quests. I could imagine that in the Knights of the Dragon plot, who you can find in Daggerfall, you have to take part in non-lethal duels against other knights within the faction, defeating increasingly difficult opponents, kind of like the Arena faction in Oblivion. However, this would just be in between doing serious quests for them, a whole bigger picture plot going on exterior to any duels. Having a reputation section in your menu just keeps things feeling more dynamic. Even watching your reputation change with non-guild options like various political groups and non-joinable factions is sensational. If there's a certain vampire clan that hates you because you joined another one, you'll see that. Or if you anger the orcs of Orsinium, it'll show. Simple player feedback like this is super important for making your actions have more impact, especially in a game map with so much tension between major factions. We'll be talking about all the factions in our ideal Elder Scrolls 6 within the world building section, outlining how you join them, what your options are, what their stories are, who runs them, and how they tie into the world. As you'd expect, your player menu would show you your bounty within various regions of the game map, including more isolated jurisdictions like Orsinium. We also think it would be cool if the crime was listed along with the amount of bounty it contributes, such as 1000 bounty, and next to it says murder. This menu would show you where you're wanted and how badly, nothing insanely new for a BGS game. If you've committed a crime, you'd be given the classic options of resisting arrest, paying a fine with your stolen goods confiscated, or going to jail to serve your sentence, also with your stolen goods taken. With the right perks, you may have options for bribery, and if you've got an extremely high reputation, as was the case in Skyrim, if you were Thane of a Hold, then you can get opportunities to make the guards look the other way, within reason. If you choose to go to jail, we'd expect that you not only lose XP towards leveling your skills if you serve your time, but now with the addition of location-based reputation, you'd also have your reputation lowered, whether you served your time or escaped. Certain pious guilds may also be able to check your criminal record if it falls within their jurisdiction or geographical area, and deny entry to those known to murder, and so on. Certain individuals could be bribed to clean up your criminal record if access to a certain guild is something you've set your heart on. Or perhaps for some factions you simply have to redeem yourself first via a quest. Jails should be far cooler to incentivize a jailbreak experience as well. We loved the secret escape tunnels in Oblivion and some of the more creative escape options available in Skyrim, but it could be better. Also, with a much more dynamic world environment, we'd expect you to be able to break prisoners out of jail and have them escape. They might simply attack everyone in the city before the guards put them down, a useful distraction perhaps, or you could talk to them and they agree to mark treasure on your map if you free them, while others may even become a companion later, or unexpectedly feature as a low-ranking side character in a guild you can join. Imagine freeing a serial killer only to see them walking around the Dark Brotherhood as a new recruit who you can ask to follow you. An enjoyable stream of cause and effect resulting from your actions is very important in the Elder Scrolls 6. A good crime system would also feature bounty hunting. This would involve you being on the side of the law, with quests allowing you to track down known criminals for various city leaders or officials and receive a bounty reward for bringing them back, dead or alive, or whatever the quest specifies. This would also see people come to collect any bounty put on you. If you slaughter a group of nobles in the city of Shornhelm and escape to Hammerfell, you might have Breton Knights show up looking for you due to how bad your crimes were. This could actually give you the option to go back with them to jail or resist and fight. Fines would not be available when your actions become truly unforgivable. If you're an absolute threat to society, you'll be treated as such. Similarly to how Skyrim had the sensational Sidna Mine quest, some crimes may see you taken on adventures you didn't expect. Imagine being freed by pirates in a coastal location, but forced to join them and repay the favor, and if not, you have a bounty with them, and they'll send pirates after you. In this rare case, they will accept payment to leave you alone if you refuse to help them. Options to help criminal groups, including pirates, would exist in our ideal game, and speaking of pirates, we're adding in sea travel by allowing you to command a ship of your own. It is an ideal game after all. There's plenty to say about Traversal in an ideal Elder Scrolls 6, but starting with our desire for ships is just too fun to keep for later. We would love for there to be some Assassin's Creed Black Flag ship mechanics in the Elder Scrolls 6, and what better game map to have it than one featuring the coastline of both Hammerfell and High Rock, as well as the Iliac Bay. Both provinces are known to face problems with piracy and have plenty of sea trade passages in use. Think about all the possibilities. Crown and Forebear ships, the Imperial Navy, various pirates, the Aldmeri Dominion Navy, sea monsters, even sea elf raiders with their own ships and serpents they're known for down in Pyandonia. It would be a cool way for these Marima to feature and really showcase even more elements of lore you hear about but have never seen in the single player games. You'd be able to transport cargo to earn coin and to raid other ships, gaining bounties or even fulfilling them if you're tasked with taking down pirates. Now, just to be clear, we're not looking for this feature to be foundational to the Elder Scrolls 6 in the same way that it was in a game like Black Flag. In our ideal game, this would be something entirely optional, and I don't just mean that in the sense that getting into settlement building in Fallout 4 is technically optional for the most part. I'm talking about it featuring as a system that doesn't take away from any other playthrough. You can simply ignore it altogether if you want to. Being on a ship might be part of a quest, or you may have to use one during a faction storyline at one part, but it won't be something that you need to focus on or do consistently. It would be completely normal for many players to not own or use a ship. However, for those swashbucklers who wish to venture across the high seas, we'd provide ships that can be purchased and customized. And if you wanted to be out at sea but not behind the steering wheel, there would be quest opportunities for that also. Your ship wouldn't have crazy customization freedom like spaceships in Starfield or anything like that, but you could change some details like the mast and flags, interiors such as the captain's quarters, add reinforcements to the hull, and choose the aesthetic of the figurehead you want attached to the front. Being a magical game world, certain ships would have mages casting projectiles at others. Cannons and cannon-like weapons do exist in the Elder Scrolls, as rare as they are, and whether there's some sort of gunpowder involved, or if it's powered only by magic and or certain alchemical ingredients, we'd love to see some cannon and rope swinging action. You'd also have to pay to hire crew members, and some may have very interesting uses. Imagine a mystical type able to influence the weather, similar to Skyrim's Halden in the Rise in the East quest, and they can open a small whirlpool in the sea which can swallow tiny ships entirely or make a larger ship far less maneuverable. If you wanted to, you could become some kind of Black Pearl necromancer type of character with dead thrall crew members. There's so many possibilities here. When it comes to regular travel, the most important thing is a game map that feels truly great exploring it on your own 2 feet. Fast travel would only be available to locations you've discovered, pushing you to explore things along the way, though also like Skyrim, there would still be carriages which you can pay to take you places. Mounts could also be purchased or in rare cases discovered or received as gifts, and while we'd want to expand things outside of horses, we do not want silly mounts in the Elder Scrolls 6 like there are in the Elder Scrolls Online. No Sovngarde Gua Striders or Wild Hunt camels, please. Camels themselves are fine, of course, especially in a game including the desert province of Hammerfell. However, we don't want a huge expansion of mounts with all these over-the-top options to the point where it just feels silly or even lore-breaking. So we'd be happy to see a variety of horses with differing stats like there were in Oblivion, with lore explaining why, and you could add a couple of other lore-friendly options like the camels we mentioned. There may be a very limited number of special mounts similar to something you can conjure, kind of like Arvak for example, or maybe even an endgame level-locked option like a griffin, which is extremely hard to get and has flying capabilities. You could even give certain mounts some armors, including in the base game of course. As you can imagine, we don't want any random generation of terrain within an Elder Scrolls 6 game map or any kind of hub-based system. The more open, the better. We'd have everything be handcrafted and keep that feel of if you can see it, you can go there, or try to, without invisible walls blocking your attempts. One improvement we'd love to see compared to Skyrim would be the implementation of seasons which you'd experience as you travel around the map. High Rock would understandably see variation between seasons, with some areas experiencing heavy snow in winter and then a complete absence in summer. We'd love to see such places caked with snow later reveal entrances to caves as temperatures rise through spring and into summer. Doing so creates a dynamic landscape that incentivizes revisiting locations during different times of the year, not only because it will look slightly different, but you may also experience a new location, and you definitely have different hindrances like blizzards or times of the year where sandstorms or even extreme winds are more common in parts of Hammerfell, and on top of that you'd have different creatures come out as well alongside different flora. This actually has cool implications for hunting characters who may seek out different targets in each season. In general, we want the Elder Scrolls 6 to be full of life, even just more bats coming out of caves, or seeing packs of antelope-like creatures, or quenching their thirst at an oasis. But as far as dynamic seasons go, you could imagine in Hammerfell that all the insect and arachnid-based creatures like assassin beetles and giant scorpions could be far more frequent and active in summer, just like how they are in the real world. Scorpions tend to hibernate in winter, sometimes in clusters, so it would be cool if you could come across more sleeping scorpions at this time, and this is a long shot, but it would also be cool if they ran a bit faster in summer and moved a little slower in winter. Dynamic seasons would also make alchemy far more interesting to pursue. The prevalence of certain alchemical ingredients would change with the seasons, and there would even be some really rare species that only bloom within a certain month, which you could use to make a unique poison or potion. Don't make the mistake of thinking Hammerfell is just a giant pit of sand with no variety. Various biomes exist around the province, from jungles to grasslands, from beaches to mountains, and yes, those vast deserts. You can image search countries that Hammerfell draws inspiration from alongside a certain season, such as Morocco in winter, to see just what kind of environmental changes you could encounter around the map. Some periods may experience more storms leading to a wetter feel, whereas other times of year would be far drier and more arid than they already appeared. Imagine coming across a rundown fort that was hit really hard when the Thalmor invaded, and there's tons of vegetation around the place in the middle of summer. However, when you return in autumn when much of the vegetation has died down, you can easily see a trapdoor on the ground, which is always there if you know where to look for it, but now it's far more visible and you follow it into this location you previously thought was inaccessible. We'll dive deeper into different sections of the map in the world building section of the video, but don't forget that High Rock has environmental diversity too. From temperate forests to windy crags and snowy mountaintops that will have you feeling like you're back in Skyrim, to lush highlands and not so lush badlands, High Rock is full of fun terrain. We're going to talk a lot about all the cities around the game map in that world building section, but I will say here that our ideal game features cities and towns on a larger scale than ever before. We loved playing Skyrim, but if Skyrim was the setting of Elder Scrolls 6, nothing would be more underwhelming than walking into one of the many grand and mighty cities, home of the powerful Jarls, only to realize it is little more than a few buildings with a population of 50 to 80 people. Elder Scrolls games have always had a great cast of characters to meet in each city, and we'd want that to continue. However, everything needs to be scaled up, and there's no doubt many generic NPCs, simply labeled things like trader, farmer, beggar, fisherman, and so on, will have to be added to fill out the space. Witcher 3 came out in 2015, and yet when you walk around a city like Novigrad, it feels far more like a city that thousands may actually live in. As aesthetic as Skyrim cities were, with great atmospheres and many memorable spots and people to interact with, it just won't cut it for the next title. Modders have already made huge improvements, and we don't think it's that hard to pull off. Many non-important NPCs don't need heaps of dialogue anyway. Take Nazim, for example, who only mutters a few lines about the Cloud District, yet seems to have so much personality as a result. Having 50 additional Nazim-type NPCs, in addition to many fleshed out characters you can properly talk to, all among huge crowds, would add so much more flavor to the area, and allow for more opportunities for lore to be dropped in around the place. The whole Cloud District talk felt silly, considering how small each district was, too. It would have been much better if there was truly an extensive area of wealth seen up around Dragon's Reach, manors, stables for the mayors of the elite, personal smithies, and extensive gardens bustling with servants working hard while nobles simply enjoy themselves. A winding path of stones wide enough to bring nobles and diplomats on horse and carriage could descend into the Winds District, home to Jorvaskr, the Skyforge, the Gildergreen, and many rich houses of successful warriors, thanes, noble families, and clans. More guards would be on patrol, beggars are kept out, you get the idea. Heading further down into the Plains District, you'd have a massive market square with many shops, supplies being hauled around, loads of small buildings all over the place housing the city's poorer folk, drunkards stumbling out of taverns, a couple of guards, and then slummier sections filled with the most downtrodden denizens. People walking their cows or transporting other farm animals would complete this noisy area of the city. And beyond the city walls, you'd have more houses, a shop or two, and perhaps a tavern for travelers. Farms would sprawl out past little hamlets where some residents have opted for space over security. Watchtowers and many garrisoned forts would exist throughout the hold, and towns like Rorikstead would have around 30 NPCs or more, and some sort of official mayor-like leader there who calls the shots and gives quests. That's enough of envisioning a better Whiterun. Just take that kind of expansion and apply it to every Hammerfell and High Rock city we end up discussing in the world building part of this video. A quick note on the shops I just mentioned as well. We'd want way more unique ones in our ideal Elder Scrolls 6. Most cities in Skyrim had the same old blacksmith, general goods store, alchemist type of options, and while there were some examples of unique shops, like Radiant Raiment in Solitude, we'd want many more. Think of all the unique spots that Oblivion had in the Imperial City. A designated jewelry shop, a place just for shields, various general goods stores that stocked different enchanted items, one armor store for light armor, and one for heavy. Even a shop just for spells, and another just for staves. Even better if it's contextually relevant. So in our ideal game, where Orsinium is a location, you'd be able to travel there and acquire some of the very best orcish armor pieces from a specialist that you won't find anywhere else, as well as some with unique enchantments, so long as you can convince them to trust you enough to let you in. Or imagine you enter the city of Evermore in High Rock and discover a shop that only sells crossbows and bolts and has a huge range of unique options. Places full of underworld types like Abah's Landing would feature all manner of illicit markets, giving you a feel similar to Mick and Ralph's in Fallout New Vegas, where they reveal the black market weaponry behind their hidden wall. Imagine going to a magic shop in Elinhir, where the Circle of Magi reside. Essentially a joinable magic guild we've come up with, who function as the arcane police for the area, tracking down and stopping those who practice conjuration and illusion. A shopkeeper here may let you in on his secret basement stash if you have a high enough illusion or conjuration skill, revealing a bunch of malicious spell tomes, potent necromancy staves, and black soul gems. And in a game full of as much choice as we'd want, you'd also be able to turn that shopkeeper in after discovering this if you wanted to. Another option we would enjoy is a shop focused on your appearance, where you can change your hairstyle, or if we added hair growth, where you could get a haircut. Little immersive details like this can be cool when you're out on an adventure and you can tell that your beard has grown longer and now it needs a trim. It has a similar advantage to needing to sleep to level up in Oblivion, as it forced you to seek out cities and taverns or inns. So in this case, you'd be encouraged to go to new places and shops, run into new NPCs, and potentially new quests. We're not extremely fussy about whether growing hair is in the game, but a shop to change your hair, as well as get tattoos or put on makeup or new war paint, would be greatly appreciated. In some cases, you may even find a face sculptor, like the one in Skyrim's Ratway Tunnels. In a two-province game, both of which have a rich history, where many civilizations have prospered and fallen, you can expect to see more variety in location types than ever before. So let's talk about some spots you'd end up exploring outside of the main cities and towns. In Skyrim, the most iconic locations came in the form of Nordic ruins and tombs, as well as various Dwemer ruins full of ancient traps and automatons. Luckily for lovers of Dwemer technology and the mysteries of their race, the Dwemer did spread into Hammerfell, and a few select ruins exist in High Rock also. It was said that the leader of the Rorken clan once threw his mighty hammer Volendrung across Tamriel, all the way from Morrowind, then called Resdane, and followed it west to make a new home. There they built their capital city, Volenfell, which you'll of course be able to delve through. Expect to uncover more Dwemer secrets in our ideal Elder Scrolls 6, however we'd keep many of the secrets a mystery still, approaching things with a philosophy that for every secret of the Dwemer that is revealed and a question answered, two more questions arise. This keeps the Dwemer feeling cool, and even though it's the Elder Scrolls 6, we just don't see much benefit to fully revealing all the secrets behind this enigmatic race. Theories and speculation about them are just too fun. Hammerfell was also inhabited by Needic people who referred to the area as the Deathlands. The Needs were wiped out by the Yokudans, who fled their sinking island continent to eventually become the Redguards we know today. Needs, who are essentially the progenitor race of modern-day Imperials, could be found all across Tamriel in its early history, but it was in Hammerfell where they truly thrived for centuries. The Dothraki Needs of Hammerfell were great masons, building crypts for their people, and huge stone cities and towers where they worshipped the stars and celestials. And while much of what they built was destroyed by the invading Yokudans, our ideal game would see you explore what remains of their towers, cities, and temples. Some would be more modified beyond recognition, while others would retain their authentic look, albeit sometimes a broken, damaged one. Iron Orcs were a foe that the Dothraki Needs had to deal with, and some will still exist, dotted around certain regions of the map, ready to attack all who enter their strongholds, campsites, or caverns they've taken up residence in, existing separately to the Orcs of Orsinium. A loading screen in the Elder Scrolls Online reads, "Given the Redguards' tremendous respect for their deceased ancestors, it is no surprise to find that their houses for the dead can be even larger and more elaborate than their homes for the living." As you'd expect, an Elder Scrolls game in Hammerfell would feature all kinds of tributes to the fallen, from the Hall of Heroes and sprawling necropoli to smaller crypts and tombs. You may be attacked for disturbing them by mortal protectors, while others would be overrun with necromancers, some hunted by the notorious Abah, a mysterious ancient tribe who destroy the undead and all who cultivate its presence. Perhaps you'd end up helping in their efforts. There's a lot of temples in the Alik'r desert and likely much work to be done. It is no secret that Redguard culture reveres warriors. Their most mainstream stories are full of warrior heroes, and you could expect to find many monuments built in their honor on your journeys and various martial schools teaching their arts. Yokudan fortresses would also feature, providing extra variety, especially compared to the more traditional fantasy forts found in High Rock. In addition to Yokudan, Needic, and Dwemer locations, there was also a small Aelid presence. Certain ruins will still exist on the map, having been home to various cultures over thousands of years. Some were first home to Aelids themselves, then certain High Elves, and then Yokudan colonists who came with the Regada. In the present, they may be inhabited by all manner of foes, from secret Daedra worshipping covens to reclusive but easily angered goblin tribes. with Ayleid ruins bringing back memories of the Elder Scrolls IV Oblivion, and Dwemer ruins calling back to our times in Skyrim and Morrowind, the ideal Elder Scrolls 6 is able to bring a lot of nostalgia to the table alongside everything else that feels brand new. Along the coasts of both Hammerfell and High Rock, you'd be able to find various landings, grottos, and secluded hideaways with cave systems used by pirates and other seafaring groups. The most beautiful beaches ever seen in an Elder Scrolls game are yours to walk across with bare feet if you'd like, including various islands located off the main continent's landmass, such as Stros Makai, which contains various ruins itself, including Dwemer ones. And if you're ever feeling like you just have to go back to Skyrim, there are some very rare Nordic ruins which feature in the Dragon Tail Craglorn region. Orsinium will also be completely explorable, which we'll cover in more depth when we go over the world building and all the other locations. High Rock will be stacked full of its locations entirely unique to the Bredons, like the stone cities and quaint towns you can visit in the Elder Scrolls Online, but outside the safety or violence of these highly inhabited areas, High Rock will feature ruins belonging to some of the same civilizations who have existed in Hammerfell throughout the eras. Once great Ayleid cities with long histories reaching back to the First Era, then occupied by the Dureni at the peak of their hegemony, may now be occupied by tribes of Wereboars or even one of High Rock's many witch covens. Witches, druids, and other kind of magic users more in touch with nature may give you grief during your travels in High Rock. They may be found hiding out in caves, beautiful secluded groves, or any of High Rock's many old forts. Think of the most classic Rook chess piece when you think what a fort in High Rock might look like. As much as I love everything exotic that Hammerfell will bring to the table, I think that some of the more traditional aesthetics of High Rock will make for a very welcome contrast as you travel between each province. It's the perfect place to have a sorcerer high up in his wizard's tower. Perhaps he's conducting arcane experiments on some poor subjects he's captured from a nearby town, and you have the option of helping them or bringing him more specimens. We do want lots of choice after all. The entire province will feel far more like a traditional fantasy landscape. Think more Witcher 3 or Lord of the Rings or Game of Thrones than the super exotic landscapes of Morrowind, Blackmarsh, or elsewhere. And don't forget too that the Western Reach will feature, which is in High Rock's east. Here you'll be able to encounter some familiar foes in the form of Reachmen. That's right, the encampments of various Reachman tribes, similar to the Forsworn you've encountered in Skyrim, will return in our ideal game, and we'd be bringing some of the Daedric flair that the Elder Scrolls Online added to them as much as possible. Different tribes would have their preferences when it comes to worship, and expose you to differing views of deities you may not have heard before, such as viewing Mehrunes Dagon mostly as a force of ambition, as opposed to just being a big evil supervillain daddy who wants to burn and crush everything in the mortal plane. While some caves in Hammerfell might feel somewhat the same as some caves in High Rock, different enemy types will make a huge difference. For example, imagine facing off against a bunch of undead knights, perhaps even headless ones, still adorned in their knightly armor with scratched up emblems of their order and so on. It's such a different feel to fighting against an undead being in Hammerfell who may be wrapped head to toe in desert attire, or perhaps even mummified. Not to mention the differences in creatures. Hammerfell, with its giant wasps, sep adders, assassin beetles, worm mouths, and June rippers, provide a different feel to the Nereids, Hawkers, Harpies, and Spriggans of High Rock, though technically there's overlap, particularly along the border. As a quick note, we don't want the Elder Scrolls 6 to be full of dragons like Skyrim was. However, we do think 1 or 2 named dragons could be discovered, and because they're so rare, they'd actually feel very cool and impactful to defeat. Don't even put them in the main story. One could be on a far-off island, another deep in a desert cavern like the one down in Skyrim's Blackreach. You get the idea. They'd actually feel super special, and we'd make them particularly dangerous. We also think that it's cooler if ghosts and haunted locations are more common in High Rock. Think abandoned farmhouses with a wraith hiding in the well, or creepy cemeteries you'd best avoid come nightfall. Goblins would also exist in High Rock. One tribe in particular could have overrun catacombs once used to bury the elite of Stormhaven. Perhaps they've chosen to adorn themselves in some of the relics contained within. High Rock will also feature the adamantine tower of the Balfiera Isle, as well as structures built built by and for the Dureni. Some Dureni ruins will exist, some in good condition even after thousands of years since they were constructed, back when elves controlled the province and subjected the local Nedic populace to their demands. Stormcloak outposts will also exist in the northeast of High Rock, which Ulfric and Galmar have essentially annexed and taken control of after winning the Civil War. It's a tricky situation, more on the setup for that in the world building section. One interesting area will be the Bjolse River, which cuts between the two provinces. The Bjolse River tribes, also known as the Horse People of Bjolse River, were an indigenous group of tribal Bretons who once existed in the area. They're lost in ancient history by the time our ideal Elder Scrolls 6 takes place, however we'd have many bandits now existing in their place. Think typical bandits claiming ancestry to the group, and justifying their crimes against outsiders with some sort of dubious claim to the area and heritage. They'd take inspiration from the old customs, and will use mounted combat against you if you encounter them. They'd operate their own camps and settlements along certain areas of the river. Speaking of water, this river opens up into the Iliac Bay, which features some small islands of its own, which will serve as havens for sea raiders and smugglers. We'd also have islands off the coast of High Rock, which you'll be able to go to via sea travel, whether you pay for safe passage or command a ship and go there yourself. Most castles in High Rock would be in well-known areas of law and order, but other less important ones would exist that are fully claimed by bandits or orcish raiders. Where possible, such locations should provide multiple pathways for different builds. Doors that lead you into different entrances if you're an assassin and can lockpick your way in, not to mention the attribute locked options we talked about, like kicking through barred doors if you have high strength, or climbing up a vine-covered wall if you have the agility to pull it off. Each build shouldn't just fight differently, but also have unique exploration opportunities. Additionally, more secrets and rewards to find would also be there to encourage those with strong attention to detail to look at everything super thoroughly. For example, remember those insects in jars that you could find around Skyrim? Well, instead of doing nothing, imagine that the lids held legitimate clues that gave you a code once you found all the jars, and you could use it to unlock a magical vault in a hidden grove, leading you to a secret laboratory of a legendary alchemist. Here you find a concoction, and drink it because why not, gaining a unique and marvelous passive ability. This would have no quest markers, no quest relations, just a random fun piece of the world for you to discover on your own. Or imagine that you make the effort to dive to the bottom of a lake, where you find a hidden cave system that you follow and emerge into an area with air where you can walk around. You discover a group of Argonian smugglers here with a den full of contraband. Little details like this, things that encourage you to explore, because there are secrets and trapdoors and things to see in every nook and cranny, is what gives the world depth. It makes it feel like the world exists outside of the purpose of facilitating questing and just facilitating you in general. Our ideal Elder Scrolls 6 rewards the player for asking the question, what if? What if there is more to the insect jars? What if there is more to this unique taffy treat? You know, sometimes there isn't, but it'll keep you on your toes. With all this talk of locations, coming across different secrets and various enemies within, both NPCs and creatures, I think now would be a good time to say we'd feature more truly unique creatures and better boss battles overall in the Elder Scrolls 6. Unique creatures lead to unique experiences. It's as simple as that. If there's some notorious troll you're sent to hunt that keeps killing travelers, don't just give it a unique name and more health. Instead, it should actually look different, perhaps even fight different. In Oblivion's Thieves Guild storyline, there's a moment where you're swimming in caverns underground in the Breville Wizard's Grotto, and all of a sudden the dark waters lead you to a hole, and you go inside the hole to come face to face with a giant slaughterfish. This was incredibly scary when I was playing as a young kid, and the creature was unique in the fact that it was just so large, and it was also dangerous. If you could defeat it, you were able to get some loot, but better than that, you left with a super memorable experience whether you killed it or not. I could easily imagine a massive sandworm in Hammerfell, 5 times as large as the standard ones, with reddish tinged skin. You could have heard rumors about it in a particular village, almost like it's part of their mythology, but it's hard to prove it's even real. You'd never actually see it, but then you reach level 20, and you visit the desert near this town. All of a sudden, the giant reddish beast emerges from the sand with a piercing alien screech. It would dive in and out of the sand as you try to win this boss battle, and once you defeat it, you'll never see it again. So much better than just finding a standard troll, or in this case, a regular sandworm with a unique name. Our ideal game would have aquatic life too, so you could expect there's one giant megalodon tier shark hiding out at sea in a high level area. You could actually make a pair of unique daggers from its teeth if you can possibly manage to kill it. We'd add more unique boss battles with NPCs too. Think of the showdown against Mercer Frey in Skyrim, or fighting against the Ebony Warrior, Harken, or Mirak even. Good boss battles provide situations for enemies to interact uniquely with their environment, such as those dragons erupting from the ice in the Dawnguard DLC, and it also provides more incentive to create unique weapons and armor, which we want more of, to help make the bosses even cooler. In the pursuit of making bosses more interesting, developers will create more gameplay changing items. At least we think so. One idea we've had would be discovering a king's dark secret, but only if you side against him by picking factions aligned against his kingdom and then leading them to victory. Imagine the Battle of Whiterun, except scaled 10 times larger, and then instead of a showdown with Balgruuf's guards, you're in High Rock fighting a Breton king in shiny plated armor. After defeating his strongest knights, you follow him into his giant lavish bedroom, big enough to truly battle in, only to find his reflexes in battle are as good as you'd previously heard. Once his health gets low, he runs down a passageway abnormally fast to a secret room. Blood and claw marks are everywhere here, and a variety of alchemical instruments are laid around the room. The room is lit by torches, and in the middle there's an extremely sturdy looking cage. You run towards the king, but unexpectedly to you, he begins to transform, letting out a horrid squeal and shapeshifting into a wereboar. You may have previously heard farmers exchanging words that this king graced them with his presence recently and that he smelt like a wet pig. You may have taken part in a quest where he had to unexpectedly leave the negotiating table due to an illness. You may have heard that he wins the dueling contest held amongst the city guard every year and thought it was just rigged, but now you've experienced his ferocity and met his true form. You might even catch his disease and become afflicted yourself, or blessed, depending on your view of it. Pieces of his armor may reduce transformation chance by 5% each. More on were creatures later on. I think from this example you can see how more unique boss battles in our ideal game would be extremely enjoyable. Enemy scaling is also very important. It wasn't terrible in Skyrim, but it could be better. Guards, for example, probably shouldn't scale so high with your level. In Skyrim, they range from level 20 to 50, and it makes sense that they're tough earlier on, even in the mid-game, but many players become a god-tier dragonborn by level 50, and the common guards of a city shouldn't have a chance to match up. In our ideal game, we'd make sure there are more enemies that are always weak and more enemies that are always strong. Look at how Fallout New Vegas at the start of the game made it possible for you to go to Quarry Junction and get absolutely destroyed by scary Deathclaws. Skyrim did have this feeling a bit with giants, but we'd have it much more. So if there's an extremely notorious pirate known to frequent a certain hideout, and you're told that you absolutely shouldn't go near it, and you do go after him at level 4, he's going to wipe the floor with you. Probably, as he's always level 50, no matter what level you are. You'd also get access to his powerful gear, such as a Daedric Scimitar, even if you're a low level. It's just that in practice, killing him would be near impossible in a properly balanced game if he's so much stronger than you. But we wouldn't level lock certain weapon materials in rare cases like this. That all said, we wouldn't overdo the scaling either, otherwise it's going to ruin exploration. We still want you to feel like you can go to most places in all sorts of spots around the map without it being too hard. So we'd employ a mix, where there's heaps of enemies who scale with your level, and then pockets of those who are always strong, and plenty who are always weak, so you feel yourself getting more powerful instead of some weird system like in Oblivion where what was once a wolf just became a big bear all of a sudden. Imagine a dwarven dungeon on the outskirts of Hammerfell that no one has returned from, and you find out it's because all the automatons in there are incredibly powerful. Some even end up being level 65 when you go inside. You'd be super intimidated and have to flee if you went there early, but it would make it a cool place to return to later. You just have to be mindful of loot scaling in chests, and not put super powerful weapons in there that stealth characters could sneak to at low levels. Keep the strong gear on the enemy's inventory in most cases. In some super rare cases, players could discover that if they're really good at stealth, they can just get past a hyper-vigilant high-level character to loot strong gear from a container, but it would be very hard and not common knowledge, at least until someone puts it on YouTube as a video guide. This would be a super satisfying thing to discover naturally, and to be fair, your gear won't make you that OP at a low level if you were a low level, because the damage will depend largely on your skill levels and your attributes and perk choices and so on. And if early on you've put everything into stealth, you won't be able to unleash heaps of standard damage anyway. Another gameplay note I'd mention while we're talking about your experience at different levels is that we'd actually add in more things to do in the late stages of the game. We want more quests that have level requirements up into the highest levels. Once you become a god tier character, you need some god tier challenges too. How cool was it to be approached by and to fight the Ebony Warrior? Late game quests, similar in size to Skyrim's Lost to the Ages quest, or even longer, featuring enemies like the Ebony Warrior, would be incredibly appreciated. In our ideal Elder Scrolls 6, we'd also add way more things to spend money on, so you don't end up feeling like you have a sack of 900,000 septims, all the player homes in the game, and nothing else to buy. I have a bad habit of saving all my money in games, thinking there will be something super cool that I can buy later on, only to be disappointed and realize I should have enjoyed myself along the journey. A life lesson perhaps. More ways to enjoy money gives incentive to merchant-like characters, and more reason to focus on the speech skill and acquiring wealth for certain builds. Imagine some truly unique and powerful artifacts that can only be purchased. Fallout games tend to have more powerful weapons for sale than in Skyrim, so it would be cool to see. Obviously, there'd be all these equally powerful uniques to acquire out in the world, whether that's being gifted them by Daedric princes, in the case of Daedric artifacts, crafting them at a forge, or looting them. But if you just want that particular unique, just like in Fallout, you'd have to buy it. But we'd want unique looking gear, not just enchanted regular stuff. Having more unique shops like we talked about would really help bring this to life. We'd also have a few really expensive companions who require a lot of funding to work with you. Some could be lump sum based, but others would require constant funding. Like a really expensive one could require 5,000 septims every week, but they'll function as one of the best combat companions in the game. Perfect for a merchant who put their focus into speech, enchanting, smithing, restoration, and alteration. Another cool option we'd add is for some insane bribes around the game, and often you'd need a bribery perk to attempt this. Imagine if wealth is truly your weapon and you actually use it to provide serious funding for various battles within civil war type situations, perhaps even in a covert way, so you conquer one city without angering that faction by paying for all the enemy soldiers to have better weapons and armor, and even have mercenaries fight alongside them, and you personally sit out of the battle. Imagine in Skyrim, for example, if you could walk into a Stormcloak encampment and actually bribe the camp leader to pretend he's received orders to show up to an upcoming battle a day after it will really occur, and you tell him he'll get another payment when the fight's finished. The soldiers do arrive the day after, but you've already taken care of the fort, and they fall back due to the confusion of it all. We'd have options like that for coin-carrying types in the Elder Scrolls 6, though it would truly require a lot of funding, so unless you found a way to be one of the wealthier individuals of High Rock or Hammerfell, it's not a tactic you'd feasibly employ non-stop. And you can't buy everything. Not everyone has a price, and for some characters, ideology will always be king. You'd pick your moments. Imagine if before a big siege you could actually decide, you know what, I'll pay for an entire catapult to be built. Things like this would help improve your chances of victory. It would be super fun, and it would give you something to do on your rich build playthroughs instead of just have your coins sitting around. It could also be used for convenience at times, like skipping certain fetch quests. Not that our ideal game would have too many of those, but they have their place at times. For example, if any alchemist asks you to go collect flowers, you might just want to hand them gold and say, just go buy it. I just mentioned paying for companions to follow you. This was a feature in Skyrim, and we'd want options like this in our ideal Elder Scrolls 6, but believe me, we don't want these empty husk-like followers that are essentially glorified pack mules like they were in Skyrim. We want to adventure with characters that we truly end up caring about. Yes, Skyrim has some decent companions like Serana, Aranda maybe, or Cicero, however so many of them were blank canvases without much of a backstory, with zero character development and nothing particularly interesting to say during your adventures. The good ones tended to be enjoyable too, because you were forced to spend time with them and learn of their hopes, fears, and stories within other quests. Ideally, we want to add Fallout-style companions and are in favor of roughly 10 fleshed-out companions in total. Maybe one could be a pet companion or lower sentience type of NPC, like an ogre or something, but done really well. 10 options is enough to provide a whole cast of characters with cool role-playing angles, while still being small enough to have strong effort put into giving them depth, allowing you to truly build a relationship with them, potentially a romance, and watch them develop as you make choices together and complete their companion quests, potentially gaining unique gear or a follower buff for maxing out their affinity. Imagine in an alternate universe that maxing out your relationship with Ayla the Huntress gave you 50% faster werewolf transformations and 10% increased movement speed as a werewolf, or after truly befriending Jazago, you get 15% more damage out of destruction fire spells while he's by your side, and he teaches you 2 unique destruction spells that can only be acquired by maxing out the relationship. Better companions would make off-the-cuff remarks about certain situations, talking about the environments you're traveling through, the factions of the area, certain enemies you just fought, people you just spoke to, and so on. Imagine Baldur's Gate 3 companions in an Elder Scrolls game. Quality over quantity is a better approach towards companions here. We're sure most of you would agree. They just add so much to the role-playing depth we're looking for by providing feedback during various situations. We envision an Elder Scrolls game where having a companion feels like traveling with a real friend, where they like or dislike certain actions and even chime in mid-conversation with other people. It's just so needed in an ideal Elder Scrolls 6, and you'd pick them for their personality and not just for their stats and base usefulness. Adventuring with each and every individual companion would provide for a distinctly unique experience. In some cases, they may even provide a slightly different way of finishing a quest, like suggesting a third option due to their expertise and knowledge, where there'd otherwise just be 2. As an idea, let's just say we implement a Cathay Rat Khajiit. As tall as an orc and as brawny as a troll, covered in black fur torn with scars, wearing a custom suit of leather armor with the rotting heads of 2 Thalmor agents tied to his waist. At first you think, oh yeah, typical, we got a tough guy who is obviously anti-Thalmor, so you investigate, go talk to him, and it turns out he doesn't give a care in the world about any political conflict. He just hunts down powerful wizards in order to drink their blood and gain their power. He is a borderline insane cannibal. He could have a backstory about being the slave of a Dunmer Telvanni wizard, but he escaped by ripping out the neck of the wizard with his teeth. Then he basically went feral and began hunting and eating mages, swallowing their energy as he calls it. He could also be born under the Atronach sign, which gives him spell absorption and explains why he feels so good eating mages, absorbing the magicka they have flowing through them. He could have a nose for it and claims that he can smell magic, and when doing quests this gives some unique opportunities where he can identify perhaps a necromancer in disguise or something. This would be a crazy cool companion to have, and it would cause for some very, very unique interactions within the world. This is basically what we want. Really awesome, super unique companions that are memorable and fun to have along in your adventures, and companions that actually influence your decisions and potentially lead to quest scenarios that you would otherwise not uncover without them. In addition to a strong cast of 10, you can have a whole bunch of other companions that are not that fleshed out. While Skyrim depth companions won't cut it anymore, we'd still want to have many hireling types available to you. Some would be unlockable as you became high rank in certain factions, others would be typical 500 gold companions for hire, and others may choose to adventure with you as a reward for completing a side quest for them, or be offered by rulers once you achieve a certain level of status, like how housecarls were provided for Thanes companions in Skyrim. These less developed characters can and should still attempt to be interesting like Cicero or Aranda, they just won't have the same depth as the main 10. Seafaring ship crew and household or settlement staff allocation type characters will exist separately, but you'd be able to allocate some of the hireling types to certain roles where suitable. More on the settlements shortly, and no, don't worry, we absolutely wouldn't have it be anything like Fallout 4. It would be completely optional, and no land would be left vacant on purpose, no locations left underwhelming with the expectation that you build upon it. It all comes down to execution in a good game, and we'll dive through all of that soon enough. One big upgrade we'd want for all companions is way more clarity on their stats. You shouldn't have to use niche console commands, sift through the creation kit, or browse online wikis to see companion stats. We'd have the game give you an option at the bottom of the dialogue list to bring up a little menu to show you the exact resistances, skills, perks, attributes, and health, stamina, and magicka that your companions have. Additionally, it would tell you what equipment they'd equip and allow you to customize what they wear and wield if it fits their skill set. Gear choice would be affected by roleplaying, so if a companion is explicitly anti-Daedra, they will refuse to equip any Daedric artifacts you try to give them, no matter how strong. Some Daedric artifacts would not be able to be wielded by companions for lore reasons. We also think that there should be speech options to change certain companions, and while affinity would help, it's still a special option for speech characters here. For example, you may be able to convince someone who is merely cautious of Daedra to embrace their dark side, becoming a little more sinister in dialogue and enjoying when you go on power trips, and again, affinity would help, but if you are not charismatic at all and you have super low speech, then you're not going to be very good at manipulating people and changing the way they see the world. Romance would also be more of a gradual thing, and not like marriage in Skyrim where you basically just pop on a necklace and propose to someone you helped in a quest, and it's happily ever after. Instead, it would be better if you gradually made your intent clear over time by picking flirtatious and romantic dialogue options, and the whole thing just bloomed over a period of time and felt more organic and natural, especially if you actually just picked from a variety of speech options and you had to think about which ones feel the most caring, romantic, flirty, or playful. It's not like you'd have to press every correct option or you'd screw it up. However, if you consistently pick the right options and you're not rude, then eventually you'd succeed. If you're consistently rude, then you wouldn't succeed, unless it's a bandit companion who actually loves that kind of talk and you can really tell. With weapons and armor, I'd like to touch on our ideal aesthetic design approach for Elder Scrolls 6 first, which is basically not making it look like the Elder Scrolls Online. Every game gets a different art style, especially because of the giant distances between game releases, but we do not want the Elder Scrolls Online to have an overly strong visual influence on the Elder Scrolls 6. While there's certainly some cool pieces of gear in the online game, there's also a lot of over-manufactured, kind of tacky looking sets that look like they've just come out of a factory or 3D printed out of plastic and then painted. We love fantasy vibes, but we want to find a balance between realism and fantasy. We just don't want our Elder Scrolls weapons and armor to feel like they've been pulled out of World of Warcraft or Final Fantasy or something. And honestly, there's not necessarily a trade-off where realism makes things less cool, as some might think, or even perhaps less fantastical. For example, many of the swords in Skyrim were just a bit too thick and unwieldy looking, but improvements such as those seen in JG1's Believable Weapons mod have proven that you can slim them down and improve the shape of fantasy weapons while still retaining everything cool about them. At least we think so. One thing we can all agree on is having more customization options. This is Elder Scrolls 6. While we could enjoy lots of individualized tweaking options, adding more slots into the mix like pauldrons for each shoulder and so on, we do think that everything's a lot easier to balance when there's the same Skyrim slot system of boots, armor, gauntlets, and a helmet, plus a ring and a necklace. It also helps prevent clipping and the like. However, assuming this is the case, our ideal game would have a huge amount amount of variants for armor pieces that are purely aesthetic, especially for the main armor sets. Think of how in Skyrim there's the bone mold armor with the scarf, or the one with no pauldrons. You'd also be able to switch between these set options through crafting customization with a lower requirement of materials compared to if you tried crafting the different variant from scratch. However, this isn't some sort of Fallout system with heaps of add-ons where you constantly mod up and mess with your gear. That doesn't really suit the crafting of weapons and armor at a forge. Think of it more like just having way more versions of the base armor sets for you to find in the world, but then if it makes sense, you can also change your variant to other pre-existing options within reason if you've got the right gear and in some situations the right perks. Additionally, we think it could be cool for some armors to be painted. I'm not talking about literally coating your Daedric armor in bright pink paint. However, many armors could suit this kind of look, especially in Hammerfell and High Rock with all the different groups of knights and so on. Additionally, people should be able to add small bits of clothing if it works, like capes and so on. However, for balance, these types of things would have their enchantment effects limited to things that don't make you stronger in battle, such as fun utility options like water walking. Otherwise, everyone would feel punished for not rocking a superhero cape. Keeping things balanced is super important for us, and as long as we have a lot of customization options when crafting armors, everything should be okay. You've got to have the classics: iron, steel, elven, dwarven, orcish, ebony, glass, and daedric, with loads of variation of each. But then in general, the game should be filled with unique faction armors, and many sets like those Pultam Solus has added to Skyrim with mods, which tell you something about the lore or is connected to it in some way. Hammerfell would feature a lot of Middle Eastern and North African inspired armor pieces pulled from multiple times throughout history, though they don't all have to conform to these styles. Look at the concept art for the Regatta armor style from the Elder Scrolls Online. That's inspired by Polish hussars, yet fits perfectly with the lore. Tava is like the Yokudan version of Kinnereth. She is known as the Lady of the Air and Goddess of the Weather amongst the Redguards, so an armor alluding to a god, in that case, is really cool. One major fix we want in Elder Scrolls 6 is fixing light armor versus heavy armor versus clothes. We want the trade-offs to feel a bit better and more unique, particularly with the armors, as both could become equally strong in Skyrim once you maxed out your smithing and acquired the best gear. We think the best heavy armor should be stronger than the best light armor. If BGS didn't do this via armor rating and both could reach some sort of max armor cap, you could still do it with perks. We'd incorporate perks that actually change the gameplay more for someone in heavy armor versus light. For example, a heavy armor build can get perks to be staggered less, and a light armor build would be better at dodging, which is a mechanic we're adding to combat. However, in our ideal game, we'd let the best heavy armor get the higher armor rating at the end of the day. We'd also want to bring back some better benefits for those who only wear clothes, such as faster magicka and stamina regeneration, and with perks, more things like we saw in Skyrim, such as getting more out of flesh spells if not wearing any armor. We could envision giving an extra bonus to stealth for clothing only as well. We'd even have some enchantments on clothing be a little more potent. Weapons in the ideal Elder Scrolls 6 also need to be expanded. Believe it or not, but we've actually been going backwards in weapon diversity in Elder Scrolls games. Sure, having bows, crossbows, and 3 types of one-handed and two-handed weapons plus daggers and staves was fun enough, but in Morrowind we had extras like spears, halberds, throwing stars and knives, short swords, long bows and short bows, broadswords, even darts. All these weapons in a modern Elder Scrolls game would provide for so many cool builds. Imagine a massive Redguard tank who allies himself with the Alik'r tribes, running into battle with a shield in one hand and a spear in the other. As mentioned during the attributes section, we also want some heavy weapons that are harder to wield and fun for strength heavy builds to implement. Without high strength, you could swing them, but they'd be quite cumbersome and slow by comparison, kind of to the point where you just wouldn't use them unless you had a high enough attribute. These two-handed weapons can be rather large, and the bigger they are, the more superhuman tier you need your strength to be to use them efficiently. Think of things like a giant's club, or perhaps the Adric artifact, Stendarr's hammer. Spears and other polearm weapons would also feature and be governed by their respective tree. Such weapons would be used not only with thrusting stab patterns, but if appropriate, strikes and spins, weapons, particularly if they're a spear or polearm held with 2 hands. Let's face it, spears are just insanely cool, and so many Elder Scrolls fans would love to have them in the next game as much as we would. We had them in Morrowind when the combat flow was pretty rigid, and while BGS melee combat isn't exactly groundbreaking, simply having spears that feel good to use and work well isn't a huge ask for a game releasing in the late 2020s, or worst case scenario 2030s. People have implemented them into Skyrim with mods anyway, so a more polished version of that would be greatly appreciated. While some people might think we'd give polearms their own skill, we actually think it's unnecessary, and we think it's easier to have them in one-handed or two-handed depending on their use. So a smaller spear that is held in one hand is a one-handed weapon, and a larger one, always held in two, is of course governed by two-handed. By crafting, you could change the length of certain spears to fit your preference. And if we're talking two-handed spears specifically, we'd slot them in as being faster than greatswords with more range but dealing less damage per strike, just from a game balance perspective. Halberds and heavier polearms may be slower to swing than greatswords and battle axes, but they'd have the advantage of range and do similar damage. With the right two-handed perks, you'd even be able to hit more enemies with them in one swipe, with a chance of knockdown. That said, at the end of the day, until you have a working game to play, it's hard to put forth an exact, perfectly balanced system, as there's just an absence of testing and fine-tuning and statistics to work off of. Balance of all weapon types is something we strongly desire though, and perks are a great way to differentiate the advantages of each weapon type. We don't want to get too bogged down in base damage comparisons. All builds should be cool and strongly distinguished from each other if you try hard to unlock all the perks relevant to their chosen weapon type. Throwing spears were in Fallout New Vegas, and even Reiklings basically just throw arrows in Skyrim, so we think throwing weapons could easily be in the Elder Scrolls 6. However, throwing spears would be separate from other spears and polearms, perhaps named javelins, and you'd want to collect many of them to use and retrieve them after battle. They'd weigh more than other throwing weapons, so you wouldn't be able to carry as many as someone who prefers throwing stars, for example. We'd actually have the archery skill called Marksman like it used to be, and incorporate throwing weapons into it like Morrowind had. They'd have their own perks within the skill tree so you can specialize in them. Anyway, having all these weapons and then having many variants within each type of metal that you can smith or find would be awesome. I'm talking ebony sabers, daedric scimitars, glass throwing knives, and orcish halberds. More cultural variants than ever would also give different provinces and locations within a different feel and provide for more build variety. Why not make a dwarven khopesh if you're a master at using such a weapon and know how to work with dwarven metal? You can imagine the contrast between the swords wielded by the knightly orders of High Rock, very traditional medieval European in design, often regal looking like the fine steel longsword in Oblivion, compared to many of the Middle Eastern inspired weapons available in Hammerfell. Furthermore, certain traders would possess items from all over Tamriel, chitin war axes from Morrowind, traditional wood elf bows crafted from horn and sinew, maybe one niche trader even carries tribal armors brought all the way from Blackmarsh. More unique weapons and pieces of armor and jewelry, to be honest, is something we'd really want to have in our ideal game. Bethesda needs to really spice things up and take the opportunity to make every unique actually unique where possible, especially in effect. Don't just give artifacts like Volendrung an absorb stamina enchantment. If it has a unique power attack where you could slam the ground and it shook the earth, causing enemies around to stagger back as if hit with the first word of unrelenting force, that would feel really special. Things that are given to you by Daedric princes need to feel out of this world. I don't want to feel like I can easily create a better mace than the Mace of Molag Bal due to it having enchantments I can just put on a weapon myself. For example, in addition to capturing souls and dealing magicka and stamina damage, it could also slow enemy movement by 20%, and it also leaves small barbs of Cold Harbor in damaged foes, dealing bleed damage on top. All of a sudden, that's game changing and not something you'd find somewhere else or make yourself. Spellbreaker is a cool example of a unique done well. Even though it could have been better, it's still a shield that generates a ward. You can't make that yourself. Or imagine being given a unique necklace by a member of an Alik'r tribe that summons a sandstorm around you once per day when your health falls below 20%, functioning as a large radius cloak spell, dealing 15 sand damage per second. So separating unique weapons from others by giving them a special function is something we love, but at the very least, we would make uniquely named pieces of gear you find aesthetically different. We would avoid just giving a normal weapon a different title, though understandably it may happen at times, like if you just found a named bandit's dagger that has a shock enchantment on it, but then again, you could just throw a little special spiral design on the handle with a slightly different color to differentiate it, and it just goes such a long way. If you help King Turaman of Dragonstar to put down a group of paid criminals that have been causing trouble on the roads for visiting diplomats, and he gives you the Saber of Dragonstar as a result, it better have a dragon engraved on the side of the blade, and not just be a general steel saber you can get anywhere with a randomized enchantment. We don't want an Axe of Whiterun situation here, or things like Amren's family sword, which just appears entirely generic. There's all kinds of weapons and armor and the ability to smith them in an ideal Elder Scrolls 6, but we can't forget enchanting. Enchanting in Skyrim was really cool, but in our ideal Elder Scrolls 6 we'd want to bring in many new effects that make the skill feel more meaningful, instead of it being used to just increase damage or reduce casting cost via fortifying skills or make you take less damage, which we'd still want to keep. We want there to be effects that are unique to enchanting entirely, or perhaps only available to high-level spellcasters of a certain magic school. For example, perhaps there's a slow fall spell so you can jump from heights if you're good at alteration, but enchanting characters could create a slow fall cape. No magic are required. Things like boots that make you jump higher, run faster, or walk on water are far more fun than simply plus 10% to one-handed. We'd still keep enchantments that boost skills, stats, and resistances. They are really cool. However, let's add some more spice. Imagine gauntlets that allow you to gather twice as many ingredients when harvesting, or a bounce back enchantment you can put on a shield that increases enemy recoil by a certain amount depending on your enchanting skill when you block their attack. Imagine a low magnitude enchantment that gives each strike of your melee weapon a 2% chance to disarm your opponent. A master enchanter could get it up to 10 or 15%. We'd want this to be balanced, of course, yet still worth it and extremely enjoyable. Overall, the more differentiated you can make your build due to adding special effects via enchanting, the more incentive people have to test new things and begin new playthroughs. I think we'd all really enjoy it. We just have to keep in mind our desire for true uniques and make sure there's still plenty of cool effects on special pieces of gear that you can't simply create at an enchanting table. I also want to mention here that we think the enchanting skill tree is a cool place to add in perks related to staves and even scrolls. The Ordinator mod we've mentioned did this, and we think it's really cool. So in enchanting, we'd have perks to make weapon enchantments drain slower while a staff is equipped, and gain other cool bonuses, such as melee attacks dealing more damage from your right hand if a staff is equipped in the left, and spells and scrolls being more effective in your left hand if a staff is held in your right. Ordinator even has a perk called You Shall Not Pass, which allows you to release a flash of light that staggers enemies and deals damage equal to half your enchanting skill level by simultaneously striking with an enchanted weapon in your right hand and using an enchanted staff in your left. You get the idea. Enchantments themselves should be more unique, but so should the perks within the tree, making it so mage characters can get good at using staffs and even enchant them from scratch themselves. In the same way that we want to make many truly unique spells and enchantments, you could also have special staffs with effects only available to them, or some super rare scrolls that can't be found as spell tomes to learn and use as desired. When it comes to the core mechanics of combat, we don't think it's worth going into the tiniest of details regarding exactly how it'll look, as most of the smoothness will just come down to technological leaps between Skyrim and the Elder Scrolls 6. Of course, it will be a much better looking game with beautiful graphics, better animations, or so we'd hope, and the movement and combat should feel far smoother than ever before. There's still a lot to improve, however, it's probably easier to imagine a better version of Elder Scrolls combat as it is, with some extra mechanics added in, compared to a drastic overhaul. To make an exaggerated example, we wouldn't want to make the Elder Scrolls 6 play like Kingdom Come Deliverance with overly realistic or complicated controls. We would love to add dodges into the game, just not in a way that feels necessary for every build. Think of it as strafing mechanics that everyone has that can optionally be used as rolling dodges, perhaps by pressing the block button at the same time once your agility is high enough. Dodging in general would cost stamina too, so they wouldn't be used non-stop on every build by any means. Even the Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion had acrobatics mechanics where you could dodge opponents by rolling sideways or forwards, and you could even backflip out of the way of enemy attacks. We'd like to approach combat by asking, how can we add complexity and new playstyles while keeping things straightforward and feeling like an Elder Scrolls game, albeit a far more advanced one than ever played before? We want less bugs, less jank, and most importantly, more ways to implement unique styles of combat. Things have come a long way since the basic attacks of Morrowind, but even in Skyrim, combat is still very much hack and slash, power attack, block, and sprint as desired. There's a slight skill curve to it where you can benefit from improving your own skills, but it's pretty basic. In Oblivion, all your directional power attacks changed as you became more proficient in a skill, gaining new bonuses. For example, if you were good enough at one-handed, your sideways power attack would become spinning and had a chance to disarm opponents. This was cool, but instead of giving everyone the same blanket upgrades, we imagined that different perk branches would unlock specific attacks for different weapon types. You could unlock a specific forward-moving power attack for battle axes if you wanted to specialize in them that ends up different to the forward power attack of greatswords or of spears. Some new attacks may be learnt as the reward for finishing a quest, so if you were to help a powerful Redguard warrior, you may learn a unique sideways power attack just for scimitars and sabers. Unlocking certain moves via perks can help to make certain combat styles more viable, which is perfect for role-playing specific builds. Not every one-handed build should feel the same as you stream together attacks. If you're playing a swordsman with a rapier, you could get perks to fight like more of a duelist. With one arm free and no shield in it either, you could have special moves to parry if timed correctly, in place of standard blocking, allowing you to quickly unleash follow-up attacks on an off-balanced enemy. A follow-up perk here could make your parry gain a 30% chance to disarm. We should be able to create a different feel for various archetypes. Perks to specialize in daggers, dual-wielding, spears, sword and board, and the heaviest weapons. Think combo moves as well, with some swordsmen streaming together elegant movements and others using more brutish attacks. If Elder Scrolls 6 was like taking some of the best Skyrim combat mods and making them all 3 times smoother, it would be pretty cool to us, compared to having it feel like you're playing a different series altogether, like For Honor. We think a lot of the new should come from expanding combat styles through perks, and those rare cases I mentioned of even being taught moves by other NPCs as a reward. Unarmed would see similar improvements. It will feature as its own skill in our ideal game, so you've got 18 skills like Skyrim, plus Unarmed, and of course the racial perk tree for a total of 20, and while the race tree isn't a skill, we'd still have it in the same menu where you look at your skills and perks. Like other combat styles, Unarmed would see you able to unlock new combat moves with their own animations as you level up, and choose certain perks and meet unique characters who can teach you their skills, as was the case in Fallout New Vegas. We'd also change Unarmed back to how it was in Oblivion, so right trigger or left click unleashed alternating attacks, and left trigger or right click is block. It's wild that blocking was removed from Skyrim's Unarmed. However, while you can block enemy punches, it's understandable that you can't really block sword slashes, so unless you're wearing gauntlets, blocking isn't going to be very effective, and the block button would essentially become a counter button if timed correctly, such as during an enemy's power attack. The main defense for Unarmed will tend to be the strafing and dodging we talked about. It's a lot easier to move out of the way of a Warhammer strike than to cop it on the forearms. So instead of having to level heavy armor and get the Fists of Steel perk and boost Unarmed with enchanting to try to make it viable, you'd be able to level up your damage by punching people. Khajiit would use their claw attacks with extra damage as explained in the races section. Understandably, being able to kill people in breastplates with bare fist punches can feel a bit funny, but if someone wants to have the ultimate unarmed experience, I don't see why not. It's no sillier than stabbing directly through steel plate with a sword. The skill tree would have perk branches for different lore-friendly martial arts and fighting styles, and there would still be a perk to have gauntlets adding extra damage, though wearing them would slow you down. Some unarmed builds would wear armor, and others would opt for clothes for better dodging and more speed, a classic monk experience. Some fighting styles would pull from the claw dances of elsewhere and be faster and more exotic in feel, while other styles would be more brawler tier and focus on brute force type movements. Bare fist and claw fighting would give players the option to experience a true martial artist playthrough, and would be strategically different from anything else due to having lower damage than weapons. There would also be specific perks for stealth characters to choke out enemies silently with high crit damage, or take them out with some kind of pressure point attack like Oblivion was going for. There would also be perks to focus on disarming enemies with power attacks, and even unlocking disarms achieved by well-timed use of the block button, aka counters. Counters would look different depending on the enemy's attack and your perks, so if they're coming in for a power attack holding their weapon over their head, you might respond by interrupting them with a front kick to the body. Unarmed strikes would also lower enemy stamina as one of the benefits to counter the drawback of lower damage, and with the right perks and a high attack output, you'd be able to score staggers often, especially if you're going for a style that's good at unbalancing your opponents with certain push-based strikes. We could even imagine a sweep type counter that knocks down enemies if you've unlocked it. There's actually similar stuff in Fallout 4. We would even have a special perk branch for magic characters that allows you to unleash elemental damage with your unarmed attacks, but it would drain magicka to do so. If you've unlocked Specialist Destruction, you may be pleasantly surprised to find that some of the bonus perk effects, such as causing enemies to flee from fire damage at low health, get applied to your punches. As far as archery goes, it's not exactly something that has a bunch of power attacks and different moves associated with it. As mentioned earlier, we have renamed the skill to Marksman, though there's not a whole lot to say other than we want more bows and more perks to provide specialization for characters using crossbows, and as mentioned, perks to specialize in all kinds of throwing weapons. We can imagine a cool perk to release multiple small throwing weapons in one go as a kind of power attack, hurling 3 throwing knives at once, with a bit of a spread to potentially hit multiple enemies coming towards you. We would have a difference between longbows and shortbows, with the latter having faster draw speeds with less damage, and the longbows having a slower draw speed with more damage and longer range. We do want cooler perks, and if you wanted something a bit more game-changing for bows, we could imagine a perk to rapidly shoot a burst of arrows, such as by holding 2 in your hand with one already notched, and then releasing them in quick focused succession, after which you'd be drawing them from the quiver again to set up the fast shots again. An ideal Elder Scrolls 6 absolutely needs better magic. Skyrim's magic, particularly destruction, ended up pretty unbalanced compared to other combat choices like using melee weapons or bows, both of which could be smithed up to deal way more damage and didn't cost magicka to use. Skyrim also gutted a lot of spell diversity seen in previous games, so in addition to making destruction stronger, we'll be adding in many more unique spells to all magic schools, so specializing in them feels as unique as possible. One thing we like about Skyrim is that you had to equip spells into your left and right hand slots. This was different to Oblivion that had a spellcaster button, allowing you to wield whatever weaponry you wanted and then blast out a spell as well. Admittedly, it was really cool, and it can lead to smooth gameplay, such as playing a stealthy assassin who can rapidly fire off frenzy and pacify between barrages of arrows, or a warrior who is slashing enemies apart with a greatsword, only to then palm them with a shock spell of 70 damage, sending them flying into the wall behind them. It made for some great battle mage builds, and I really enjoyed it. However, the problem is that it disincentivizes playing as a pure mage, as you feel really stupid not using a weapon with your hands being otherwise free. Builds with their hands full, like warriors, would also feel dumb not to have a spell equipped, like healing, and to use it liberally because they don't really need magicka for anything else. This can often make builds and classes less distinct, and while mixed classes are a lot of fun, so are pure ones, and we don't want to create a system that pushes you to use both magic and weaponry all the time. Ultimately, we just think it's better to stick with Skyrim's system here. It makes using a spell feel more special, as it's your primary way of approaching combat, versus just being this extra thing you can have equipped regardless of weapon choice. We want magic to feel truly powerful at the highest levels of mastery, and for each school to provide the most unique experience experience possible, rewarding those who allocate perks across magic schools as well as those who go heavy all in one perk tree in different but equally fun and useful ways. We're happy to keep the same magic schools we saw in Skyrim to stop mage builds from having to spread their perk points too thinly. Consider that magic schools are arbitrary classifications as far as the lore goes anyway, and over the history of the Elder Scrolls universe, you could imagine different provinces using different teaching methods for the same spells. We don't think adding back old magic skills is a wise move. Besides, the main reason anyone would want that is just to add more spells, and in our ideal game, we'd be doing that. Destruction in Skyrim was super straightforward. Fire, frost, and shock. Basically, elemental damage. Of course, we'd have such spells return in all forms. Elemental cloaks and runes, various area of effect spells, projectiles with varying purposes, such as your typical lightning bolt, but also a slower sphere spell that travels out and zaps anyone who happens to walk by. With dragon shouts removed, we would definitely want to reintroduce some of the diversity they provided in the form of new powerful spells that make masterful mages feel special. Imagine Ice Form as a high-level frost spell, or a Master Shock spell that basically calls lightning down to hit enemy targets. We'd also add elemental touch spells like they had in Oblivion. You'd palm your enemies with higher damage at the cost of range. Sensational for battle mages or witch hunters. We'd keep the additional effects we saw in Skyrim, like burning damage from fire, magicka drain from shock, and stamina drain with a slowing effect from frost. We also liked the perk trees, providing different experiences for mages who specialized in one or more elements to provide the ultimate cryo or pyromancer feel. Perks causing fleeing from fire, disintegration from shock, and paralysis from frost was all really cool, but we would take it even further so that playing a mage specializing in fire feels even more unique compared to one specializing in frost. Or even poison, which we'd add in. There was the poison rune in Skyrim, so why not more? Spells like Acidic Field from Daggerfall should return, allowing you to surround yourself with poison, damaging anyone who comes too close. Other poison spells could act like the Afflicted Vomit attack in Skyrim, but it's summoned from your hand instead. There'd be different branches of perks for each damage type, all having their own benefits and opportunity costs. Imagine a perk called Contagion that gives enemies taking poison damage from your spell a chance to spread its effect to nearby enemies, or a perk named Charged that increases your movement speed and cast speed by 10% for 3 seconds after you unleash a shock spell, or a perk called Superheat which gives you a 50% chance per cast to turn a fire spell partially blue, increasing its damage and burn duration. Maybe for spells you hold down, like Wall of Flames, you'd constantly see bits of blue flame get injected as it calculates the chance on a per second basis. We'd also bring back Absorb and Damage spells like we saw in previous games, but keep both in the Destruction school. Spells to damage health, magicka, and stamina are great, and Absorb spells would be of lower magnitude by comparison and allow you to play a Leech Mage build if desired. Some builds, like Battle Mages, might choose to be mostly warrior focused, but use spells like these to absorb enemy stamina, for example, to dish out more power attacks on foes who find themselves with decreasing ability to send any back at you. Ideal conjuration is pretty straightforward. We just need way more summons like there were in previous games and enhanced necromancy options. Fairly early into practicing necromancy, you should be able to access spells to summon a weak Atronach, zombies, skeletons, and other Daedra such as scamps. There can be increasingly powerful versions as you advance, like Oblivion's Headless Zombie for example, and all the different skeletons with varied weapons and playstyles. All kinds of Daedra like Hungers, Shambles, Daedroths, Zivali, Winged Twilights, Spider Daedra, even Golden Saints. Also, we'd include certain undead that you could imagine can be summoned from another realm or plane and don't need reanimation necessarily, like the zombies we mentioned, but also ghosts and wraiths. Perks to increase cast range are good, but we need more unique options to create fun playstyles with. Imagine a perk that allows you to have 4 summons at a time instead of a maximum of 2. However, it significantly reduces the time that these summons exist for once you go past 2. We'd have perks to specialize in certain summons such as Atronachs or those summoned undead like zombies, skeletons, and ghosts. Also more perks for bound weapons and bound armor which we'd add in. Imagine a traveling trader who unknowingly will summon a full set of bound armor with a warhammer if you attack her. necromancy should feature projectile spells with areas of effect, so you could summon 3 fallen undead at once if you have the perks to do so, and the bodies are close enough together and you're casting the right spell. There could be master spells similar to the Ritual Stone, but perhaps they require 50% of your maximum HP to use, even able to kill you if you foolishly used it with less than 50% of your HP remaining. More necromantic perks would also be great, even niche things like providing a creature focus if you're into that, so you can max out a perk branch that buffs up reanimated beasts like scorpions, snakes, spiders, trolls, and so on, and with the right additional perks, some would come back with new abilities even. Adding complexity into the existing magic skills by expanding perk trees heavily is what we'd do. Just look at how cool some of the most popular Skyrim mods out there are, like Ination's Ordinator mod. We thought it would be really cool if you could even become a lich if you're able to fulfill some very difficult requirements. Cool stuff has been done with mods, and you can imagine masking it with some sort of necromantic charm spell so that you can appear as your player character in their non-lich form for a certain period of time in cities and so on, so that questing is still accessible. It doesn't have to be some sort of floating lich like in Oblivion, and it would play like more of a humanoid form that has reached a state of undeath and looks decayed and zombified with some arcane energy imbued within. I could imagine it having some glowing eyes. The benefits of this would be insane buffs to necromancy and conjuration, with drawbacks from certain spells being reduced, such as that spell that takes 50% of your health only taking 20%. Being a lich could also provide new dialogue options, such as being feared or revered by other necromancers, and able to access certain necromancer cults that can gift you unique spells out of reverence. You'd lose all your shrine blessings as far as Aedra go, and you'd take on the negatives of many undead, as far as weakness to sun spell damage, and you'd have to use niche healing spells instead of standard restoration ones. You'd also be attacked and vilified if your charm spell ran out or you forgot to cast it. On the topic of different forms, don't forget we're talking about vampires and were creatures too in the world building section later on when we talk about factions. We have a really cool vampire faction in mind. Conjuration should also retain many niche spells like Soul Trap, Banish, Command Daedra, and we'd even consider adding teleportation. You'd use your mastery of this magic school to travel through portals and instantly appear somewhere on the map. You'd be able to set custom map markers to travel to, but there would be limitations like setting it yourself. You can't just go places you've never been before. It's more of a fun utility spell than anything else, but it might save you in the heat of combat, as it wouldn't be prevented like fast travel is when enemies are nearby. Imagine using it as a lich to escape a city after everyone realizes what you are and turns on you. As for the illusion school, we'd of course keep spells to pacify and frenzy targets, and we'd have spells to rally, basically just boost your allies' confidence and base stats, and spells to instill fear, and make sure they remain viable options at every level of mastery. We'd also add charm spells to increase disposition as we talked about earlier, however it would be better if visually it was subtle and not some glowing green swirling projectile. We'd be keeping goodies like muffle and invisibility, but then bringing back extras like chameleon and silence. Chameleon basically makes you semi-invisible, enhancing stealth while still allowing you to open doors and attack. So you can still be spotted, it's just less likely, so long as you're good at stealth. If you're not, people will still see you more easily and definitely hear you. Silence actually stops enemies from casting spells, but we'd make it not last super long unless you're really good at illusion, otherwise it would be a bit OP. Like all magic, we'd want a host of unique spells to make the illusion skill distinct. Some enemies would be immune to silence or flat out require a high level spell version to even be affected. Like all magic, we'd want a host of unique spells to make the illusion skill more distinct. One example we'd add would be a Possess Vision spell. It has no projectile and would look more like a latch-on soul trap kind of cast, but it could be done at a distance. It would allow you to momentarily see through the eyes of your target, essentially embodying an NPC in first or third person point of view, just like your player character. It would allow you to see around corners and see other enemies you otherwise didn't know about. We'd also implement a disguise spell which breaks when you attack to make you appear like a target temporarily, temporarily, perhaps to simply walk past enemies unharmed. Just don't let the target see you, or let others see you and the target close together, as the clone would be recognized. Skyrim's throw-voiced shout was a little bit cringe, but it could be made less corny and turned into an illusion spell that makes enemies search for far-off voices. A silent casting perk should be accessible very early in the illusion tree, but later down that road you can get a perk to make all spells silenced, leading to mage assassin builds if desired. We'd actually have a special perk in the sneak perk tree to add a sneak damage multiplier to magic, maybe just a 2x or 3x. I mean, why not? Perks for general illusion spells should allow you to specialize, like being really good at silencing foes or disguising yourself, or being so good at frenzying your enemies that they actually gain rally-like benefits, going as far as getting increased swing speed and higher damage as they mow down their former buddies. Fear spells could gain the effect of becoming contagious, sending others fleeing as they see their allies run in terror. Wouldn't it be cool if your Pacify spell also could gain a chance of causing enemies to drop their weapon, though it would be stealing to take the weapon off a friendly NPC. Restoration is a perfectly valid school of magic, and don't let anyone tell you otherwise. In Skyrim it had some great perks, but there wasn't enough spell variety. In our ideal Elder Scrolls 6, would you have guessed that we just want more? More spells for healing yourself and those around you. Ranged healing spells, touch-based healing, and area healing would all exist. Turn undead spells for these three categories would also exist, as would any other holy spells we've seen already. Things like Circle of Protection, Stendarr's Aura, Sun damage spells, all those divine options that a paladin would want to use. We also need a better ward spell that drains less magicka and is more powerful. High-level ward spells could absorb magicka, and with the right perks they'd even be able to reflect spells in the direction of your attacker, or slightly off towards the direction your reticle is aiming when the spell lands, deflecting a fireball of a distant mage into the face of a bandit orc chief who is just about to power attack you with a battle axe would be very cool. Obviously you wouldn't be able to completely change the direction of the spell, but you could alter it enough. Spells to cure diseases and dispel poison effects would feature. The spell, Dispel, should exist to remove duration spells you're hit with, so long as your version of the spell is strong enough. Think of getting rid of fire damage that's still burning you. Niche spells like being able to regrow an ingredient would be cool to see, just once per physical ingredient of course. Skyrim's perks like Necromage, Respite, and Avoid Death were solid. We'd also want some to specialize in sun spells, gaining extra effects like we did with Destruction, such as temporarily blinding enemies, even those who aren't undead. We could easily see a perk branch for Turn Undead, where they not only flee, but also take 30% more damage and so on. Spells to temporarily fortify attributes within reason, and those of your allies, would also be great to see alongside perks to be good at it. Imagine a perk that actually healed you while you heal others. You get the idea. Finally, we come to Alteration. It's already the ultimate variety magic school, especially having absorbed some spells that used to be in other magic schools that were removed via streamlining, and to be honest, we're happy for it to keep on being an arcane Swiss army knife. Let's add back the Feather spell to reduce your weight, aka lower carry weight so you can carry more. Perk Specialization would increase your movement speed a bit when you use it, up to 20% at the highest ranks that have high skill requirements. The Burden spell, also able to be called Slow, would be used to reduce enemy movement, with perks at the highest levels letting powerful slow spells stop enemy movement entirely if they're already weighed down in lots of heavy armor. If they used ranged attacks though, they might still hit you with ease. Paralyze would return and function the same as it did in Skyrim, and with certain perks could reduce enemy attack speed by 20% after they arise, if they arise from their stasis. Spells for water breathing and walking would feature, even a standalone perk to increase movement speed on water by 30%. Spells to open locks should also return, but you don't want to ruin lockpicking, so we'd balance it by making the very best unlocking spells only able to go up to expert level locks. These spells would also make noise, so they'd alert enemies unless you've got multiple perk ranks of quiet casting from illusion. Flesh spells would of course still exist, with the option to be cast on your allies, and light-based spells would feature again as well, though probably don't need perks. Random miscellaneous spells like Transmute Mineral Ore should be focused on to make studying Alteration a very unique path to go down. Think of that slow fall spell I mentioned earlier on. That would be an alteration too. Things like Detect Life and Detect Undead were great. Perhaps the best spell variants could give enemies a crystal clear outline so you can see it's an armored knight through a wall and not just a floating ball of energy as it would look with lower tier variants of the spell. Mages who are good at alteration would even have access to spells that reflect melee damage and magic damage. Imagine fighting a foe using that against you. You might have to wait for it to run out in some cases, or sacrifice the health bar of an ally who you make fight them first. It would be percentage based though, so almost all cases would only reflect a portion of damage dealt back on foes. And of course we'd want it to be balanced, so it's not OP unless your character is a magic god. Telekinesis should actually be made useful with spell variants that go all the way to the master level, like picking up all the items in the area and launching them at a foe. We also don't want every master spell to have to be dual wielded with a long casting animation. Some really strong ones would still require that though. Such master spells could feel like you're really bending reality like some sort of Sigic monk. Skyrim's Slow Time Shout, for example, could easily be made into a master alteration spell. Arguably, alteration could have a master spell similar to Unrelenting Force to send enemies flying back. It would be very nostalgic and obviously a lot of fun, but it may take out most of your magic bar and require a long charge up, so it wouldn't be overpowered by any means, considering that literally every character in Skyrim could have it. We'd even bring back Morrowind's levitation spell. You just have to be mindful that it's not super abusable to go places you're not supposed to. We'd probably make sure it's only available for higher level mages. On a final note, we'd leave custom spell making out of our ideal Elder Scrolls 6. It was something we really enjoyed in Oblivion, and if BGS did implement it, we'd probably still be happy, but there are a few flaws we see with it. From a design perspective, it could make developers avoid focusing on truly unique spells as much as we'd want them to, because they might try to fit everything into a neat little box that can be customized and played with in a spell creation system. Technological advancements between Skyrim and the Elder Scrolls 6 are going to be huge, and ridiculously larger between an Elder Scrolls 6 game and a 2006 game like Oblivion, which had the custom spell creation. We want spells to feel as handcrafted as possible, and not just, for example, a little frostball that you can make a bigger one, and so on. If we're going for max uniqueness, then there should be all kinds of spells in this game, like smashing the ground with a frost blast that sends forward a line of jutting stalagmites towards your foe. It just isn't super conducive to customizing. Also, the main reason people want custom spells is because they crave the same uniqueness of magic that we do. We just love unique uniques when it comes to weapons, armor, and as you've heard, spells. Just make more unique spells, tons of them, and I think the desire for spell making just isn't needed. In the same way it's not as cool to find a plasma sniper in Fallout 4 when you can just craft one by modifying a plasma pistol, it's also not cool to learn some secret spell if you can just make it. Imagine learning some forbidden spell after helping a crazed necromancer called Soul Strangle. This spell can be held down constantly to slow a target while draining their life and constantly applying a soul trap effect. It would feel super cool to get compared to just crafting it yourself. Instead of just making the player get the Ice Storm spell and then make it huge, why not just have a spell tome for them to get their hands on that provides a gigantic Ice Storm master spell type of thing that you can unleash through a fort? Finally, we come to the settlement building topic of our ideal Elder Scrolls 6, and let me reiterate, we are not looking for a Fallout 4 type of game. We do not want the Elder Scrolls 6 to have a crafting emphasis or a scrapping emphasis or a settlement building emphasis at all. I don't want various towns and villages to be underdeveloped and lacking in interesting characters to meet and cool quests to do. That said, the infrastructure's all there for Bethesda to add a form of building to the game. One thing we think would be really cool is if you were able to set up small campsites on your travels if you're carrying the right gear, and it probably weighs a fair amount so that not every single character build will just carry the camp to gain the XP bonus after sleeping. Being able to place a camp temporarily in the game world and roleplay that you're setting up to rest, especially with companions, is really cool. Remember, we want dynamic weather in the game, so you might be taking shelter from a sandstorm which you didn't expect to find yourself in. Just to clarify though, we're not looking for any extensive survival mode kind of system here. I mean, if it was an optional thing, that's fine, but in the base game, we don't want to be thinking that we have to eat and drink water. Campsites would be a great place to heal up, skin animal hides if you're a hunter, cook if you're into cooking, and potentially we could imagine setting up with some portable alchemy gear as well to make potions and poisons, perhaps of lower magnitude than if you used a proper alchemy table in a city. I know that I personally would get a massive kick out of this. It's also just a great place to develop your relationship with your companions, like the romance side of things we talked about. This doesn't put a scrapathon or settlement building emphasis in the game, yet it would use a similar system of selecting a camp configuration and placing it in the world. You'd have to remove it to take the gear with you to set it up somewhere else. But far bigger than campsites are full-on homes, proper estates, and even castles. And I'm not talking about the Elder Scrolls Castles mobile game, which, to be honest, we haven't tried because we don't really like the art style too much. However, Skyrim's Hearthfire DLC showed us what it might be like to build your own player home, and what we'd like to do with a system like that is tie it really strongly into the role-playing aspect of the game, including being influenced by player choice and consequence. So what do I mean by that? Well, with the advanced reputation system we're adding, you'd be able to gain the privilege to build in the territory of a certain kingdom. After all, you can't just build a castle in a king's territory and have him say nothing about it. You'd be able to build a low-tier shack-like structure so long as it's out of the way of other settlements and locations, which could be pretty neat for bandit-like characters as a hideout, but really, if you want to build an actual recognized house, you'll need to have more of a reputation with the kingdom the land belongs to. If you become the equivalent of a Thane in Skyrim, then you could get permission to buy a home in the most prestigious district of the relevant city and get permission to build a larger structure within a certain territory of the map. We don't imagine building a keep to be like Fallout, where you can build and move every tiny thing down to a fence post. Instead, it would involve putting together a lot more prefabricated rooms and structures that are lore-friendly and tend to make sense when configured. Think more like Regal Hallway Type 1, Mage Tower Door Entrance 3, Breton Living Room 5, Enchanter's Room 2, and so on. And you'd be able to see what it all looks like before you build it, and drag and drop some things inside. But no land in the game would be left vacant for the purpose of players building homes. The philosophy for creating the game map would be to not design it with this feature in mind. Instead, the player would have to find a place that makes sense. So if we're talking Skyrim and you're Thane of Whiterun, you'd find a nice flat area out in the plains and build there. In the same way that player homes can be expensive, building a castle-like structure or even just a grand estate would also be expensive. It's something for characters who have saved a lot of septims to enjoy, and not something you'd feel like you have to do on every playthrough. You wouldn't build it by scrapping materials yourself. This isn't Minecraft. You'd just pay coin for the materials and for the builders, and it would get built. In theory, you could gather some materials yourself to lower the cost, but it wouldn't be particularly practical, and in almost all cases, players would use their septims to achieve this. You'd be able to customize your player home to have different rooms and such, and if desired and in the right spot, have a farm area that yields crops and therefore income. If you build close enough to a mine, you could have settlers go mine it for ore once you clear it out, which would also be a source of income for you. However, depending on the kingdom you're in, you may have various tithes to pay others depending on your reputation. Certain nobles and others below your rank may have to pay you, and you all pay up to the king. It really depends on the area and how it's governed. If you damage your reputation a lot, then your payments would rise, and if you refuse to pay, you'd get in more trouble, eventually having your settlers leave and guards show up to collect. You could even lose your building privileges in the kingdom entirely. There is an old Breton proverb which says, "Find a new hill, become a king," and many Bretons have been struck with a quest obsession that leads them in pursuit of completing noble deeds to increase their status and influence. Taking part in this atmosphere and visually seeing the fruits of your labor would be really cool for certain playthroughs. We also think that the largest structures like keeps and impressive castles would only be available after after you've truly helped a kingdom, so not only getting to a Thane-like status by helping the people themselves with quests and so on, but also by doing every quest the king has to offer, including main story progression where you've helped them to conquer another city or defeat a major threat such as Orsinium, or if the ruler is particularly diplomatic, you've helped them to pull off an incredibly important and hard to achieve peace treaty that felt near impossible to accomplish. As a final note, we do think that even if your reputation is poor, that there should be methods of getting approval for certain structures, maybe just like a rich looking home at most, if you're willing to use bribery. This won't lift your reputation in the city, but it will allow you to get approval to build a nice estate, and it would be very expensive to pull off. Still, it allows a cool role-playing experience for a criminal lord type of build, and we're all about enjoyable role-playing in our ideal game. And now let me introduce you to Scott, who will bring you the highly anticipated world building.
Orichalc was swallowed by sea, crystal-like lore shattered by the red arms that went up. Green sap, withered by false rule and falser stories. Walk brass, thrice broken, begotten to time. White gold lies bloodless and cold. Red tower, an ancient wound ruptured and shrouding. Snowthroat, unvoiced and since sundered. Adamantia, it is the last tower standing, its stone sought by the heirs of Aldmeri. This is a land of cinders ready to fall and spark a political firestorm that will ravage the lands and reshape the world as if it were hot metal being hammered into new forms. The Imperial hand has fragile grasp on the western kingdoms of Bretons and its thumb pressed firmly on the city of Rihad, seeking to slide across the board and leave its mark. Skyrim eats into the north, its teeth set into Jahana, and its tongue flicking words of alliance throughout the Crown Lands. A Dragonstar Pact emerges. Forebears and crowns squabble and fight in an ageless struggle of tradition and assimilation, each neglectful of the tribal threat emerging in the sands of its center. And above it all lies a great golden eagle, shining bright with a Nuic light, ready to subsume all within its infinite brightness. This is the world-building section of the video, the place where we will discuss all things story, setting, factions, world space, and quests. Everything that really isn't mechanic-related. No systems are going to be explained here, that's all the first part of this video. Again, like for the gameplay section, our design philosophy has been bound by what we consider to be the three vital pillars for a good Elder Scrolls experience. That is role-playing, exploration, and lore. And with these considerations, we've crafted an Elder Scrolls 6 setting with some chosen canon outcomes that we think will result in a more interesting game. As we've mentioned before, the setting of this game is High Rock and Hammerfell, a world space with lots of cultural diversity, lots of environmental variation, and vast seas to facilitate travel. Hammerfell in particular is likely to be the actual Elder Scrolls 6 setting, especially considering several hints from Bethesda and revealed Pinterest boards of Bethesda employees, but there's good reason for this. Considering the Thalmor as the primary antagonist of the series, Hammerfell is in a unique position both geographically and culturally, with Elinhir just across the Abyssian Sea and Hammerfell's independent status. Well, our ideal Elder Scrolls 6 will feature both Hammerfell and High Rock, bringing in that extra tension with its status as an Imperial province, as well as just more faction and environmental variety. Plus, this allows for the Iliac Bay to be an entirely playable space, including the Isle of Balfiera, which will be relevant to the main story. We'll get to explain everything, but before I help bridge the setting of the Elder Scrolls V Skyrim to our Elder Scrolls 6, I want to explain the rationale behind the date. That's right, the setting of our Elder Scrolls 6 will be the year 205 of the 4th era, 4 years since the date of Skyrim, year 201. Unlike the jump from Elder Scrolls 4 to 5, which was a time gap of some 200 years, I really wanted to keep the timeline jump very tiny, similar to the 6-year gap between Morrowind and Oblivion. The reason for this is that after so much time since the last game, people, I think, want a sequel to Skyrim. And by that, I mean a fulfillment of certain left-open story elements, the Thalmor for example, and to see the return of characters from previous games is A, cheap nostalgia bait, which always hits, and B, helps bridge the gap between the games. It's been over 10 years, and may well be over 15 years by the time of an actual Elder Scrolls 6 release from Bethesda, so I'm all for returning characters at this point. Let's jump into it and bridge the gap between the settings. We had to pick some canon outcomes, and we chose ones that are the most interesting to us, and hopefully to you too. So, as is the case for the previous games in the series, we will be treating each of the faction questlines as canon. While not explicitly stating that the Dragonborn, your character, did them, they will still all be fulfilled. So, the new Harbinger of the Companions defeated the Silver Hand and restored Kodlak's soul to Sovngarde. The new member of the Thieves Guild became a Nightingale and stopped Mercer's plot, returning the skeleton key to Nocturnal, and hence they became Guildmaster and the fortune of the guild looked up once more. The nefarious plot of Ancano was thwarted, and the new Archmage of the College of Winterhold was established. The Eye of Magnus was taken by the Sigic Order for safekeeping, and finally, after betrayals and setbacks, the Dark Brotherhood listener assassinated Emperor Titus Mede II in the Bay of Solitude, making the Dark Brotherhood one of the most infamous and feared organizations in Tamriel. As for the Dawnguard-Volkihar dilemma, I don't think it will really matter on the world stage. Harkon is dead, his plot thwarted, and so that can just be left aside. As for the Dragonborn, they defeated Alduin, prevented the world from ending, and then they sailed to Solstheim and uncovered the plot of Miraak. Within the depths of Apocrypha, the last Dragonborn faced down the first Dragonborn, and ultimately it was Miraak that lay defeated. Since then, the last Dragonborn has not been seen on the world stage. Some say they went to live amongst the Greybeards, some say they live in Hermaeus Mora's realm. The truth will never be known, and of course, whatever outcome occurred exists in your own headcanon for your old character. The important thing is that we need this shout-wielding demigod off the playing field. That is the Dragonborn and the guild questlines resolved. What about the Civil War? Now, there is the likely scenario of the actual outcome being a season-unending scenario where Skyrim is just locked in civil war, and that's fine, but this is our ideal Elder Scrolls 6, so I want there to be a more politically interesting world, and so we've decided on a Stormcloak victory for this setting. It will not be explicit whether the Dragonborn helped the Stormcloak cause or not, but they're out of the picture anyways. With the assassination of the Emperor and the ensuing difficulties with the transition of power in Cyrodiil, the Stormcloaks were able to secure the outcomes they desired, and hence High King Ulfric Stormcloak rules the Kingdom of Skyrim independent from the grasp of the Empire. I think considering that Skyrim shares a border with Imperial-ruled High Rock and also Hammerfell, it is profoundly more interesting to have a nationalistic, return-to-tradition Kingdom of Nords just next door who can play a role in the conflicts to come. Look at this map. The red line demarks the boundaries of the playable space, and the different colours mark the political entities. We aren't just dealing with two factions and two halves of the map like in the Elder Scrolls V. Speaking of this map, I want to show you the full map currently in development by Redditor Jabusez, also known as Kyle Hutton. I saw this map and thought he had done an incredible job of a 4th era Tamriel, incorporating knowledge from all the games, including the Elder Scrolls Online, to make a comprehensive map along with some liberties taken, but overall I thought this was an amazing map, and I elected to use this as the base for our game world. Specifically, I have just sectioned off a portion of this map to just High Rock and Hammerfell, but he's done the whole landmass, so you should really check out this fantastic work. I'll link his Reddit account and posts. Thanks, Kyle. It's worth noting that, of course, there would be more dungeon locations and points of interest on the actual game map, but again, this gives you a good idea without the arduous detail. Okay, so we have the map. At a glance, I would hope that this looks like a more politically dynamic setting, and that was the intention. This current map is for the year 4E205, but we still must bridge the timeline to explain how we got to this state. Let's start with where the timeline left off. The events of the Elder Scrolls V Skyrim begin on the 17th of Last Seed, which is like the 17th of August, year 201, when Alduin burns down Helgen. I think that 4 in-game months could honestly encompass most people's playthrough of Skyrim, something like 100 in-game days. But then again, maybe that's not enough, so just to be safe, let's assume that all the events of Skyrim are completed within 6 months, so we can begin our own made-up timeline First Seed, year 202 of the 4th era, marked with the coronation of High King Ulfric Stormcloak. Skyrim is reeling from the devastation of both dragons and the Civil War, so Ulfric sets to efforts of consolidation and rebuilding. The capital of Skyrim is moved to Windhelm, and the jagged crown becomes the symbol of kingship. As for the Empire, losing Skyrim also meant losing Imperial-controlled land routes to High Rock, which are marked in black on the map. Now they must rely on the routes through Hammerfell, which are hardier ventures through dry lands, and they get hit by crown tariffs, plus you'll notice the Breton kingdom of Evermore is also independent, but we'll get to that. Overall, land routes for trade have become unprofitable and insecure, leaving only sea lanes as the connection between High Rock and Cyrodiil, which is quite problematic considering the rife piracy in the Abyssian Sea, not to mention the fact that much of the piracy is secretly sponsored by the Aldmeri Dominion. The Empire is in a rough state at the death of Emperor Titus Mede II. In the wake of the assassination, the machinations of the Elder Council in Cyrodiil begin to unfold, and after some contained bloodshed, a coup of sorts takes place. Emperor Urien Alexor Mede, a youth of 20 years, succeeds his great-uncle Titus Mede II and is crowned Emperor of the Cyrodiils. His rise to power is one rife with both conspiracy and mythology. He is championed by both the lower classes and the military, as well as the Elder Council for the most part. It is the counts and imperial nobility that opposed his rise, and many still question his legitimacy. Most of all, it was the Thalmor who opposed this controversial selection publicly, and even per the terms of the White Gold Concordat, there was nothing that they could do without opening hostilities. Emperor Urien, despite his early detractors claiming he was a mere puppet, made radical and bold decisions, including sealing the Pale Pass to Skyrim, a Hadrian's Wall of sorts, cutting off trade and access to Skyrim, and preventing armies and raiders from crossing over, and cutting off resources leaving Cyrodiil via merchants. I'll expound more on the character of Emperor Urien Alexor Mede and his enigmatic rise to power more thoroughly in the faction sections, but for now, you need only know that he is the Emperor of Cyrodiil. If Ulfric wishes Skyrim to stand on its own without the Empire, then let it be so. He will find that sleeted ground makes poor footing. Meanwhile in Skyrim, rebuilding was taking place, but so was purging. Imperial loyalists were brought to the noose, and a wave of paranoia washed across the land, every elf a suspect of collusion with the Dominion. The 9th of Sun's Height, that is, the 9th of July, year 202, was the burning of the Grey Quarter. How it started exactly is unknown, but a great fire beset those Dunmer slums, and racial tensions boiled over into riots and bloody fights, resulting in the desolation of the Dunmer populace. The fighting was quelled by the Stormcloaks, and the Dunmer were expelled from what remained of their homes, sent packing to Morrowind. Tensions at the border between Skyrim and House Redoran grew immensely, and several skirmishes have been fought. While not publicly condoned by Ulfric or the Jarls, many enterprising bands of Nordic raiders have set out to Solstheim and the coasts of Morrowind, raiding and pillaging in tradition of the old ways. King Ulfric needed to stop this because a war with Morrowind would not be helpful to their current aims, and in the interest of securing peace at the border, his friend and ardent supporter came to him with an idea most promising. Galmar Stonefist suggested that they attack the imperial-held territories of High Rock, starting with the city-state of Johanna, which by ancient right belongs to Skyrim. All these raiders and galvanized military men could be pointed at this new conquest, further thwarting the Imperials and securing the northern coasts. It would solve two problems at once: take the fighting off Skyrim shores and expand Skyrim's security. Ulfric agreed with his lifelong friend, and Galmar Stonefist began assembling an army which would begin invading Johanna year 203. By the end of 203, Johanna and Faron, as well as small portions of Hrothgar, had been conquered by Galmar's armies, and Ulfric recognized the hold of Johanna as part of Skyrim, with Galmar Stonefist anointed as Jarl of this new territory. By year 204 of the Fourth Era, Emperor Urien Alexor Mede had quelled any dissent within Cyrodiil, and he turned his attention to Hammerfell, eager to repair relations that had been broken by his predecessor. Securing the coast of Hammerfell would be vital for a victory in a second war with the Aldmeri Dominion. Anvil, Such, and all the borders with the Dominion territories of Valenwood and elsewhere have been reinforced greatly, with Legion troops no longer fighting in Skyrim. Plus, with the Pale Pass sealed and secure, the Empire could refocus on its more immediate problems. The forebear councils of Gilane, Taneth, and Rihad have ruled for the last 20 to 30 years, headed by a vizier elected from those amongst them. Amongst the forebears, the monarchs, that is, the kings and princes descended from the Regada military leadership, have long been balanced in power with the councils, mostly rich merchants and other nobles, but given the devastation of Hammerfell South in the Great War and the following resistance until the Second Treaty of Stros Mackay in year 180, hardly any of the dynastic rulers of the forebear cities still lived. One exception was Prince Dinahan al-Rihad, exiled for his loyalty to the Empire. Prince Dinahan fought in arenas across Cyrodiil and honed his skills as a swordmaster, but long has he desired to return to Rihad. He even became Grand Champion of the Imperial Arena at one point and amassed quite the estate. By the time of Emperor Urien's ascension, Dinahan was older, wiser, and wealthier, and through his connections he managed to meet with the Emperor and discuss an enterprise of mutual benefit. Throughout Year 204, plans, mostly executed by the Penitus Oculatus and Prince Dinahan involving mini-coups and certain political maneuvering, resulted in the city-state of Rihad re-accepting vassalage into the Empire, much to the frustration of Gilane and Taneth. Prince Dinahan al-Rihad was established as monarch, ruling with the vizier and the council as it was in the past. Legions have bolstered the forts and territories surrounding Rihad and have made great strides in accelerating repairs still unmade since the Great War, mainly due to a lack of resources and manpower. Hammerfell was not in a good state after close to 10 years of fighting with the Dominion, nor do they have the centralized hierarchy and infrastructure to support mass rebuilding projects. Speaking of the Aldmeri Dominion, the events of Skyrim had not occurred as they had planned. A Stormcloak victory was to be avoided. Their agents and emissaries have been reallocated to Wayrest and Daggerfall, and the region has become of great importance to the upper echelons of the Thalmor. First emissary Elinhir, another returning character, now resides in the embassy at Wayrest, and she is the primary liaison between the Dominion and the Dureni of Balfiera, surely broiling all manner of nefarious plots. Interestingly, since another war is not a card the Thalmor are willing to play yet, then Imperial-controlled High Rock is of paramount importance to their goals, because the Empire's control allows for their operations to carry forward unhindered. Hammerfell, on the other hand, has been difficult to manipulate. Unlike Skyrim, there's been no top-down system of governance for quite some time, since the end of the Second Era, when the last High King of Hammerfell died. Even under the Empire, Hammerfell has been made up of individual kingdoms, principalities, and city-states that swear fealty directly to the Emperor. We will get into the complicated governance of Hammerfell in the faction section, but regarding the Aldmeri Dominion, they have had to rely on hidden cells and double agents nestled within several polities of Hammerfell to further their interests. Given the long war fought between the Red Guards and the Dominion, there is a high level of resentment and opposition to any Aldmeri entity attempting to nestle itself in Hammerfell. It is one of the greatest concerns of the Forebears regarding Imperial expansion into Rihad, and potentially the rest of southern Hammerfell. It would invite the Thalmor into their midst. Throughout the main story and faction section, we'll speak more deeply about the Thalmor and the Forebears, but we must talk about one last important occurrence that shapes the game map. In Year 204, High King Ulfric Stormcloak and the Crown King Turuman of Dragonstar form an unprecedented alliance known as the Dragonstar Pact. Historically, Dragonstar has been a place of great conflict between the Nords and the Redguards, with a troubled history, including the events of the War of Bendramark, year 397 of the Third Era, which at the time had resulted in a split city, with the western half ruled by the Crown Redguards and the eastern half ruled by the Nords, almost like a Berlin Wall situation. However, this state of affairs ended in the early Fourth Era with the rise of the Rihad dynasty. Dragonstar is the seat of King Turuman, who has forged an alliance with the Kingdom of Skyrim in order to secure a defensive pact of mutual interest in both defense from the Empire and in opposition to the Thalmor. King Ormaz of Elinhir also joined the pact by the winter, and by the summer, the Breton Kingdom of Evermore seceded from the Empire and joined the Dragonstar Pact, their prudent king Mordastir having understood that given the Nordic expansion to the north and the alliance of the crowns with Skyrim, that his kingdom would be in jeopardy if he did not join. After all, imperial power in this region of the world is fading rapidly. All of these entities will need far more explaining in the factions section, where we'll go throughout all the kingdoms and alliances and stories, but for now, I think this should give you a pretty good idea of what has happened between Skyrim and our Elder Scrolls 6, but let's dive into the setting itself. Year 205 of the Fourth Era, beginning on the 2nd of Hearthfire, just over 4 years since the beginning of the Elder Scrolls 5 Skyrim. We've talked setting, and now you have a surface level grasp of both the lore of Hammerfell and High Rock, as well as our own timeline, bridging the Elder Scrolls 5 to our ideal Elder Scrolls 6, and how that creates the political morass of Western Tamriel. It is now time we dive into the story concepts, and we have some big ideas. Firstly, I really want to talk to you about story design conceptually for a moment, because let's be for real, the main story hasn't typically been the main appeal of previous Elder Scrolls games, but rather the guilds, side quests, and personal adventures that you can have on your own terms. Remember, we want all elements of this game to link back to the 3 pillars of role-playing, exploration, and lore, meaning in regards to the story, we want to have one that facilitates role-playing, so choice, consequence, and different approaches and outcomes, exploration, so having a story congruent with game exploration, I'll explain that in a minute, and finally lore, so a story feels deeply integrated with the story that has been told up to this point, and one that doesn't feel made up, so to speak. So a story that is a natural extension of previous entries. In short, I'm not doing a Shihai Thum replacement fanfic where you're the Swordborn who conjures spirit swords with 100 different collectible powers and such. One of the potentially more controversial takes I have is that I'm anti-railroading, and I believe the main story shouldn't be linear. I think it would be great if every single person starts in the same character creation and introductory beginning, something like Helgen that introduces you to the core of the setting, something that gets you a feel and taste for the world around you in a small snapshot, but after this common origin point, I think you should be able to enter what is the main story through several entry points spread throughout several smaller introductory faction or independent questlines or characters. To illustrate this theory, I think a tree is a great image, but not just the tree, but also the root system underneath. In concept, I'd like the roots to be representative of the different entry points. So say you're doing quests for the ruler of Taneth, and during that you uncover a Thalmor double agent, and this leads you towards a quest to uncover the Thalmor cell operating in the wilderness or something. Other locations or factions could have a similar kind of scenario, and each of these entry points unite at the bottom of the trunk, bringing you into a main quest involving discovering the darkest secrets of the Thalmor and their true plan for the world. Of course, the entry points of the story will introduce you to different characters that can be called upon or involved in the main trunk of the story later on, so the trunk might have slightly different flavors and involve different characters depending on the entry point, but for the most part it is the shared experience of the main story. But then you start getting into the branches, where your decisions throughout the course of the game begin affecting final outcomes, and of course if you're working with a particular faction, there will be side branches that depart and then link back into the story. You can see what I mean with a sort of quick mock-up image. One of the biggest reasons I'm a proponent of this style of main storyline is I'm opposed to urgency and railroading in an Elder Scrolls game from the outset, because I believe it's antithetical to one of the Elder Scrolls game's greatest strengths, which is exploration. Of course, you could always just ignore these calls to action and just pretend that the world isn't ending around you while you head off and steal some forks, but in my opinion, this hinders role-playing. I don't want to feel compelled or encouraged to blitz through the main story. I don't need to be force-fed, and arguably a lot of the time I find discovery of things on my own terms far more rewarding. With multiple entry points, the start of the game would encourage you to pick a direction and go and explore possibilities. Perhaps you got into the main story via helping the King of Dragonstar, or maybe because you started a quest in Abah's Landing and ended up unveiling Thalmor collusion and sponsorship of piracy, or perhaps instead you just went off and joined a guild or pursued knighthood. The choice is yours. Obviously we can't have hundreds of entry points, but a handful of say 4 to 7 entry points would be really good. Perhaps you're encouraged at the start of the game to visit one of 3 potential cities for resources or something, and they all have potential entry points to the main questline. I'll explain our idea for a good game opening in a few minutes, but ultimately I just believe this style of main story design better facilitates both role-playing and exploration. The other conceptual component of story design I wanted to bring up is the chosen antagonist, and it's probably quite clear by now that we intend for the Thalmor to be the main enemy of the storyline. They've been set up as the big threat in the Elder Scrolls V, and it would be a great shame for the Elder Scrolls VI not to bring some progression of the Thalmor plot to the main stage. So yes, instead of creating some metaphysical side plot like the left-handed elves returning, and the only sword singer and Cyborn who can defeat them is you, we instead want to have some world-saving metaphysical plot melded with the Thalmor as the main antagonist, and at the end of the day, the Elder Scrolls VI, in our opinion, should feel like a sequel and conclusion to the Elder Scrolls V. We need closure, goddammit! Now, I'll describe an idea I have for the Elder Scrolls VI opening, and ideally this ticks several boxes. A, it should give the player a new snapshot of the world, its themes, its central conflict perhaps, all within reason of course, don't want to make it contrived, and B, I love the prisoner meme, and it's a great way to start with a blank slate, but beyond that, you are a prisoner, we want to limit the details of your past. It's important to maximize role-playing opportunities. Firstly, we customize our character. I think it's much easier to jump into the process of creating a character from the minute you hit a new game. So you build your character and then it fades to black, the Elder Scrolls VI appears across your screen as a title card and then wisps away as if brushed by sand. The screen is dark, you hear the wisping sand brush across rocks, camels grunt as the rattling of chains starts and stops with bouts of yelling in another language. Yoku Suddenly, your view is ripped from face down in the ground, your eyes now forced into the sun. Your captor yells at your face in Yoku and kicks you as you stumble forward. You, whoever you are, have been captured by an aggressive tribe of nomads. You were traveling from Cyrodiil with a caravan. Your reasons are your own, but you did not know your fellow travelers well. In the early hours of the morning, your camp was attacked and you, along with several others, were taken captive. 4 others being dragged, a Redguard male, a Redguard female, a Nord and a Breton, all are stumbling along in chains behind the raiders' camels. You keep stumbling, looking over the stone moors which meet the weeping desert. You're about to cross into the dunes, and suddenly there is yelling in Yoku, and one of the other captives has fallen to the ground dead. The Breton, their wounds too great, drained of remaining life in the mid-morning sun. Everyone stops. 2 of the raiders dismount and investigate over by the fallen man, including the raider whose camel you were chained to. There are some arguments between the tribesmen as they set to unchain the corpse. You look about and see the Redguard woman fiddling with a lock of her chains unnoticed. You watch her break free quietly as she steals a dagger sheathed in the saddle of one of the camels and slits the throat of its rider just by you, the rider who was holding the reins of the camel you were attached to. She begins rummaging for keys and tossing them to the Nord chained behind her. He gets free, just as the other 3 raiders attending the fallen captive notice, and as one charges them on his camel, the Nord uses the chains to wrap its legs, and as the rider falls, the Nord curb stomps his head to the ground, grabbing his sword and letting out a war cry. The Redguard woman unlocks you and the Redguard male who were chained together and says, "Can you ride?" The remaining 2 shout in Yoku, and one leaps upon his camel and charges towards the hill ahead yelling. The Redguard male shouts, "He's going to alert the scouts! Give me the spear!" He points to the weapon of the fallen raider and the Nord throws it to him, and the Redguard launches it at the escaping raider, skewering him from his mount just before he crested the hill, sending him tumbling backward into the sand. The remaining raider by the body has his sword drawn, ready to fight to the death against you and your fellow captives. The Nord is ready for it, flailing the weapon of one of the fallen. But then a horn sounds, and several mounted riders crest the dune hill beyond. "Damn! They've been alerted!" You all mount the closest camels, you and the Redguard woman on one and the other Redguard and Nord on the other, and as if escaping oblivion itself, you ride with maximum intensity. A dangerous chase ensues, a few cool cinematic moments as the woman darts your mount between rocks as arrows whiz by your ears. Then, as if by some miracle or sheer dumb luck, a sandstorm arrives on the horizon and soon washes over everything, obscuring your vision. Think Mad Max Fury Road. And then a clever transition to black to account for some time. You hear the Nord and Redguard talking, and then you get shaken to open your eyes. You and your fellow captives are crouched by stones in shade, dehydrated and panting. One of the camels has tripped and broken its legs, and the other ran off as you and the captives took cover in this rock outcropping. The sandstorm has faded, and you and the captives have some brief talks about what to do, and the Redguard male comes down from the rock above and says that he can see Stonedale. You walk and talk and get little lore drops between the characters. This is taking a bit to explain in words, but obviously it'll happen a lot faster on screen than I can explain. Without me having to relay the actual dialogue back and forth, by the time you get to Stonedale, say like a similar distance of Helgen to Riverwood, you've learned several things about the characters and had some introductory moments into combat with a wolf-sized desert scorpion or 2. The Redguard male is named Oran, a forebear houseguard from Taneth. He was coming back from a diplomatic mission in Coral, bearing a message to be returned to his lord, council member Grandi Basri. The Nord is named Fastig, a mercenary from Skyrim, blonde and aggressively tanned by the harsh sun of Hammerfell. He was in between jobs, but was headed for Belkarth to meet with an employer. Lots of work to be found at the north, orcish raids ramping up and all that. The Redguard woman reveals she's from Cyrodiil, Anvil originally, says her name is Kamika, and says she is headed for Rihad to the south. But spoilers for a game that will never exist, if you choose to go to Rihad with her, she will reveal that she's actually an Imperial spy, a member of the Penidus Oculatus, working for the Emperor. Anyways, you get introduced to these characters, you get your bearings in a tavern at Stonedale, and from there you're guided to one of several directions. These 3 are available as companions now, but you could also just do whatever you like and go down your own path and meet them later in their respective destinations. The idea here is to give you maximum freedom, but you can go and follow along with one of them as well. It's also worth noting that you aren't going to be locked into a particular faction or companion or anything at this point. You can even pursue going with one and then bail and go somewhere else later, given that you haven't progressed very far in the faction questlines, which are all intertwined with the main story. With this setup for the starting point of the game, you are in the small town of Stonedale, where you can explore and do side quests, or you could take up one of your fellow captives as a companion and head to where they were going, or you could just say you would meet one there or not at all, and you could go join a guild or whatever you like and enjoy the game from a more alternate start feel. There is no urgency here, and you can see on the map that Stonedale is a good location to venture from. You could go north to Elinhir and Dragonstar, or you could cut through the dangerous desert and explore, or you could go south and head into the Imperial-controlled Rihad or Forebear-controlled Taneth. The world is your oyster, as they say. But of course, this being the main story section, I want to show you on a map the ways in which you can enter it. Remember, the main story is designed like a tree, including the root system, so your entry into it will feel more organic, and depending on where you enter the main story from, it will change which factions and characters you'll be interacting with in order to face the Thalmor, the common enemy all the factions share. In many ways, the main political faction questlines both are part of the main story but also run somewhat adjacent to it. I'll do a mock-up just to kind of illustrate what I would be talking about. As you can see, there are several entry points, including one faction with 2 possible entry points, which you are not tipped off to at the start of the game. Something fun to discover. There could also be theoretically more than this, but I only just listed out like 4 or 5. No matter which faction you end up helping, you will eventually, during the faction questline, discover that there is a Thalmor double agent working within your faction. Several ideas are listed on the diagram, but ultimately this will lead to a discovery of a Thalmor hidden spy cell that was implanted in Hammerfell during the Great War, operating within the borders for over 20 years with the express purpose of conditioning double agents and using subterfuge and skullduggery to engineer feuds and discord within all political entities. Even for the Thalmor within this cell, that was the acknowledged purpose. However, the leader, whom you will capture when you root out and destroy the hidden base, reveals that even they did not know its true purpose, and that recently he has discovered a secret cabal within the Thalmor, ancient and powerful elves that have long engineered a centuries-long plot built upon millennia-long grievances to unmake the very fabric of creation and return their souls to Aetherius, as they were before the great trick of Lorkhan. This kind of plan is incredibly secret, and most of the Thalmor, and most certainly the Aldmeri Dominion more broadly, would not agree to such an idea. They believe in the supremacy of elvenkind and their right to be the rulers of Tamriel, not the unmaking of its very beauty. They are supremacists, not nihilists. This cabal, however, does not intend for a second great war. They intend for there never to be war again, for all will be returned to the infinite light of Anu, and conflict shall know its end, eternal peace. Throughout this arc, with the help of the Thalmor leader, you will uncover the tools and mechanisms that this secret cabal intends to use to progress their plan. You will end up hunting down and defeating one of the cabal members, who reveals even more before his death. They've already deciphered the seals of the Foundation Vault and built the instruments to destabilize the Zero Stone within, something that could shatter it, thereby removing the linchpin that holds creation together. You will, with whatever faction you've aligned with, begin assembling a counterplan and perhaps foster alliances in order to prepare for the final siege against the Isle of Balfiera, which in the final arc has been seized by a Dominion flotilla. You will take part in this epic battle with the help from your faction, the Thalmor cell leader, and several Doreni characters that you will have met with and worked with throughout the course of the story. In the end, you will prevent the destruction of the Zero Stone and hence have prevented the world from ending. The Thalmor leader of the hidden cell that you've worked with parts ways and says that this is not the end of the Thalmor, and that elves will one day rule Dawn's beauty, despite the setbacks. However, you will hear in dialogue from several members that there are riots and rebellion all throughout the Dominion with the revelation of the secret cabal's plot. The Khajiit and Bosma are particularly furious at such an idea, and the kingdom of Anaquina officially secedes, and it looks like Palatine will soon follow, and perhaps soon after Valenwood. The Thalmor have been weakened greatly, and it looks like a second Great War won't happen. But the state of the world that you inhabit will vary greatly depending on which of the factions you help to reach their goals, and also which individual choices you made in the process of that pursuit. We're about to get into the faction section of the video, but do know I will explain the characters and goals of these factions, as well as show on the map an idea of their progression adjacent to the main story and how this would affect the world map in the post-game. It's not going to be simply one side takes over the map, the other's lost kind of scenario. Each faction has specific geographical goals and ideals that they wish to meet. So with all that said, let's start diving into the factions, the big political ones, the pacts and empires, the kingdoms and principalities. Firstly, we're going to dive into one of the most important dynamics in Redguard culture, and that is the division between the Crowns and the Forebears. I also want to point out that these are two ethnic cultural distinctions that often present as political entities. However, they are not monoliths, and their immediate interests vary based upon geography and history. But first, for those uninitiated in Redguard lore, let's pass out the main differences. The Redguards hail from the sunken land of Yokuda, far to the west. Long ago, way back in the First Era, when Yokuda was destroyed, fleets of refugees went east towards Tamriel, arriving at the Isle of Herne and later at Hammerfell. The Regatta, multiple waves of warrior refugees, came and cleared Hammerfell of man, mer and beastfolk alike, carving out a new home with the cut of a bloody sword. They were the first of the Yokudans to arrive, and they have traditionally been more open and cooperative with the rest of Tamriel, adopting their language and customs over time. Today, their descendants are the Forebears. But second to come was the Totambu, the old ruling class of Yokuda. Their descendants are the political faction we know as the Crowns, and they are staunchly traditionalist. It's worth noting that these distinctions developed over time, especially with the administration of the Second Empire under the Riemann dynasty. The dynamic of Crowns versus Forebears is pervasive throughout Hammerfell, and cities and kings have changed hands between the factions. It's perhaps easier to think of these divisions as categories of noble houses. There have been Forebear and Crowned kings. They are noble houses of lords and ladies, but their lineages come from either great warriors and generals of the Regatta, or the ancient and esteemed aristocracy of Yokuda. But do understand, at least in the way we've decided to handle it, while Forebears and Crowns share a cultural lineage, not all think the exact same, but rather trend in one direction. And as well, houses of Forebears and Crowns will exist in almost every city to greater and lesser extents. They are not mutually exclusive and inherently in violent opposition to one another, especially in more culturally contested cities such as Sentinel. We really wanted to present the lands of High Rock and Hammerfell similar to how they were in the Elder Scrolls II Daggerfall. Maybe not to the same extent, but we feel it's best to present feudalism as it is, a complicated mess of interpersonal, traditional, and practical considerations which determine a hierarchy of allegiances and fealties, especially considering that the conquest of Tiber Septim presented radical change in Hammerfell's power with the death of their last High King, Thasard II. Since those days, individual kingdoms and republics have ruled their own individual portions of Hammerfell with direct vassalage to the Empire, something that only changed in the last 30 years. It's messy, but that's super fun for an open world RPG like the Elder Scrolls. Let's start ourselves off with the Crowns. Broadly speaking, the Crowns are all one big family descended from the Totambu, the original ruling class of Yokuda. Their adherence to traditional Yokudan faith and culture has led to a tighter managing of the bloodlines, meaning that most crowned kings and princes are some variety of distant cousin, and marriage prospects are usually chosen from amongst the crown noble houses of distinguished stock and high-ranking nobles within. Typically, the leaders of the houses are titled Magnifico or Magnifica according to their respective gender. If it's a Forebear house, you would see the titles Grandee or Grandea. However, in both cases, there are occasional exceptions. Bear in mind that these are titles indicating noble status and often encompass other administrative roles. A Magnifico may rule a town, while a lesser house Magnifico may only have a mere manor estate. It's also worth noting that amongst crown nobility, the preservation and continued use of the Yoku language is important. Being fluent in Yoku is essential for respect among other crowns, and nobles will speak amongst one another in Yoku whenever possible, especially in the presence of foreign ears. At the present, there are 3 crown kingdoms, Dragonstar, Skaven, and Elinhir, and 2 crown principalities, Totambu and Hegathe. In the early 1st century of the 4th era, crown power re-emerged with King Rihad retaking the east of Dragonstar from Nordic occupation that was established in the end of the 3rd era during the War of Ben Dramark. King Rihad is one of the most important characters in the recent history of the Crowns. During the tumultuous period of the Stormcrown Interregnum, the civil war affecting Cyrodiil, years 4E15 to 22, the then Prince Rihad, who had distinguished himself in the Siege of Orsinium, years 4E11 to 4E15, succeeded his father as ruler of Dragonstar West, and with the Empire distracted, he conquered the eastern Nordic half of the city, establishing the Crown Kingdom of Dragonstar in full. His long reign was decorated with accolades. By the end of his reign, year 72 of the Fourth Era, at the age of 93, he had retaken the lands of Totambu from Sentinel, establishing a principality for his second son, and 2, he had conquered Elinhir, deposing the Nordic rule, which was established during the War of Bendramark, and he arranged marriage between his brother Joma and a daughter of the once deposed ruling house of Elinhir, re-establishing the crown kingdom of Elinhir. The legacy of King Furad was great, and thanks to him the crowns flourished once more. Today, each of the ruling kings and princes are related to King Furad, with a notable exception being the Principality of Hegathe, whose princess has a lineage far older. Hegathe, in particular, has become far more friendly with the Forebears since the events of the Great War, which saw a Forebear army from Sentinel, that is an army controlled by a Forebear house, breaking the siege of Hegathe. So now that we've established some common background, we can start looking at each of the crown powers individually, starting with probably the most important to the current world state. Dragonstar, the kingdom ruled by the House of Furad. King Turaman, great-grandson of King Furad, has ruled since the year 173 of the Fourth Era, succeeding his father, King Vara, who was killed in the Great War. King Turaman is wise and beloved by his people. 73 years of age, he has ruled his kingdom for 32 years with great strength, and even before his reign, he as prince was popular among the people, known as the Lord of Roses, quite the womanizer and reputable romantic. He has many children, those with his first wife, including Queen Sarvia of Skaven and his heir apparent, Prince Huzadir, but also many others with his second and third wife and several concubines of his harem. King Turaman's reign began midway through the Great War, and with the rest of Hammerfell he seceded from the Empire when those cowards sold them out in the White Gold Concordat. Hammerfell fought on for 5 more years, and King Turaman offered his military strength and resources to the southern theatre of war, displaying his heroism at the Battle of the Ichidag Plains. Among the Forebears even, Turaman is greatly respected. His reputation as a war hero serves him till this day, especially amongst the people of now independent Skyrim, with whom a defensive pact alliance has been made. I'll expound more upon the details of the Dragonstar Pact when we get to that section, but let it be known that High King Ulfric Stormcloak has high regard for Turaman as a veteran of the Great War, and also for continued defiance of the Empire and the Thalmor. Given the name, this is where the Dragonstar Pact began, between these 2 individuals, encouraging others to join in the months following. But let's speak of Dragonstar itself. The old imperial wall erected after the War of Bendramark has long since crumbled, but parts of it remain, turned into monuments of King Furad, the one who liberated Dragonstar East and cemented crown power in the north once more. It is a bustling trade city, a nexus for merchants travelling through the mountains. The city has a near monopoly on trade via land between High Rock, Hammerfell and Skyrim. Blood and silver may flow through Markarth, but much of that silver flows through Dragonstar before it enters western Tamriel, enriching the city. Its markets and bazaars overflow with goods and coin. As a result of the Dragonstar Pact, certain trade alliances have been formed, and the crown kingdoms of Dragonstar and Elinhir in particular are benefiting from commerce with bordering Skyrim. Lumber from Falkreath, silver and iron from Markarth, wheat from Whiterun. The crown kingdoms have been able to amass armies of well-equipped soldiers, and in addition these native warriors have been buttressed by Stormcloak soldiers and Nordic mercenaries. But these are not armies standing idle. There is a very real threat to crown lands that sits just by them in the Dragonstar Mountains. That is Orsinium, the great fortress city of orcs founded again in the Fourth Era. This Orsinium is a vile alliance of orcs and many goblin tribes. Raids have been a growing problem, and Orsinium's king is determined to rule Craglorn, for he believes the survival of their people depends on it. So Dragonstar is not only bustling with merchants, but also with mercenaries and soldiers plying their trade, defending farms and caravans from orcish raids. This is what Farstig, the Nordic mercenary at the start of the game, was doing. The Dragonstar Pact, in political and mercantile terms, has been a boon to the city of Dragonstar. However, age-old tensions between Nords and Redguards prevail, especially between the commoners and respective mercenary groups. Castle Dragonstar at the moment is the heart of the Dragonstar Pact, where currently both High King Ulfric Stormcloak and King Ormars of Elinhir reside along with King Turaman, often poring over plans and strategy. Other unique features of Dragonstar include its very severe treatment of thievery and crime with an almost zero-tolerance policy. You'll find several characters in the poorer districts with missing hands and lash marks, as well as frequent public executions. The Thieves Guild hideout has been discovered, burnt to the ground, and its members executed publicly. This will add an extra panicked dimension when playing Thieves Guild quests here. Ruptga, also known as Tall Papa, is nearly the most popular deity in Dragonstar, with great shrines built to him alongside King Furad at the Monument Wall, but Ruptga's popularity is only overshadowed by that of Diagna, the orichalc god of the Sideways Blade. Blade, an avatar of Hunding who achieved permanence as a Redguard sword god. The Order of Diagna is a warrior cult dedicated to this deity, most reputable for their part in the ancient sieges of Orsinium and their legendary leader of old, Gaiden Shinji. The Order of Diagna has spent most of its time since ancient glory days being a small cult of sword warriors in the Dragontail Mountains, a club for nobles and mercenaries to practice swordsmanship and socialize. However, this changed in the Fourth Era, when Bretons and Redguards allied once more to destroy Orsinium, and then Prince Farad brought the Order of Diagna, of which he was a part, into the limelight once more. I will speak more of the Order of Diagna in the guild section, but just know that it's now very popular and many crown nobles seek membership. Speaking of warriors, Dragonstar is known for its heavily armored knights riding Yokudan chargers and bearing house armors, depicting the visages of Yokudan deities and trimmed with ornate filigree with brightly coloured head plumes and scarves. Martial prowess is a symbol of masculinity and virility in Dragonstar. Men who cannot or do not fight are considered effeminate and unworthy of trust. Do not try and win favour with words alone. Poetry and song are for lovers. Feats and acts of courage, honour and skill will win you favour amongst the nobles of Dragonstar. The Principality of Totambu too is part of the legacy of King Farad. During his reign, he fought against the spread of the Kingdom of Sentinel ruled by King Lotan, which in the early years of the Fourth Era encompassed almost the entirety of the northern coasts of Hammerfell, including all surrounding Totambu, which only barely managed to stake out its independence with financial support from the High Prophet of Elinhir, Ayan C, and for a short time before Farad it was ruled by a coalition of lesser crown houses. King Farad and his second eldest son, Prince Salhar, worked with these lesser houses to liberate all the lands that lie between the Iliac Bay and the Dragontail Mountains, including important towns such as Satakalam and Ephesus, establishing the crown principality of Totambu with Prince Salhar as its ruler. The descendants of Salhar throughout the Fourth Era continued to expand crown influence in the region, and in recent history, the current ruler, Prince Dajan, took control of the important port town of Laneland from the Lotans of Sentinel with the help of tribes that inhabit the Banthan jungle. Totambu is a city of great crown heritage, itself taking its name from Totambu, the name for the original nobility of Yokuda from which all crowns descend. The prestigious and exclusively Redguard faction, the Order of the Scarab, have long been the house guards for the royal family of Totambu, and today they answer to Prince Dajan and carry out his will with unwavering loyalty. Today the Knights of the Scarab are additionally preoccupied with the Khulari Vampire clan. These vampires have long inhabited the region, but throughout the course of the Fourth Era they have become the preeminent vampire clan of Hammerfell and even across the Bay in Wayrest, waging nocturnal warfare on the lesser clans. More on the Khulari Vampires later. But aside from the nocturnal politics of the region, under the sun, the land experiences great blessings. The land of Totambu is of rich soil with expansive farmlands, drier than those of Wayrest to the north, yet not as dry as the desert lands to the south beyond the Dragontail Mountains. Oranges, dates, vineyards on the low-lying slopes of Satakalam. It is a region known for its fertility, and it is no wonder that Zet, the Yokudan god of agriculture, is the most popular in the region. Forebears and Bretons would associate this Zet with the Imperial Zenithar, but do not make this mistake when speaking to a crown. They believe in no such syncretism. The Yokudan Temple has a strong presence in these lands, their priests making regular pilgrimages through Skaven to the towns and cities of Craglorn, upkeeping shrines and tending to the sick. But while there is strong faith kept, the bounty of the Iliac Bay trade and affluence afforded by their agriculture encourages many to be lax in their ideals. Prince Dajan recognizes this and feels the corruption of the noble houses, magnificos acting as wine merchants and shipping magnates, losing touch with what it means to be a crown. In secret, Prince Dajan and his closest allies have been working with fundamentalist tribes of the Alik'r, seeking to ally with a small burgeoning confederacy headed by an emerging leader of great faith, Zaim Kurar Atleki. I'll speak more of Kurar and the tribal confederacy in the relevant section, but keep in mind that at the beginning of this game, Prince Dajan has been working tirelessly to make this alliance happen, so that a Yokudan fundamentalist regime can dominate central Hammerfell and eventually cease all foreign influence, Imperial, Breton, Nord, and Dominion alike. Elinhir is an interesting city, unique in that it was founded long ago, perhaps even before the First Era, but most certainly it was around long before the Redguards first arrived on the shores of Hammerfell. The Great Towers of Elinhir, the Apex Towers, were constructions of the ancient Duraki Needs, master stoneworkers who inhabited the Craglord region of today's Hammerfell that encompasses the lands between Elinhir and Dragonstar. For clarity, we do not know what they called themselves, and the term Duraki is somewhat anachronistic, and it's derived from the name of High King Durak, a character of Nedic history that presided over their demise at the hands of the Yokudan warrior waves, which in essence ethnically cleansed the Craglorn region of its then inhabitants. The legacy of the Draconides is left with the great ruins of Skyreach found in the Dragon's Teeth Mountains, once their ancient capital city. Ruins of Nedic make dot the landscape of Craglorn, but the apex towers still stand today in the centre of Elinhir. Elinhir has been called the City of Mages in the past, and historically it's been a place that has collected the outcasts of society, seeking peace in the mountains far from the rest of Hammerfell. It's no wonder then that in a society like Hammerfell, where magic has been broadly frowned upon by the Redguards, or at the very least held with great suspicion, that those of arcane inclination have found themselves gathering in Elinhir and the regions surrounding. It is the one constant of Elinhir that there's always been some form of magical organization embedded in or orbiting this ancient city. Even today, the Circle of Magi, more on them later, have their headquarters within one of the apex towers, the other being incorporated into the crown palace of the ruling king. But it is not only the arcane that are attracted here, it is also a city of artists and philosophers, with various schools dedicated to such pursuits within the city. One may think that under Crown rule it would be quite a traditional city, and while to some extent this is the case, with certain quarters chafing against other districts, overall there is, unlike in other Crown ruled cities, a culture of debate and argumentation, no doubt fostered by the philosophical schools and the practical benefits of embracing magical practitioners. Let it be known though, the Circle of Magi, a joinable guild and institution allied with the royalty, strictly polices and enforces limits of arcane exploration, with severe punishments for those who engage in the summoning of Daedra or raising of undead, though this is a notion with barely any resistance, and those that do leave or face the consequences. Currently, Queen Tamira, wife of King Ormars, who is with Pact leadership in Dragonstar, is administering the kingdom while he is away. She is known to hold quite the spectacles at the palace and often invites philosophers to debate at court, and she holds parties for artists to reveal their masterpieces. King Ormars is known for his love of his wife and affords her anything she desires. The two of them are devotees of Morwar, and rumours fly about that she takes the four-armed depictions of Morwar so that she can grab more husbands, quite literally. King Ormars is quite aware of the rumours and either does not believe them or condones them. After all, Yokudan society bears examples of polygyny and polyandry in their history and mythology, but let me be clear, these rumours do not help King Ormars' broader reputation. The kingdom of Skaven is ruled by the Queen Regent Sarvia, widow of the recently deceased King Madahal. She rules for her 9-year-old son, Prince Suraman, until he becomes of age. Queen Sarvia herself is the daughter of King Turaman of Dragonstar and is under great pressure from her father to formally join the Dragonstar Pact. Sarvia, however, fears she is in an uncertain position of power, with her brother-in-law coveting the throne of Skaven. If she were to join the pact with her father, her brother-in-law could spin a story about Skaven becoming a puppet state of King Turaman and drum up support for a coup. Sarvia delicately balances the desire for allies and the favourable perception of her people. But let's speak more of the city itself and its recent history. Year 173 of the Fourth Era, the southern coastline of Hammerfell had fallen under Dominion control with the exception of Hegathe, and Lady Arenelia's main army succeeded in the crossing of the Alik'r Desert. The Imperial legions under General Decianus met them outside Skaven in a bloody and indecisive clash. Decianus withdrew and left Arenelia in possession of Skaven, but the Aldmeri were too weakened to continue their advance. In Hammerfell, General Decianus was preparing to drive the Aldmeri back from Skaven when he was ordered to march for Cyrodiil. Unwilling to abandon Hammerfell completely, he allowed a great number of invalids to be discharged from the legions before they marched east. These veterans formed the core of the army that eventually drove Lady Arenelia's forces back across the Alik'r late in 174, taking heavy losses on their retreat from harassing attacks by the Alik'r warriors. Today in Skaven, despite the anti-imperial sentiment, General Decianus is honoured as a hero with a statue in the courtyard of the palace, the last good imperial. Skaven, unlike the south of Hammerfell, suffered only a brief occupation by Aldmeri forces, and hence the damage was able to be rebuilt soon after. The city is situated in hostile desert lands, kept alive by its function as a trade hub between the coasts and the eastern cities of Dragonstar and Elinhir. The environment is hostile, frequent sandstorms and scorching sun define the mostly covered dress of its inhabitants. When it's not the weather that kills, it's often the dune rippers and other hungry predators of the Sunforge region, not to mention the Alik'r raiders that harass travellers and merchants. It's fair to say that the inhabitants of Skaven and the broader Sunforge region are quite accustomed to death, and so it is no surprise that Tuatha, the Yokudan god of death and shepherd of souls, is the most popular deity here. The city is home to a great necropolis filled with a holy order dedicated to the embalming and care of dead. Mummification is standard practice for Red Guards, but the necropolis of Skaven is seen as a particular place of prestige for burials. Black Sphinx cats roam the halls of the necropolis freely, as well as throughout the rest of the city. They're believed to be guides of Tuatha, observed sleeping by those who are near death. They are honoured and protected for these reasons. While Skaven may seem all doom and gloom outside of the necropolis, and inside out of the harsh weather and whipping sands, there is in fact quite a vibrant life of festivities. Skaven is known for its carnivals, where staged halls of stone feature pyromancers and scantily clad dancers concealing their faces with beautiful veils of flame-like designs. There is a robust culinary scene here that thrives with these carnivals. Pomegranate wine paired with bat's cheese and dried orange is a signature evening meal of the city. You did hear that right. Bat's cheese. The caverns of Rye to the north of Skaven are home to a particular breed of giant dairy bats cultivated by the locals since Regatta arrival. They ferment their milk to create a cheese that is moist, crumbly, and piquant. Cheese and festivities aside, Skaven is one of the crowniest of the crown cities if you catch my meaning. Many of the inhabitants are Alik'r tribesmen and women who have consistently migrated over generations as civilization expands and pressures their way of life out of existence in the southern portions of the Alik'r. I'll address this in more depth in the Alik'r Confederacy section, but many tribal customs, including more conservative dress and ritual traditions, have made their way into Skaven cultural life. Some desert tribes are even hired by the noble houses to help maintain law within their territory. But enough about Skaven. We've discussed all the crown powers of the north, all of which share some descent from the legendary King Farad, but let's speak of the Principality of Hegathe. Hegathe is an ancient city, once the capital of Hammerfell, seat of high kings until the Second Era King Rihad moved it to Sentinel, and of course since the days of Tiber Septim's conquest there has not been a high king of Hammerfell at all. But regardless, the city has a long history with ancient Yokudan palaces and ruins built atop ruins of civilizations before it. Legends claim that the region was occupied by a beast folk prior. It is a beautiful and ornate city of high domes and stone ramparts with beautiful frescoes and murals all over the city on even the most mundane of buildings. Each building appears as if it were a monument, and enormous ziggurats dominate each of the districts, with their roofs covered in mansions of the upper class, with the catacombs and family shrines built into the foundations. Remember, it is a city constructed to be the home of the ruling class, and so beauty and reverence have been factored into its design. The biome surrounding the city is lush subtropical rainforest, which spreads the coastline from Abibon Gora to Hegathe, and more sparsely in pockets between coastal plains as one travels the coast from Hegathe to Gilane. Today it is ruled by Princess Kayame and her royal consort Ubahasad, a grandee of the Forebear house Saram. And given such a marriage, you may think that there is a more cooperative attitude with Forebear powers, and for the most part this is correct. You see, during the Great War, a Forebear army from Sentinel, led by the Grandee Farasad of the Forebear house Saram, ignored the orders of the Lieutenant King of Sentinel and went to break the siege of Hegathe. This successfully saved Hegathe from falling to Dominion hands and led to reconciliation between the Forebear and Crowns in the south and east, and to a much lesser extent in the north, where most Crowns reside. The father of Kayame, Prince Zartosht, ruler at the time of the Great War, in gratitude, harboured House Saram and their army, much to the chagrin of the Lutanic king. House Saram and House Lotan had long been feuding within Sentinel. Prince Zartosht, who had only daughters, agreed to betroth his daughter Kayame to the Grandee's son, Upasad. These heirs grew up together, came of age and married, bonding their lines in blood with 3 children. Consort Ubasad, Grandee of House Saram, seeks to accept imperial help in order to take Sentinel from the Lotans, who have long dishonoured House Saram, but it is his wife, Princess Kayame, that is hesitant for such a ploy, and ultimately she is monarch of Hegathe, so has the final say. If you were to side with the Imperials, you would help further the plot of Ubasad, and help him secure Sentinel and Hegathe as part of a single kingdom for his and Kayame's son, in vassalage to the Empire. If you were to work to create the United Forebear Republic, then you would convince Ubasad and Kayame that accepting a Forebear Council to rule alongside is the only way to guarantee the safety and prosperity of their children, but this would functionally render Hegathe a Forebear Republic and would require fighting the Crown Houses. If you were to, in the main story, side with the Alik'r Confederacy or the Dragonstar Pact, then your interaction with the royalty of Hegathe would be limited or done of your own volition, independent of your faction motives. But now we've come to the other culturally distinct half of Hammerfell's ruling class, and that is the Forebears, descendants of the Regada, more specifically the great warlords and warrior kings among them. Naturally, this engenders a different perception of nobility when compared to the Crowns. While the Crowns believe in absolute aristocracy with bloodlines of the highest importance, the Forebears put far greater emphasis on the merit and strength, or intelligence, of their kings and queens when it comes to the validity of their nobility. In short, the blood means little unless it is shown in the works of the noble. That is not to say that one is denied noble status if they fall short, but rather the nobles who garner the most respect, especially those that want to justify their monarchical status, must prove themselves with great feats. Traditionally, at least throughout the 3rd and 4th eras, Forebears have a system of governance different to the Crowns, and their monarchs do not wield absolute power as the Crown Kings do. Throughout the 4th era, most of the Forebear cities are administered by a council headed by an elected vizier. It is important to note here that we're not talking about every citizen votes, representative democracy type things. These councils are full of rich merchants, generals, and members of noble houses. The blacksmith isn't getting a say. Rather, these councils exist as a check and balance against the reigning monarchs. It is a system greatly inspired by imperial influence, similar to the functionality of the Elder Council. Monarchs in Forebear lands hold a far more important symbolic role. In practice, they're supposed to be representative of the culture and of common people. They are the figurehead. That is not to say they don't wield great political power. They can veto the council as they please. It's just hardly ever done, as the council members make up the most powerful interests in the city. Dynasties are typically short-lived in Forebear lands. Remember, the justification for monarchy is not blood alone, but blood plus great feats or heroism, or even intelligence or generosity. They need to mean something to the people, but it is not often that a chain of successive sons will manage this for longer than a century. Let me reiterate, kings and queens in Forebear cities emerge from the noble houses, that is, descendants of the warrior kings of the Regada. Monarch is not a role open to anyone, however there are many noble houses that share such descent, and if their feats and popularity prove great enough, it is possible that the council does not decide to affirm the ascension of the current heir and instead chooses another. But now you understand how monarchies of the Forebears work in conjunction with the councils and the vizier, it's now fitting to explain that during the Great War and the continued independent war with the Dominion, that the south of Hammerfell, particularly Gilane, Taneth and Rihad, was absolutely devastated beyond belief. One result of this is that most of the monarchs, as they often took the role of general and were expected to be on the front lines, were killed, and many of the noble houses took similar blows. Some were even permanently eliminated. With the signing of the Treaty of Strassmakai in year 180 of the 4th era and the withdrawal of the Aldmeri armies, there was not a single reigning monarch left alive. Prince Dinahan al-Rihad was the expected heir to the throne of Rihad, but he was exiled for being an imperial loyalist, advocating for return to the empire. With the noble houses depleted in number, merchant lords and great war heroes, not noble, were able to assume far more power in the council and spearheaded the reconstruction efforts. This developed to the current state of affairs where each of the Forebear cities currently function as city-state republics headed by a council and an elected vizier, that is, the head of the council elected by the council. The role of the vizier now encompasses the roles of the monarchs, including the ability to veto council decisions, yet they are bound by the term of a year and must be re-elected each year if they are to maintain their status. This is one example of how the Forebears represent the more adaptable and dynamic element of Redguard society, historically shown with their adoption of the Tamrielic language and customs and their integration with the Empire in the past centuries. Let's go first to the city-state of Rihad, or kingdom or principality. What Rihad is exactly at the moment is a hotbed of discussion and opinion, but what it is for certain is that it is a provincial vassal of the Empire, and the seat of imperial re-expansion. Since the Treaty of Strassmakai 25 years ago, Rihad had exiled the imperial loyalists such as Prince Dinahan and ruled the city as a republic. The Vizier and the Forebear Council maintained total power as other Forebear city-states did, and the city rebuilt in time. However, the people felt the devastation of the war greatly, and even beyond, they felt the loss of imperial security and prosperity. Aggressive tariffs, largely encouraged by Thalmor diplomats, were placed on Hammerfell during their continued war with the Dominion, and even in the aftermath, the tariffs were reduced somewhat, but never reached the same lows as they did during the time of the Empire's control. This put a tight squeeze on the industry of Rihad, especially considering that Anvil and broader Clovia were trading partners that brought work and prosperity. In short, the commoners of Rihad became impoverished in the last 25 years. Many sought to crime and piracy, heading to Abah's Landing. While officially it is run by a grandee, it's functionally an independent merchant state, and even that's a generous statement. It's more like a pirate republic dominated by captains in the Thieves Guild, but more on that in a bit. But the point is, Rihad got poor, crime went up, and the common folk have grown increasingly displeased over time. The exiled Prince Dinahan al-Rihad, with his inheritance lost, travelled all over Cyrodiil, fighting in arenas, honing his swordsmanship, seeking to one day to return to Rihad to take the throne back. He sought imperial nobility and any imperial contact he could, but nothing fruitful ever came from it. Relentless, Dinahan became a master of the sword and even became grand champion of the imperial arena at one point, named the Scorned Prince. He remained undefeated until retirement and gathered much wealth by investing his life of winnings, as well as many business opportunities opened thanks to his prestige. He accumulated a large estate and a mansion in the Talos Plaza district. He, well into middle age, had accepted that retaking Rihad was a dream to be left unfulfilled until the crowning of Emperor Urien Alexor Mede in the year 202. Emperor Urien, unlike his predecessor, was young and full of fire, bold and forward-thinking. He sought to undo the past mistakes of his great-uncle Titus. It was Emperor Urien that actually sought out Prince Dinahan and invited him to the White Gold Tower to talk. What followed was a complex plan of intrigue and political maneuvering devised and agreed upon by the two of them, including some underhanded subterfuge completed by the Penitus Oculatus. A riot, a rebellion, a coup. By the year 204, the Council of Rihad was forced to accept vassalage into the empire and Prince Dinahan as monarch. The prince is loved by the lowest classes, and the imperial presence has reintroduced prosperity and security into the land, and even the rich merchant lords of the council cannot deny the benefits. However, the vizier, Hakam, a decorated general, and several grandees and grandeas, that is, forebear house leaders, are deeply unhappy with their loss of power. Today, year 205, Rihad is teeming with imperial soldiers, and fortifications are being built in Chaseguard and Helland, bringing unprecedented safety. However, the Stonemoors region is outside of imperial purview currently. The palace of Rihad is currently home to the Emperor Urien Alexor Mede, whose goal is to expand imperial control across the southern coastline of Hammerfell. More on that later, but the imperial revival of Rihad has been of great benefit to the populace at large. Rihad has always been a place of great Clovian influence given its proximity to Anvil, Such, and Kvatch, but such influences are greater now, with the people adopting the dress and customs to greater degrees as they benefit from the imperial presence. It's also worth noting that much of the local armies have signed up with the Imperial Legion as recruits, and there are many veterans of the Great War happy to see the unification under the Emperor. At the start of the game, you will meet Kamika, a Redguard woman originally from Anvil, and you can follow her to Rihad, and in time it will be revealed that she's a Penitus Oculatus agent, one that played a role in placing Prince Dinahan on the throne to further imperial causes. I've spoken of recent history and more political elements of Rihad. Let us touch on what the city and people are actually like. Visually, Rihad is a mix of Yokudan-style domed architecture and Clovian-inspired constructions like that of Anvil. I imagine a sort of Moroccan theme to the architecture as opposed to the more Arabian, Mesopotamian, Egyptian look that can dominate a lot of Hammerfell. Think big open tiled courtyards in the palace where the dervishes of Rihad dance and flourish with their swords in religious ceremony, celebrating the sword saint Lekki. Or great library towers that look like the Kutabaya Mosque, where scholars sit and pore over tomes as they drink their kaveh, a hot brew of coffee that is strong, dark, and sweet. Coffee is grown throughout all the farmlands of Rihad and is one of its major exports. As you explore the land, you will find several coffee plantations and manor estates with its owners, including the estate of Grandea Margonet and her Clovian husband. But I think you get the idea of Rihad. Let's move further along the coast to Taneth. The city-state of Taneth lies on Hubalajad's Bay. Renowned for its gorgeous palmed beaches, the city sits on one such beach, perched on the coastal highlands that edge the Ichadag plains that spread to its south and east until the subtropical forests spring up surrounding Rosgard. The Tark River demarks the approximate border of Taneth's territory, but both towns of Canva Falls and River Point upriver are administered by nobles of Taneth. Taneth's domain encompasses Corton Mount and the highlands that border the Weeping and Alik'r deserts. The largest of the Gallant halls resides within the town of Volknu, and the Gallants, riding upon Yokudan chargers, often police the frontiers, defending the populace from monsters and tribal raiders. However, not all Alik'r tribals are hostile. In fact, many have entered the service of Forebears as mercenaries to fight other tribes and bolster their own armies. Many such bonds were made in defense of Hammerfell from the Dominion. You may be very familiar with such Alik'r mercenaries from Skyrim, those in Whiterun who sought the capture of Sadia. To provide some long-awaited context, Sadia, whose real name is Aman, is a noble of House Suda who fled Hammerfell after she was discovered as a traitor. The story she tells is this.
The men who are looking for me, the Alik'r, they are assassins in the employ of the Aldmeri Dominion. They wish to exchange my blood for gold. I need you to root them out and drive them away before they find me and drag me back to Hammerfell for an execution.
Kematu, the leader of the Alik'r mercenaries, reveals they are hunting her for treason, seeking to return her to Hammerfell to answer for her crimes. She sold out the city to the Dominion, and because of this, Taneth fell. In our ideal Elder Scrolls 6, you will get clarification on the hazy matter, which only appears hazy when far off in Skyrim. Taneth was holding its ground in the war against the Dominion, but House Suda betrayed the city. The queen at the time was of House Denobia, a prestigious bloodline of crown heritage, which was a novel example of a crown noble house ruling aside predominantly forebear houses, which made up most of the council membership, and hence the vizier has typically been forebear. Like I said before, politics and feudalism never present as cleanly as you like, but while this House Denobia with the sigil of a heron was of crown lineage, it in practicality adopted many forebear attitudes, and the lands it ruled were definitively forebear in culture. So House Denobia had, for good portions of Taneth's history, been the bloodline of monarchs here, with small spans of time where other houses ruled. Throughout the Fourth Era, they had been the monarchs of Taneth. House Suda had long been envious of House Denobia and despised the fact that they were a crown house. So when Dominion agents came to House Suda offering them stewardship of Taneth after its conquest, they agreed to the plot. Iman, or Sadia, was one such traitor. But of course the Dominion eventually was fought back, the Treaty of Stros-Makai signed, and the information revealing House Suda's betrayal was made known. House Denobia was massacred during the war in a final stand at Taneth, and House Mogul, forebear nobles of Taneth, sought to avenge House Denobia by eliminating House Suda. That is, when Iman, or Sadia as you know her, escaped. Decades later, Kematu and his mercenaries were hired by Grandee Basri of House Mogul, the current right hand of the vizier, to bring Iman to justice. This is the same Grandee Basri whom Aran, the Red Guard male at the start of the game, serves. A little tangent there I know, but that little history lesson provides some extra needed context to Taneth. Taneth, despite its position as a bustling trade port, still feels the damage of the war. Taneth is by no means a destitute city, don't get me wrong, there is still bountiful trade and a robust agricultural scene. In some ways it's considered the breadbasket of the south, with large swaths of arable land between the Tark River and the town of Rosgard. Not only that, but Taneth's Ichadag plains are renowned for their horses, with many stud farms for Yokudan chargers spread throughout. House Mogul, colloquially called the Moguls, dominate political life, making up most of the ruling council. This house is held in high prestige and is known for its cavalry. In fact, many nobles of House Mogul have become prominent members of the Gallant Orders. Their sigil is the Fennec Fox and is perhaps emblematic of their cunning and intelligence. Their prestigious reputation has only been further bolstered by their avenging of House Denobia after the war with the Dominion. Taneth, if you so choose, will be the birthplace of the idea of a united forebear republic. If you choose to go with Aran, the Red Guard male at the start of the game, you will end up at Taneth and be introduced to House Mogul, and throughout the series of quests you will uncover a plot by the Penitus Oculatus to engineer conditions for transition to Imperial rule. Thwarting that is one thing, but then dealing with the Corsair Lords of Abah's Landing is another. After Taneth maintains its independence and creates relative safety on the seas, it will be time for a counterattack. Heading to Rihad to incite riots and rebellion, to kill Prince Dinahan and confront Emperor Urien, taking back Rihad for the Forebears, and declaring that if Hammerfell were to fight with the Empire, it will be on their own terms, not as vassals. The Emperor would concede and return to such with his legion. The Vizier of Rihad and the Vizier of Taneth would agree to the creation of a council to govern both Rihad and Taneth, a grand forebear council of a united forebear republic, and in time member states will continue to be added as you help this burgeoning faction. The city itself still bears fallen positions of the walls, and entire districts have been abandoned and left in ruins, and the city struggles with rampant piracy out of Abah's Landing. Diplomatic interventions have been employed, seeking the problem dealt with by the Grandee of Abah's Landing and his fellow merchant lords, but in reality they benefit from the ill-gotten goods that their resident Corsair lords acquire and have little ambition to stop them. Speaking of which, let's discuss the enigma that is Abah's Landing. Named after Ra Abah, a warrior who set foot on the land and slaughtered the inhabiting needs to make way, the sprawling city grew out of a soldier's camp, and in the First Era it was a respectable city-state in its own right, overseeing a particularly valuable harbour utilized against Imperial naval incursions, but eventually the Empire of Riemann would successfully conquer all of Hammerfell and bring it into Imperial fold, reshaping the politics of the lands and further defining the distinctions of Crown and Forebear. The fall of the Riemann Empire left power vacuums and instability all over Tamriel, and as for Abah's Landing, the Crown powers were entirely supplanted by a collection of criminal cartels, colloquially known as the Merchant Lords, a state that would continue throughout the interregnum period of the Second Era. When Type Septim came to power, he assisted the local forebear powers in quelling the piracy and crime in the area, bringing proper civilization to Abah's Landing once more. But make no mistake, the criminal cartels and corsair lords of the region, many of whom were scattered throughout the smugglers' dens and hidden harbours throughout Hugh's Bane, slowly reassumed power throughout the Third Era, and by the time of the Fourth Era, bribery, greed, and piracy had prevailed. The Great War of Year 175 in the Fourth Era further shook things up, and the devastation allowed criminal undercurrents to assert even more strength. Technically, Abah's Landing is ruled by a forebear noble house, Hyarat, with Grand D Russia administering the city-state with his council, kind of like a vizier of other forebear republics, but in practicality, Russia is a figurehead of legitimacy for what is a hive of scum and villainy. The council is filled with merchant lords with the thinnest veneer of legitimacy, many of them corsair lords, cartel bosses, and politicians bought by the Thieves Guild. Abah's Landing is said to have been the origin of the Thieves Guild as we know it today, but the accuracy of this statement is hard to verify. After all, the Thieves Guild of different regions functionally seem to be independent of one another, with some shared mythology of sorts involving figures such as the Grey Fox, the Nightingales, and of course largely unspoken complicities with the Daedric Prince Nocturnal. Shadow hide you. Regardless, the Thieves Guild is alive and thriving in Abah's Landing, with a vast rap sheet of criminal enterprises including but not limited to piracy, smuggling, extortion, heists, kidnapping, petty pickpocketing, and your run-of-the-mill banditry. I'll speak more about the intricacies of the Thieves Guild in their respective section, but as for the rest of Abah's Landing, you will be introduced to pirate captains and criminal cartels vying for control and influence over the city, with prominent characters from all cuts of cloth. For example, you'll be able to meet Captain Cerulean aboard his flagship Kamlahal, which translates from High Elvish to something like Shrieking Terror. Captain Cerulean was once Aldmeri Dominion Navy, but mutinied when his admiral was to send his crew to a hopeless effort against the Imperial Navy at Anvil. Cerulean and his crew cast aside their Aldmeri banners and became privateers working out of Abah's Landing. Today, his inner circle and high-ranking staff are all comrades from his old days in the Dominion. In general, I think places like Abah's Landing are great for colourful outcast-type characters with interesting pasts and unique motives. Abah's Landing will also be one of the few places that stranger and more alien individuals won't be outright rejected or killed. For example, Marama Sea Raiders have been known to reside in layovers and sell their ill-gotten goods. I even like to imagine a slowed character as one of the cartel leaders, almost like a Jabba the Hutt kind of character who runs a place called the Den of Groans, a tavern or cantina which you can descend into from one of the bazaars, and it's filled with undead staff raised and controlled by the slowed cartel leader. He deals in profane knowledge, organ trade, and has alliances with several necromancer groups throughout Hammerfell. Let it be clear that none of the forebear city-states respect Abah's Landing as one of their own, rather they merely tolerate it because they must. Taneth is a particular victim to its piracy, but Gilane also struggles with smuggling and banditry that spreads from the hinterlands of Hugh's Bane into the region of Kefram proper. Speaking of which, let's talk Gilane. Gilane is a forebear port city situated on the west side of Kefram Isthmus, and it shares a large bay with Hegathe, yet it also controls territory across the northern coast of Hubalajard's Bay, terminating at the subtropical mangroves and rainforest that dominate the land between the Urk and Tark rivers. To the north, Gilane meets the Alik'r Desert and must face what threats that hostile land can provide. Like in Taneth, there are gallant halls of knights that ride out into the Alik'r and bring security and peace to the travellers who try and cross its sands. Sunkeep, while technically not within the bounds of the kingdom, is a fortress between Gilane and Bergama, administered by the Gallants of Gilane and Alik'r mercenaries, offering a resting place and defensible base for hostile incursions. As for the city itself, Gilane bears cultural pressures from every direction: Crown Hegathe to the west, Alik'r tribes to the north, and the Latunic kingdom beyond that. And to the south, Abah's Landing is full of pirates and colourful characters, and then forebear Taneth to the east. These factors have made Gilane somewhat of a melting pot of subcultures, and to cap it off, Gilane has become the preeminent centre of Dwemer research in Tamriel. The eruption of Vvardenfell and Skyrim's rebellion has made both such areas incredibly unstable for research expeditions in recent years, and so Gilane, situated south of the ancient site of Volenfell, that is the capital city of the Rorken clan, who split from the Dwemer of Vvardenfell centuries before their disappearance, has become a stable place of Dwemer research. Expeditions are currently funded by the nobles of Gilane, and the Palace of Gilane itself has amassed quite the collection of Dwemeria artifacts. Vizier Rizul has invested much of his personal wealth into the reconstruction of a Dwemer Ori, and at his personal estate, he has the head of a dwarven colossus. Gilane will involve many Dwemer investigation quests, entire side quest lines involving the disappearance of the Dwemer, which upon completion will reveal more about the Rorken Dwemer of Volenfell, and perhaps contextualize more of the mystery behind the Dwemer disappearance. Gilane has a long history, and unlike Taneth and Rihad, its forebear dominance has been something that fluctuated throughout the ages, with its early history being firmly more crown-controlled. Throughout the Fourth Era, it has remained firmly forebear, but the great reverence of ancient Yokudan culture can be seen in its traditional architecture and preservation of monuments and statues. The Kefram Academy of Yokudan Heritage is also situated within the city. Gilane, however, is also home to the headquarters of the Eight Divines Faith, which has been the faith of the Forebears since even before Tiber Septim, and during the Fourth Era, before the Great War, the Eight of the Forebears had essentially become the imperial cult. Even the once held cultural names such as Zet for Zenithar began to disappear. But after the Empire's abandoning of Hammerfell, the Academy of Yokudan Heritage has repopularized traditional naming conventions and have been instrumental in dismantling imperial cult shrines, replacing them with more traditional Yokudan-styled ones. Sentinel is one of the most important cities of Hammerfell. For a time it was the seat of the High Kings, and it stands as an ornate jewel that borders the Alik'r Desert and the Iliac Bay. Its architecture is high and domed, inspired by classical Arabian architecture. It's a port city full of merchants and traders, and the wealth of the Iliac Bay has long enriched its shores. Sentinel has been quite politically significant, and among the Red Guards, its governance is somewhat novel. Following the Miracle of Peace in the year 417 of the Third Era, also known as the Warp in the West, a miraculous phenomenon occurred, thanks to the Nemedium, that caused lots of tiny independent kingdoms of High Rock and Hammerfell to become consolidated into larger powers. Sentinel came to dominate the northern coast of Hammerfell, expanding its purview far beyond that of its traditional territory. Sentinel has long been a forebear city, but now its lands encompassed vast swaths of crown sympathizers, such as those of Totambu and Satakalam. The reigning king at the time, King Lotan, worked tirelessly to maintain peace within the kingdom, overseeing military, diplomatic, and religious missions. King Lotan, through his actions and accrued followers, organically formed a new political entity, a third party known as the Latanics. This political faction maintains a reverence for the Yokudan past, but also held respect for the imperial ways. In essence, they were centrist moderates, and this often inspired hatred from both the forebears and the crowns, satisfying neither. King Lotan ruled Sentinel through great prosperity well into the Fourth Era, but the High Prophet Iron Sea of Elinhir incited rebellion against Lotan and financed several border skirmishes. These efforts were unsuccessful except for the case of Totambu. Several lesser houses managed to form a coalition, and with financial aid they were able to depose their overseers from Sentinel. And it was this crack in the wall that spelt the downfall of Latanic power in the region. Totambu was still surrounded by Sentinel on all sides, but after allegiances were made with King Farad of Dragonstar, agreeing to make his son Prince Talhar ruling monarch of Totambu, the armies he provided quickly wrestled control of the region, boldly retaking the towns of Ephesus and Satakalam, and Prince Talhar's descendants would expand and consolidate these territories. Today, the Latanic kingdom of Sentinel is smaller in scope, but still greater than it was prior to the Miracle of Peace. Despite the loss of Totambu, the Latanic kingdom of Sentinel flourished throughout most of the Fourth Era and was quite friendly to imperial rule. The House of Lotan were the established dynasty of kings, and being neither forebear nor crown, the governance had a somewhat unique structure. The Latanic monarchs had absolute power, much like the crowned kings. However, they did have a robust council which was delegated administration led by a vizier, chosen by the king, which was essentially his closest advisor rather than a check on his power, as is the case in the forebear states. House Lotan is powerful in Sentinel and has the favour of much of the upper class, including merchants, artisans, and several forebear houses. However, there are great imbalances of favour. Within the urban bounds of Sentinel, the populace is firmly forebear in culture, and they have been for centuries, whereas in the country, within the many villages and towns of Sentinel's rural territories, crown sympathies are dominant, with a few noble crown houses administering places such as Bergama and Lecky's Blade. This, for the Latanic kingdom of Sentinel, creates a vast divide between the more urban and cosmopolitan people of Sentinel City and the more traditional and rural people of the surrounding territories. Though even within Sentinel, the forebear houses, while mostly approving or at least tolerant of Latanic rule, have some amongst them with deep-seated rivalries. House Saram has long been a noble forebear house of Sentinel with an ancestry that it far exceeds that of House Lotan, and there has been an intense rivalry between the two houses ever since King Lotan first took power and began pandering to the populace with his moderation. This bitterness continued throughout the Fourth Era to varying degrees. House Saram was certainly the foremost among the noble houses aside from the royalty and maintained a strong warrior tradition. This all brings us to the Great War, when Hammerfell South was besieged by the Aldmeri Dominion and the forebear cities were dropping like flies. At the time, King Lotan III wished to maintain full strength at Sentinel and brace for an attack, leaving the rest of Hammerfell to fend for itself. Grandee Farasad of House Saram had amassed an army and prepared to march and break the Dominion siege of Hegathe, and King Lotan III demanded that he stand down and remain in the city. But thinking him a coward, Farasad took his forebear army and went to Hegathe, broke the siege, and with his monumental achievement won House Saram many allies, and led to some degree of reconciliation between the Forebears and the Crowns in Western Hammerfell. In reward, Prince Zartosht of Hegathe betrothed his daughter Kayame to Farasad's son, Ubasad, uniting their houses in blood. Naturally, this whole series of events have put Hegathe and Sentinel at great odds. King Lotan III has lived since his presiding over the Great War, being 65 years old in the current year 205. While during the resistance of the Dominion, Sentinel played its part. House Saram's breaking of Hegathe and King Lotan's trying to stop him has become a particular sore point for Latanic legacy. Strategically, Sentinel is quite the important city, and there are several faction interactions possible. If working to create a united Forebear Republic, you could choose to depose the Latanics and replace him with a Forebear Council, or you could allow House Lotan to remain as monarchs, but reduce his power to that of a symbolic figurehead with limited veto powers. Either way, you would defend Sentinel from a crown uprising incited by Totambu. If siding with the Dragonstar Pact, it's possible to convince Sentinel to join willingly, or you can help Prince Dajan of Totambu take it over with the help of a crown uprising. And if you were to side with the Empire, you could work with Hegathe, more specifically House Saram, to conquer Sentinel and accept vassalage into the Empire afterwards. Plenty of options, but as Sentinel is a port city on the Iliac Bay, it has a strategic importance for most of the factions, and hence will be involved in several of the later acts of faction questlines.
We've talked kingdoms and principalities, cities and royalties, all that civilized hubbub, and still we will talk about the Empire and the Dragonstar Pact, Orsinium, and all these other big players. But let's turn the civilized element down a little bit for a moment and talk about the Alik'r tribes. The center of Hammerfell, the sand dunes and rocky deserts that stretch from the Alik'r Desert through to the Weeping Desert in the east, are home to many dune-dwelling tribes of ancient tradition. These tribes live very much the same as they did on Yokuda thousands of years ago, and their hostility to outsiders and rabid isolation has kept their way of life consistent. They speak Yoku, the traditional language of Yokuda, and only few of them learn the Tamrielic tongue, and usually it is those who trade or begin working as mercenaries for other powers. But even these people are considered to be straying from the true ways. One such example is the Ashabah, who are forebear friendly and considered unclean by the other tribes of the Alik'r for their interactions with the risen dead, which is taboo. In a snapshot, imagine nomadic clans dressed in wrapped garbs and turbans, wielding scimitars and spears as they ride their camel caravans from oasis to oasis, setting up camps as they need rest. A harsh life, an ascetic life that connects them deeper to their spirituality. The cultural variation among the individual tribes is great, and each of them develops unique clan customs and symbols, or rather spiritual focuses. Broadly speaking, those who have lived traditionally closest to the rest of Redguard civilization have adopted more of their customs and often entered their service as mercenaries, scouts, and guides, protecting merchants and farmers from other more hostile tribes. The further you stray from civilization, the more hostile most tribes become. Most of the central tribes would attack you on sight, like raiders or bandits, perhaps enslave you, which was happening at the start of the game. Shen Shi Ru Satak, the Way of the Snake, is incredibly important to the tribes, and Satakal is the ultimate deity of reverence for them, representing the cycle of life and death, as well as the need for ascetic practices like the walkabout in order to hone their spirit so that they may survive the cycles and reach the far shores. You may find devotees of Satakal rolling in the desert sidewinder fashion for 100-mile stretches in pilgrimages of ascetic dedication. In Nahotogra, a spiritual center of nomadic life, these devotees will come and use winding daggers in rituals of flensing their own skin and offering it to the snake mothers so that they may weave it into the great tapestry which lies within a grotto at Nahotogra. This enormous and ancient tapestry is made of individual pieces of devotees' skin, stitched in a snakeskin-like pattern. It is a place of holy reverence for all the tribes and a symbol of spiritual unity in Satakal. Nahotogra is a holy place of tribe neutrality. To feud here is to commit sacrilege against the spirits and is punishable by death. The hollow-faced men will hunt you down wherever you go and will kill you if you break these laws. Other deities such as Ruptka, Tuaka, Onsi, Leki, and Morwa play significant roles too, with certain tribes varying on their reverence. Hunding, the make-way god, the Yokudan spirit of perseverance over infidels, is one such god that is of great importance to the clans and will become of greater importance in the course of the story. Clans are organized like so. A Zaim, essentially a chief, rules the roost and is the practical leader of the tribe. The first wife of the Zaim is considered the chief priestess of Morwa for the tribe and is allowed 3 other husbands, usually the greatest warriors of the tribe. The Zaim alone is allowed multiple wives, usually the other wives are from other tribes and married for alliances. While these polygamous elements exist for the Zaim and his first wife, no such arrangements exist for the rest of the tribe. Sword fighting is of great importance to their culture, and Alik'r tribesmen are a martial people. They honor Frandar hunting, and each clan possesses a book of circles written in Yoku and kept by the Kahin, that is the spiritual elder of the tribe, a soothsayer and astrologer. Favored quotes of Frandar include, "When you choose for one, you choose for all. Such is the burden of leadership. The pen is like the sword, but weaker. Political power grows along the blade of a sword." This celebration of sword singers of ancient times takes on a more mythical feel when compared to how the crowns perceive them. It's worth noting that the Alik'r tribes have been largely severed from what you could call high Yokudan culture that has been preserved in part by the crowns, that's associated with the Totambu, whereas the Alik'r tribesmen descend from the Rihad for the most part, yet they did not go the way of the civilized Forebears. Even aesthetically, I would want this to be realized in unique ways. Things such as preservation and construction of porcelain armor, as indicated by Michael Kirkbride in this quote. "And they mixed its powder with the milk of Morwa, the mother of all sands, and it stood firm and sounded of small music as its porcelain scales shook with the wearer, and so did they sing along their ranks as they did in old Yokuda among the saints. I would see these same scales painted each by hand as if in a mosaic, with ocean patterns that moved like the waves of the Eltheric, confusing the enemies of the sons and daughters of the Orichalc Isles. Warrior wave, indeed." I think it would be cooler than metal armor in the sun, and thematically I think it is on point for the Alik'r tribesmen to have some traditional elements preserved and unique to them among the Red Guards. Imagine that the Zaim or other great warriors in the clan have the honor of wearing such armor. I also like the popular depictions of the Yokudan masks and Yokudan gods with a sort of Japanese Jomon period statue appearance with the design. I very much envision the Alik'r pulling from these elements, depicting their gods' faces as these kind of other-looking beings, rather than envisioned as Red Guard humans like the Crowns and Forebears do, or at least do in the current day. Remember, the Alik'r at their core are ascetic, spiritually driven warriors. Their faith is incredibly important to them. You've got the general idea of what the Alik'r tribes are like, and bear in mind that each will have their own unique variations of dress, symbology, and spirits of importance, while still retaining that core identity. However, there is a force emerging in the Alik'r. The great serpent rumbles. A change is happening. Let me introduce you to Zaim Kura Atleki. For clarification, the prefix "at" means direct descendant of amongst broader Red Guard society, and while it carries similar meaning for the tribes, it rather denotes clan membership, which in a sense still marks common descent. However, it has blended into a term of allegiance. For example, someone marrying into the clan will adopt the name of the clan, so Zaim Kura Atleki married Ysara Atsai, who then became Ysara Atleki. Lineage is a little more contrived for the tribes of the Alik'r and has far more to do with spiritual oaths, bonds and the like, as opposed to actual DNA blood test type lineage. For example, the practice of blood brothers, cutting palms and meeting their hands under the stars, means that culturally their brotherhood is just as valid as an actual birth brother. So Zaim Kura Atleki rules the Atleki clan. Their legends state that their clan descends from the goddess Leki herself. Whether true or not, we do not know. However, many clans have origin myths that trace back to some eponymous hero or god. For example, at Sai, at Onsi, at Hunding, at Torn, at Hallan, at Shinji, at Zeki, at Raymond, all examples of clan names. Scholars from Elinhir and Gilane would contest that these are mythical fabrications of clan descent that do not map onto actual lineage, but regardless to the Alik'r, they believe earnestly in their shared origins. Zaim Kura Atleki was born 13th son of the Zaim of clan Atleki, Son of the third wife, it was an unlikely story that would place him as leader of his clan. He was born year 170 of the Fourth Era in Nohotogra, as many of the Alik'r are. That pristine oasis as a spiritual centre of the clans is a place where pregnant women are left in their final terms in order to deliver their babies safely. This, of course, is the ideal situation. Not all have the privilege of circumstance. Khulari Vampires grew up amongst his many brothers and sisters, most of which were much older than him. His father, after all, was 68 years old at the day of his birth. The story goes that Abah, his brother, 25 years his senior, set about to kill all his brothers that did not share the same mother as himself, in order to cement his ascension as Zaim and purify his father's legacy. Upon their father's death, Abah slew one of his brothers in contest for the title of Zaim, and then the 3 of his other brothers came to his side. Then they began the purge of the youngest 7, the oldest among them being 17. But Khulari survived by escaping into the desert. Abah and his warriors abandoned pursuit of the 7-year-old Khulari, believing him to certainly die. Khulari barely survived and was certain for death until he was shown a sign and followed a starry-eyed serpent, stumbling along in a delirious state until he came upon a group of Alik'r mercenaries in the service of Skaven. Khulari was brought to the city and raised amongst them. They shared the language of Yoku, but he was also able to learn the common language of Tamriel. He was raised and trained with the blade, always focused on the goal of one day avenging his brothers and liberating his tribe from a murderer as chief. Khulari always had an intuition that the gods had purpose for him. Ever since the starry-eyed serpent led him to safety, he had visions and dreams of profundity. At age 14, year 184, he left Skaven, and what occurred between then and year 192 is unknown. But in this year, Khulari confronts Zaim Abah and challenges him before the entire clan. Abah claims Khulari is not who he says he is, and sets his 3 brothers and 6 other warriors upon him. Khulari, like winding sands, flows through each of them as blood mists the sky, and Khulari again asserts who he is and challenges Abah. With no choice, Abah fought and lost, with a sword plunged into his gullet. Zaim Khulari Vampires took control of the clan and brought justice to his people. He fought the other clans who had preyed upon the Vampires for decades, recognizing the spiritual weakness of Abah. The Atsai were one such aggressor clan that was subdued in the first year. Zaim took his first wife, Ysara Atsai, at the age of 24, and the first of his children were born the following year. Between then and the year 205, Zaim Khulari had, through conquest and marriages, created a confederacy of 17 clans, held together by his legend. The most loyal clans took to calling him Yokudan, which in Yoku means Lord of War, or simply leader. Word of the rise of Khulari Vampires had entered the rumour mills of Skaven and Totambu, as well as Gilane and Sentinel, but it seems none of the powers were all too concerned. This is the state of the Confederacy at the start of the game, and we have conceptualized an entire faction questline tied up in the outcomes of the main story. Prince Dajan, ruler of Totambu, has grown tireless of the decadence of his nobles and the creeping of foreign influence that has plagued Hammerfell for far too long. He would state that even the King Turaman of Dragonstar has invited Nords into the fold, forgetting the War of Bendramark just 2 centuries prior. You can meet Prince Dajan in Totambu, and after gaining his trust and working with him, he will send you to meet this Zaim Khulari. According to Prince Dajan, he first met Khulari in his youth, when Khulari was among the mercenaries at Skaven. He is very intrigued to see what became of him. Throughout the questline, you will meet Khulari Vampires, help him dominate other clans, and organize an alliance with Prince Dajan, both seeking to bring about an ultimate return of tradition. If you could roughly split the main quest faction questlines into 3 acts, by the end of Act 1, you will have helped Khulari, with Totambu support, unite most of the Alik'r clans. They gather in Nohotogra for a spiritual festival, and it is here that Khulari walks atop a stone before a gathered crowd, and he, to everyone's surprise, summons his Shihai, that is, a spirit sword, and then one of the Kahin steps forward and denounces him. Yokudan Khulari Vampires Helansai, declaring him Lord of War and Sword Saint. In private conversations with Khulari, he will reveal that he's been able to summon a Shihai for quite some time, something learnt during his wanderings after he left Skaven. He asks if you would believe him if he said he travelled to the far shores and learnt the art from Frandar Hunding himself. One of your responses is, "Did that happen?" And he will say, "Yes." I like the idea of keeping this somewhat mysterious and mythical sounding. No confirmations of how or why he learnt how to summon a Shihai, only that he can, and it's a powerful symbol for his people. Throughout later acts, you would work to have Skaven submit and join the alliance with Totambu, and war will be made on the rest of Hammerfell, with the remaining Alik'r tribes who oppose Khulari, such as the Ashabar, being eliminated or dominated. I do want to mention here that in both dialogue and quest design, everything will go far more smoothly if you are a Redguard character, which makes sense considering that you are joining up with a confederacy of mono-ethnic fundamentalist tribal warlords. You will have to sell yourself somewhat and convince several characters of your reasoning to help the Confederacy if you share no ethnic or cultural investment in it. As the story progresses, the claim that Khulari is an avatar of Hunding begins to be made, and with the siege equipment of Totambu and Skaven, the hordes of Yokudan Temple will siege Gilane and take the city for themselves. Gilane is retrofitted into the palace of Yokudan Temple and becomes the strategic center of the Confederacy. Of course, following there will be the resolution of the concurrent Thalmor storyline, but the Confederacy's goal is to eventually encompass all of Hammerfell and return the Redguard people to the traditions of Yokudan. Ultimately, I felt that this was a really cool faction based around a legendary character rising from small beginnings to shape the future of the land, kind of like a Prophet Muhammad or Genghis Khan. Plus, this faction will put you deep into the core Yokudan culture and see some of the weirder aspects of their lore, rather than just have them be not Arabs. Let's speak about the Dragonstar Pact. Given its name, you can surmise that this is the pact made in Dragonstar, a mutual interest alliance fostered by King Turaman of Dragonstar and High King Ulfric of Skyrim. The irony is not lost on Turaman that his great-grandfather fought to rid Dragonstar of the Nords, and now he invites them in. But things are different now. The Empire has fallen into disrepair, and the Elven menace looms and threatens us all. King Ormars of Elinhir quickly joined the pact, as did King Mordastir of Evermore. Ever-prudent King Mordastir saw the writing on the wall. To the north, Johanna had been conquered by Skyrim, and now the crowns to his south had allied with High King Ulfric. If he were to not secede from the Empire, their stretched resources would not be able to provide ample defense, and the kingdom would be lost anyway. So Mordastir joined the pact on his own terms to which Turaman and Ulfric agreed. Evermore, situated on the upper Bjulze River, has been reinforced with Nord and Crown soldiers seeking to prevent any Legion intervention from Wayrest, and at present the King Turaman and Ormars are working on bringing Totambu and Skaven into the fold. It's worth noting that one of the most pertinent motivating factors for agreeing to the Dragonstar Pact was to help deal with a more immediate threat, Orsinium. I will speak more in depth about Orsinium in its respective section. However, after Orsinium was destroyed again in the early 4th era, it was moved to the Dragon's Teeth Mountains in between Skyrim and Hammerfell, largely unnoticed until it began growing rapidly throughout the second half of the 2nd century. Orsinium stood isolated and growing in strength throughout the course of the Great War, and by its end the Orc clans and Goblin tribes were ready to take advantage of the opportunity. Everyone else was weakened, and so raiding and guerrilla warfare has persisted in escalating degrees for the last 2 decades, culminating in the problem that exists today. Orcish raids are frequent, and their king is a tried and true Malakath-worshipping warlord, harkening back to the ancient days of warlord Thulgeg. Before the Dragonstar Pact was made, Kings Turaman and Ormars were fighting an uphill battle against the Orcs. Today, the story is different, and the forces more evenly matched. In fact, as a player seeking to further the goals of the Dragonstar Pact in the main story, the first act revolves around the struggles against the Orcs, culminating in the epic siege of Orsinium. Once the Greenskins are defeated and peace restored, you will move your eyes to Skaven and Totambu, working with them to bring them into the fold, and particularly in Totambu's case, you will show Prince Dajan the foolish error of his ways and get him to stop seeking an alliance with these radical Alik'r fundamentalists. Relatively unique to the Dragonstar Pact, it being more of a geographical alliance and natural enemies of both the Empire and the Dominion, the questline will have a higher involvement within High Rock. You will head to the United Kingdom of Daggerfall and Camlorn and seek to support an anti-imperial coup and have the region secede from the Empire with Pact support. With these conditions fulfilled, Wayrest and Rivenspire would soon follow suit, and with the crucial port access cut off at the Iliac Bay, the Empire would soon withdraw its forces. The Thalmor are an insidious bunch, and wherever Imperial power lays, Justiciars and Thalmor spies lurk the land, influencing their politics and swaying the once noble hearts with promises of wealth and stability. I think it would be really cool that at the culmination of this arc, High King Ulfric is waiting at the West Head moorings, ready to prevent the Thalmor emissaries from escaping, and here he finally gets his revenge on first emissary Elinhir, whom after the Empire lost Skyrim was reassigned to Daggerfall. It would be poetic.
The next big project would be helping Prince Dajan siege Sentinel, or rather convince the Latanic Kingdom to join the Dragonstar Pact, and in either scenario you are going to have to defend the lands from the Yokudan Temple at Alik'r and his Confederacy. A dangerous threat, albeit a smaller one compared to a scenario in which you joined that faction and helped it prosper with Totambu's support. As I've mentioned, the final quests will lead you to the naval siege of Balfiera and to the preventing of the Zero Stone being destroyed, hence saving the world. Thematically, this would fulfill the "we don't need the Empire" promises of Ulfric and Hammerfell's leadership. The Legion would withdraw from the kingdoms of Wayrest and Rivenspire, but the latter only if you helped Jarl Galmar Stonefist take Northpoint, which is a whole side quest storyline that I can explain in a moment. Ultimately, the Dragonstar Pact questline fulfills the role-playing fantasy of the hate the Thalmor, hate the Empire, love me self-determination and freedom. It also provides thematic closure to the Stormcloak arc of Skyrim's story, if you want to. Of course, there are 3 other factions you can complete the main quest with. Speaking of which, High King Ulfric, as I've spoken about, is heavily tied up in the Dragonstar Pact questline, but there are elements of Skyrim's interests that are separate. As I've mentioned in the Bridging Skyrim to the Elder Scrolls 6 section, Galmar Stonefist, Ulfric's right-hand man and a Nordic zealot, took an invading army into High Rock and defeated the legions for several reasons. A, to prevent a counterattack into Skyrim's homeland, B, to point the restless, galvanized army of Stormcloaks at a new goal, and C, to return to tradition and claim the ancient lands of Skyrim established during the conquests of the First Era. Johanna itself was originally a Nordic city, and it has retained cultural elements in both architecture and local customs for hundreds of generations. Its proximity to Solitude has also had such influence. Its population is still mostly Breton, but many Nords call it home. Galmar Stonefist killed the Breton ruler of Johanna and became Jarl of this new hold claimed for Skyrim. There will be a whole side quest line here that very much fulfills the Nordic experience that some players will crave. It's entirely optional, but working with the Dragonstar Pact or the Empire, there will be certain interests in the outcomes. You can help the resistance in the region remove the Nordic occupation and reinstate Breton rule, or you can help Jarl Galmar Stonefist quell any dissent among the populace by rooting out conspirators, and then you can have an epic naval siege of Northpoint, riding in Nordic warships, raiding the North Coast, the true Viking experience as you take this strategic port from the kingdom of Rivenspire. I just think this makes Johanna a far more interesting location with political tensions and witnessing the violence of Nordic expansion. I brushed over it before, but while in the orbit of speaking about Dragonstar Pact players, I should address the Orcish Kingdom, Orsinium. Like I mentioned before, the city has grown populous and prosperous in the last century, and more specifically in the last 2 decades, under the reign of King Yagramak Gromorkul. It has leaped at the opportunity of a weakened Tamriel and asserted its power through raids and territory acquisition. Orsinium itself is a city of large stone fortresses and stone walls interspersed with districts filled with huts, and longhouses of design like the traditional Orcish architecture, similar to what you will have found in the strongholds of Skyrim. Tunnels and cave systems wind their way through the mountainous city, with some districts entirely unreachable without venturing through subterranean passages. Unlike previous incarnations of Orsinium that have tended towards Trinomac worship and some form of trying to earn the acceptance of greater powers, this incarnation is firm in their worship of Malakath as their god king, called Malak by the large goblin populace. That is another unique factor about this Orsinium, but goblins make up just over half the entire population of Orsinium, and too you will find ogres, some giants, and even the Winterborn clan of Reachman have allied with King Yagramak and reside at Orsinium. Common raiding party compositions include 3 to 5 heavily armoured Orcish soldiers, with groups of 7 to 10 goblins as archers and skirmishers. Now, while Trinomac and associated ideas of some higher refined civilization have been neglected in favour of traditional Malakath zealotry, this time round, Orsinium has still taken a higher form of civilization than would be seen amongst the strongholds. One of the most visually striking indicators of this high Malakath culture is a return to form in regard to craftsmanship. You may remember that in the Elder Scrolls 3 and Elder Scrolls 4 that Orcish armor was incredibly intricate and well made, with a kind of North Asian influence in its design. These are the suits of armor worn by the Orcs. Look at the concept art for the Skywind Project's Orcish armor. Think like that.
Clan Morkel, the clan of King Yagramak, has a long tradition of excellence in smithing and craftsmanship, and their smiths have been working tirelessly for decades building armaments for its military. The barbaric, heaped-together metal suits of Skyrim shall be treated as armor only for the least of warriors. Perhaps it would be helpful to call the Asian-style armor High Orcish armor or Morkel armor. Either way, it is a sign of prestige and worn by all orcs who could acquire a suit of it. To be seen in the orcish armors of Skyrim or your standard stronghold essentially identifies you as a country bumpkin. You may as well be wearing nothing but denim overalls and a straw hat. We aren't dealing with the Uruk-hai hordes of the Lord of the Rings. We are looking at the epitome of a culture that is obsessed with warfare and smithing, and hence I think it's better to imagine that they craft their tools of war with obsessive perfection and beauty. I also like the contrast of these ugly tusked orcs wearing armor more intricate, beautiful, and robust than anything made by man. I also think similar styles should feature on goblin chiefs and elite warriors amongst them. Leaning into the role-playing element of the game, coming to Orsinium as an orc shall be relatively easy, but if you aren't an orc, you're going to have to prove yourself worthy and, most importantly, not an enemy. I mentioned that you, as part of the Dragonstar Pact faction, if chosen, will have to siege Orsinium and defeat King Yagramak. However, no other faction questline requires this, and you can, if you so choose, throw your lot in with the orcs. There would be several side quests and a whole questline involving Orsinium, helping Yagramak raid and pillage, helping him keep the clan satisfied, and fighting the Order of Diagna. The Order of Diagna is one of the joinable warrior guilds in the game, which we'll talk about in the guild section, but you will, if you choose to help the orcs, be diametrically opposed to them, and if you have joined them prior, helping Orsinium will result in you being kicked out for obvious reasons. Malakath also plays a big role here. Like all Elder Scrolls games, you can find his shrine and do his quest, resulting in the bestowal of Volendrung, and if you have done this, then you can get easier access into Orsinium even if you are not an orc, because wielding that hammer means you have pleased their god. But further still, in Orsinium you can continue your service for Malakath with a questline involving rooting out the weakness within Orsinium and making sure the code is kept. You could also acquire 2 other relics of his in the course of this questline, the Helm of Oren Bearclaw and the Mace Scourge. Ultimately, I want Orsinium to deliver on the ultimate role-playing experience for orc characters, especially those who are Malakath maxis wanting to devote themselves entirely. Time to talk about the Empire, and it's a little different these days. Imperial control was forced out of Skyrim, Titus Mede II was assassinated in year 201 of the Fourth Era, and after a brief and bloody transition of power, the very young Emperor Urien Alexor Mede, at age 19, was chosen by the Elder Council to succeed his great-uncle. I spoke a bit about Urien in the bridging history part of the video, and how he's proven himself as a cunning and bold individual, building a wall at Pale Pass and engineering Rihad's vassalage, as well as his navy tactics which have secured the sea lanes to High Rock. I mentioned he is very, very popular among the lower classes and the legions, but not so much amongst the imperial nobility, counts and the like. Let's give a little history lesson and contextualize this character's unprecedented rise to power. The Mede dynasty has ruled the Empire since Titus Mede I, a Colovian warlord, assumed power at the end of the Stormcrown Interregnum, year 22 of the Fourth Era. The Mede dynasty since those days has become quite the powerful house. Their family assumed power over the county of Kvatch, and it became increasingly popular among Colovian nobles to seek marriages with the Mede family. Fast forward to the year 181 of the Fourth Era, Skingrad is ruled by Count Tragus Alexor, who married Titus Mede II's niece, Luciana Mede, the daughter of Civilian Mede, the younger brother of Titus. The year following, Urien Alexor was born, year 182, but passing the myth from fact is going to be quite difficult. The popular story that circulates amongst the citizens of Cyrodiil is as follows. Urien Alexor was born to Count Tragus Alexor and his wife Luciana, but the babe died 2 months after birth, succumbing to a terrible fever. Primate Tyrato Mercusus, a priest of the divines, oversaw the funeral rites, and the baby Urien was buried upon a small hill surrounded by a private vineyard. Life carried on for the grieving count and countess, but in precisely 9 months' time, cries of a baby were heard, and Primate Tyrato, who was attending the site, bringing offerings and prayers, came upon the burial. The soil parted upon the slope of the hill facing to the east. At first he suspected grave robbers, but then Tyrato came upon a baby Urien, 1 year old, sitting up in the soil with a snake dead at its feet. The babe was rushed to the Count and Countess, and Urien's identity was confirmed by his birthmark. The house Alik'r rejoiced with the return of their child, a gift from the gods, and Tyrato thought him a gift indeed. Primate Tyrato Mercusus became Urien's private tutor, even sacrificing his occupation at the temple to do so. He was convinced that Urien was to be emperor and save the Cyrodiils. He read the signs. Urien went unto death and was nurtured back to life in the womb of Alicia herself, and reborn with a snake conquered at his feet, not unlike the statues of Talos. Rumors circulated Cyrodiil, and some would call into question the role of Tyrato, some even accusing him of necromancy. However, this was defamation that Colovians would easily toss at someone like Tyrato, being of Nibonese descent. Tyrato and his small cult of believers would not manifest into a big movement until shortly before the death of Titus Mede II. In the meantime, Tyrato and Tragus Alik'r, who had become convinced of Tyrato's prophecies, groomed Urien since birth, instilling within him his purpose and destiny, affording him all the tutelage he would require for the role. His mother, Luciana, kept him from ever visiting the imperial city, fearing that he would be in danger. In fact, she came to know this for certain later on, as several elder council members visited her court and made this known to her in private. But as time passed and many internally grew dissatisfied with the reign of Titus Mede II, a conspiracy was hatched, ordained by powerful members of the Elder Council. Titus Mede II was assassinated by the Dark Brotherhood in year 201 while visiting Solitude. The conspirators mobilized quickly. Successive accidents occurred with Titus's immediate heirs, and several riots and unfortunate deaths occurred. That is, until Urien Alik'r, aged 19, a potential heir, though not particularly high up the list, arrived at the capital wearing nothing but a short white toga and an olive branch wreath atop his head, his chest and arms painted in diamond symbols of red, harkening back to the iconography of Riemann. Beside him were two Minotaur lords amongst several legion soldiers, dressed in ornate panoplies with meander patterns along the trim of their pauldrons and horns atop their helms, reminiscent of ancient Elysian warriors. He proceeded unhindered through the capital and entered directly into the Elder Council chambers. Within, the Elder Council declared him Emperor Urien Alik'r Mede. There were riots and petty rebellions amongst the lords once word reached them, but mere days after, Emperor Urien arrived at their gates with full legions ready to submit them. The show at Breville was all that was required to push the rest of Cyrodiil into acceptance. The cult of the Imperator emerged in the Cyrodiilic underbelly, secretly administered by Tyrato Mercusus, Urien's closest advisor. The cult of the Imperator believes that Urien is a Shezarene, the next Riemann or Talos. They believe he is of Alicia's blood and is set to return the Empire to glory. The symbol they use is that of the mythical phoenix, sometimes a moniker given to the Imperator himself by the lower classes. It is no mistake that Urien walked into the Elder Council accompanied by two Minotaur lords. After all, Minotaurs were the staunch defenders of Alicia's burgeoning empire, and her very own son Balhazzar was a Minotaur himself. The fact that the Minotaur lords came as protectors and ushered Urien to the Ruby Throne was a great spiritual symbol. These two Minotaurs are named Urien's Praetors and accompany and protect him wherever he goes, while also supposedly helping him commune with the spirit of Alicia. The rise of Emperor Urien Alik'r Mede has deeply troubled the Thalmor, but there was little that could be done, even with the interference that the White Gold Concordat allows. Peace has been maintained, but it is ever more fragile. Urien's short reign has seen the blocking off of Skyrim with the construction of the wall at Pale Pass. It has seen the borders with Valenwood and elsewhere fortified and properly secured. The Imperial Navy has been bolstered and sea lanes to High Rock secured and protected from pirates, and most recently he has engineered the transition of Rihad back into the Empire, with plans being laid to secure the rest of Hammerfell's southern coast. The rise of Urien has led to a rapid transition in Cyrodiilic culture, most certainly in its military and lower classes who champion their sacred Imperator with an almost religious fervor. Religious ritual and ceremony have been reinforced within the legions and ancient traditions revived. Horospices, or singular a Horospex, is a legion war priest responsible for overseeing healing and religious observances, as well as guiding all ritual and divining signs from the gods, which is taken into consideration by leadership. Naturally, there are many, especially among the imperial nobility, who believe Emperor Urien is a false emperor, a classical coup draped in religious imagery and symbolic appeals to an agitated rabble. Some even go as far to claim that Tyrato Mercusus is behind it all and is actually a necromancer who uses Urien as his thrall, but this is a rather baseless accusation. But I suppose not impossible. In the actual ideal Elder Scrolls 6 game, your first main exposure to the Empire will be in Rihad. Kamika, the Redguard woman at the game opening, will offer you to come along with her to Rihad, and if you do so, you can find out that she is in fact a member of the Penitus Oculatus, essentially the Imperial CIA, who is working to bring Taneth into the Empire, as well as quell any opposition that still lingers within Rihad. You will help her uncover a plot by the Forebear Council to kill Prince Dinahan and remove Imperial occupation. Of course, you will be successful in preventing this, and you are given an audience with the Emperor himself, who is currently residing in the Rihad Palace. It's filled with guards and Legion spies in every corner. I'd love for this location to have a really cool, mystical yet menacing soundtrack, something that makes you feel both in awe, but also overcome with discomfort. You'll see Emperor Urien sitting in this traditional Redguard style throne with two giant Minotaur Praetors by his side, and the hall is filled with Praetorian Guard armored in ornate beauty with masks bearing the face of Urien cast in metal. Several Redguard nobles are about, including Prince Dinahan, and you will be invited to speak with the Emperor and as a result formally join the Empire. I'd want this meeting to be extremely memorable, and for the Emperor to have just lots of presence. It won't feel like meeting Titus Mede or Uriel Septim. He should feel almost scary, like meeting a demigod or something. Also, just to speak in terms of gameplay, if you were to be silly and try and fight them, Emperor Urien is incredibly powerful in combat with some legendary armor and weapons, and his Praetorian Guard are also very tough, but it's his Minotaur Praetors that are the most terrifying, with the ability to smack you with their hammer like a giant from Skyrim, plus they can use magic to conjure wings and chase you down. But let's assume we're joining the Empire and helping the Emperor, so things will go down very differently. You're going to work with Kamika and other members of the Penitus Oculatus to engineer conditions in Taneth to make Imperial vassalage tenable, plus you're going to have to work with the Imperial Navy to defeat the Corsair Lord fleet that is attempting to blockade Taneth and extort it. This will all result in Taneth accepting vassalage into the Empire, and the Imperial Navy will bring security to the seas surrounding. A whole host of side quests will open up regarding Abah's Landing, where you can work with the Penitus Oculatus against the cartels and syndicates in Abah's Landing and eventually install an Imperial Governor instead of the corrupt Grandee and Merchant Lords. You will continue on and assist Gilane in defense of the growing Alik'r tribal confederacy and of course pressure it to join the Empire. Next is a two birds with one stone situation. You will work with Grandee Ubasad of House Saram, consort of Prince Kayame and father of the heirs to Hegathe. With Imperial support, Ubasad will siege Sentinel and depose the Latanic dynasty with whom House Saram has long feuded and win the kingdom for the crowns. The kingdom of Sentinel is established with Queen Kayame and King Ubasad at its head, and they accept vassalage into the Empire. After all, their position could only be afforded by Imperial Legion support. Of course, like the other main faction questlines, the end will climax with the assault on Balfiera and prevention of the Zero Stone's destruction, thwarting the Thalmor. But in terms of outcomes, if you worked with the Empire, you will have secured the entire southern half of Hammerfell, fortifying its coasts against the Dominion incursion and further securing Imperial control in this region of the world, preventing High Rock from going the way of Skyrim. And of course, the Thalmor will have taken a great blow themselves with the secret Cabal's plot revealed to all. The world's end state is one that is optimistic for the future of the Empire. It's worth noting that even High King Ulfric and the other crown powers will end up with respect for Emperor Urien, even if they still wish to remain independent and free. We've spoken about the Aldmeri Dominion, who are governed by the Thalmor multiple times as we've discussed each of the factions, so it's probably time we start speaking about them a little more. Their presence throughout the game is going to be a little more uneven and concentrated in this ideal Elder Scrolls 6. The Thalmor only really have the capacity to operate within Imperial territories. Hammerfell and Skyrim are openly hostile to Dominion presence within their lands, so that means that the areas in which you can find any Thalmor presence is within the Imperial province of High Rock, Rihad, and Stirk. Stirk is a little Imperial-controlled isle at the edge of the map, very much an Imperial port town, similar visually to Anvil, but it also has quite the Thalmor presence, with Dominion Navy stationed there as part of a joint anti-piracy delegation with the Empire. A questline related to both Stirk and Abah's Landing will actually have you unveil that the Thalmor have been indirectly funding piracy along Hammerfell's coasts in order to disrupt trade for the Empire. The other main concentration of Thalmor presence is in Daggerfall and Wayrest, with large embassies, and you'll also find several emissaries in Shornhelm and Camlorn, as well as Justicia agents that
work throughout the countryside of these kingdoms. That is, unless you help the Dragonstar Pact to liberate these lands from Imperial control and hence Thalmor presence. The Thalmor have entrenched themselves within Wayrest, having taken advantage of a certain crisis in year 188 of the Fourth Era, when a Corsair fleet seized Wayrest and raided the city. Some cocky Corsair lords decided to sack Wayrest, and the kingdom was under the tyranny of pirates for 2 months, until the Aldmeri Dominion Navy, specifically a pirate hunting fleet, managed to destroy their blockade, allowing for the local Breton armies to retake the city. Leader of this fleet, Admiral Naranbar, was honoured by the new king of Wayrest and gifted an estate in the port town of Menevia. Naranbar resides in Menevia, though hardly ever at his estate, and is the primary liaison between the Dominion and local navies in order to combat piracy. Meeting Admiral Naranbar will be an experience that may remind you that not all who exist within the Dominion are capital E evil. Does he agree elves are wiser and better than man? Yes, he's a supremacist, but he does firmly believe that this comes with a responsibility to guide and govern the lesser races in order to bring peace to the world. He genuinely cares for the plight of those who suffer at the hands of piracy, having lost his own mother to pirates when he was a boy. As I mentioned in the Dragonstar Pact section, first emissary Elinhir, after the fall of Skyrim to the Stormcloaks, was moved to the embassy at Daggerfall, where she furthers Thalmor political goals. As a general rule, Thalmor characters will be few and far between. That is aside from the giant Dominion Navy ships that can be seen patrolling the Eltheric Ocean and Abyssinian Sea from time to time, usually hunting Marima raiders or pirates. But your main exposure to the Thalmor will be in the main storyline, which we went over in the main story section. Each of the 4 main factions will have some form of double agent working for a hidden Thalmor spy cell within Hammerfell that was set up during the occupation of the South. You will discover and destroy this hidden cell that is headed by its leader, Kelmaril. Kelmaril is a decorated Thalmor agent instrumental in the Great War. He was responsible for convincing House Suda to sell out Taneth. Kelmaril is a die-hard Thalmor zealot, believing entirely in the elven right to rule Dawn's beauty. He has a poor view of all races that are not Altmer and thinks the world would be better without men, but months before you uncover this cell and destroy it, and subsequently capture Kelmaril, he had discovered the existence of a secret cabal within the upper echelons of Thalmor governance, and their plot to undo all of reality by destroying the Zero Stone, which he thinks, justifiably, is insane. You'll work closely with Kelmaril begrudgingly in order to stop this cabal and prevent the world from ending. Some of you may develop a love-hate relationship with Kelmaril, as you'll be quite charismatic aside from all the elven supremacy, and your experience with him will differ quite a bit if you yourself are an Ultima character. Come the end of the questline, depending on your individual choices and faction persuasion, you will either let Kelmaril leave back to Alinor or have him executed. Choice is yours. Role-playing, baby. But now you get the general idea of the Thalmor, let's talk about the last of the major political entities within the game map, and those are the kingdoms of High Rock. Alright, time to talk about the northern portion of the game map and the kingdoms that lie within. We're talking about the land of High Rock, nominally an imperial province. However, the conditions of recent years have engendered a sense of independence. The Legion here is spread thin, and there is a heavy reliance on liaison with local military units, knighthoods, militia, and the like, in order to keep the peace and prevent the encroachment of Skyrim to the east. If you're unfamiliar with High Rock lore, and that of the Bretons, well, in broad strokes, it's as close as you can get to a traditional European medieval fantasy set in Tamriel. That is not to say it's devoid of any uniqueness, but in contrast to Hammerfell, it will feel more familiar to most players. The people of High Rock are an ambitious lot, full of questing heroes, merchant magnates, coveting kings, and valiant knights. Culturally, in terms of religion and culture, you will find that for the most part, Bretons share a lot in common with Imperials, including their faith, as well as a broader appreciation of trade and politics. Throughout the course of the Fourth Era, ever since the famed Miracle of Peace in the latter part of the Third Era, also known as the Warp in the West, High Rock has been consolidated further, and while it is filled with ambitious barons and dukes, especially those who feud amongst one another, the kings of the land have maintained a firm grasp on power. At the time of the game setting, year 205, we have 4 main powers: the United Kingdom of Daggerfall and Camlorn, the Kingdom of Wayrest, the Kingdom of Rivenspire, and the Kingdom of Evermore. Let's first take a look at arguably the most powerful of the Breton kingdoms, Wayrest, the jewel of the Iliac Bay. After the Warp in the West, Wayrest was one of the 4 dominant kingdoms of the Iliac Bay, along with Daggerfall, Orsinium, and Sentinel. The Kingdom of Orsinium, then under the reign of King Gortwog Gronagorm, was probably the most powerful incarnation, dominating the Rothgarian Mountains and beyond. The Kingdom of Nova Orsinium was recognized by the Empire, and it flourished for about 30 years, between 417 and 4E7.
However, at the beginning of the Fourth Era, as Potentator Cato struggles to administer the Empire, a coalition of Wayrest, Rivenspire, Sentinel, and Evermore, as well as several knightly orders, such as the Order of Diagna, of which the then Prince Farad was a member, destroy Orsinium, fearing a world in which the Orcs became a dominant political power of the region, something that was very much happening in the past 3 decades. Year 4E11 to 4E15, the Kingdom of Nova Orsinium is sieged, King Gortwog Gronagorm is killed, and the Orcish kingdom crumbles, most of its territory gobbled up by Wayrest and Rivenspire. Many Orc refugees flee to Skyrim, and the beginning of yet another Orsinium would begin as a small settlement in the Dragon's Teeth Mountains. It's important to note that the expansion of Wayrest involved the capture of vast farmlands and the securing of hinterland forts that could reinforce the borders with the Kingdom of Rivenspire, which had also expanded into Orsinium's former territory, encircling the Great Bay of the North. Throughout the rest of the Fourth Era, Wayrest came to absolutely dominate the trade of the Iliac Bay, especially as the Kingdom of Sentinel lost its territories along the Bajulze and had its once concentrated power fractured. Fast forward to the year 188, the foolish King Berinya, paranoid of losing his power, actually allowed his city to be sacked by pirates in the hopes that he would destroy his political enemies amongst other noble houses. A Dark Brotherhood assassin had in fact been hired to kill the king and successfully did so. However, the Corsairs discovered the Dark Brotherhood sanctuary and destroyed it. For 2 months, they lorded over the city until their fleet was destroyed by Admiral Naranbar and his Dominion fleet of pirate hunters, allowing local armies to take back the city and send the pirates fleeing. A new king made his ascent to the throne of Wayrest, of the ancient Gardner House. Wayrest has been rebuilt. After all, it had the vast riches to do so, and its king, Samuel Gardner, has funded many anti-pirate enterprises and bolstered the defences of the city so that never again would the city be sacked. The city is full of artisans, rich merchants, and bustling dock markets with goods from all over Tamriel. It's the mercantile heart of this part of the world, a place of luxuries, decadence, with knights and houseguards bearing armour more beautiful and finely crafted than even the most well-adorned Jarls of Skyrim. Before we move on to the other kingdoms of High Rock, we should also address the Isle of Balfiera, home to House Durrani, what remains of the ancient Durrani hegemony, the once elven masters of High Rock and progenitors of the Bretons. The Durrani have not ruled High Rock since the days of the First Era. However, situated on their isle, the Durrani have long had the unique role of advisors to the kings and have produced some of the finest mages to ever live. Some of the elves that live on this isle are truly ancient, having lived for over 1,000 years, knowing all kinds of ancient magics. The Durrani are at their core an aristocratic merchant clan of Ultima whose core motivation is the protection and preservation of the Adamantine Tower, which is the oldest structure of Tamriel, a place where the gods convened. House Durrani and the Isle of Balfiera that it had ruled was an independent neutral territory for most of its history, and the Durrani would often assist mediating disputes and helping facilitate treaties and other arrangements between warring kingdoms or city-states of High Rock. Yet, during the Warp in the West, the Isle of Balfiera came under the control of Wayrest and House Durrani was forced into vassalage. The Durrani, however, were treated with respect and prestige, and the Castellan, the Lord Ruler of Balfiera, is treated as if he were a duke. Throughout the Fourth Era, however, with rising tensions with the Aldmeri Dominion and anti-elven sentiment growing in general, the Durrani have been looked upon far more unfavourably by the rest of High Rock, despite the fact that they are enemies of the Thalmor, and in fact, their intelligence guild, called the Cinderil, have been working against the Thalmor from the shadows since the death of Potentator Cato. In the main story, you would work alongside the Cinderil in your fight against the Thalmor, and of course the climax of the story is intertwined with Balfiera and the Adamantine Tower that has the Zero Stone, secure in the Foundation Vault. The book Once by Beradalmo the Signifier says this: "Yes, we were great once, but no matter what our individual achievements, every Durrani since Cygnus has been eaten from within by failure, because we cannot solve the mystery of the Zero Stone and use it to open the Argent Aperture which it wards. At maturity, every Durrani of high blood is brought into the tower, conducted to the Foundation Vault, and shown the Zero Stone. We are allowed to touch it once, so as to feel the transcendent mystical power that courses through it, a power we have never been able to tap. And we are shown the Argent Aperture in the adjacent metallic wall, that door with its lock of 13 slowly counter-rotating rings, a portal we have never been able to open. And we console ourselves that if we Durrani have never been able to siphon the stone or unlock the aperture, well then certainly neither could anyone else. We return to the world above, and we do something spectacular so we will not have to face our failure. But once, as our lives near their ends, each of us gather together all our knowledge, the fruits of all our achievements, and once more makes that descent into the Foundation Vault to try it, just once. The secret cabal within Thalmor leadership has figured out the mystery of the Zero Stone, given that the other towers of Tamriel have been undone. The cabal is confident that with their instruments they will be able to destroy it and unmake the universe. Let's hope you stop that. Next we have the United Kingdom of Daggerfall and Camlon, more commonly known as just the Kingdom of Daggerfall, but don't let anyone from the Cambrai Hills hear that. After the Miracle of Peace, Camlon and Daggerfall were among the 5 kingdoms of High Rock, the others being Orsinium, Wayrest, and Rivenspire. By the turn of the Fourth Era, the two kingdoms were united in marriage and formally became a united kingdom, and this is a culturally important distinction. The reigning king of Daggerfall is known as the King of Daggerfall and Camlon. Think similarly to how King James I in 1603 came to be King of Scotland and King of England, yet they still acted as sovereign states, united in personal union by King James. So, real history aside, in this case, in the current setting of our ideal Elder Scrolls 6, King Agravain is both King of Daggerfall and King of Camlon, yet each kingdom functions independently with their own noble hierarchies and laws. Same monarch, different kingdoms. Confusing? A little bit, yes, but there is real-world precedent for it, and I think thematically it fits with the jumbled and contrived feudalism that High Rock is known for. So consider that for throughout the Fourth Era, the kingdoms of Daggerfall and Camlon have been united by a single monarch. But to make discussion a little easier to grasp, let's take each of the united kingdoms separately. Daggerfall and the surrounding Dania region are the home of Breton society Quest Obsession. The city itself is of great antiquity, having been recorded as an active settlement before and during the First Empire of the Nords in the earlier centuries of the First Era. Its crest is a dragon, and as you might expect, the Knights of the Dragon, one of the warrior guild's factions that I'll speak about later, is based in Daggerfall. The city also has a great temple to Kinnereth, who is considered the kingdom's goddess protector. The kingdom is full of hopeful knights, questing heroes, and storytellers who tell their tales, looking into the glorious past for inspiration. In the current year, 205, King Agravain resides in Castle Daggerfall and has an intense rivalry with King Samuel Gardner of Wayrest, one that was born in their troublesome youth as young lords. Prior to the events of 188 involving the death of Wayrest's king and the end of his house's power, Agravain could not have foreseen his former scorned rival Samuel Gardner in a position of such power. You may also be curious to know that this rivalry began because of a girl, as many rivalries between young men do. While the Kingdom of Daggerfall represents the Breton questing spirit and chivalrous virtue, Camlon represents the virtues of the arts and is far more metropolitan. Camlon was originally a settlement of the Nordic Empire founded and ruled by Nords, that is until over time the Breton populace grew larger and the Nordic Empire waned during the Wars of Succession, and today most visitors would not have the slightest clue that it was originally a Nordic city, if it were not for the history books, but such history is to be remembered in Camlon, and perhaps ancient bardic roots have engendered the city with its preferences for poetry. Among the aristocracy of Camlon, poetry is a refined art and the primary weapon of paramours seeking to court noble ladies. It is no strange irony that in this city of romantic pursuits that there exists the largest prostitutes guild house outside of Cyrodiil. It is a large, almost palatial building located in an affluent part of the city, with beautiful gardens and roaming courtesans wearing corsets and bustiers, concealing their faces with ornate fans. They say that when chivalry fails and poetry falls short, a full bag of septims will grant you a beautiful consort. Moving on, we head north into the Kingdom of Rivenspire. The capital of this region and seat of power is the city of Shornhelm. The Kingdom of Rivenspire does not face the same turbulence as the kingdoms of the Iliac Bay do, as it is a large remote kingdom of highlands and frozen coasts. During the early Fourth Era, after the siege of Orsinium, the King of Rivenspire took control of all of the lands west of the Hrothgarian Mountains and the coasts that encircled the Great Bay. The Duke of Johanna was sworn to the King of Rivenspire in the mid-1st century and for a time made Rivenspire the largest of the Breton kingdoms by landmass, though in the last few years this has rapidly changed as the Stormcloak armies of Skyrim under Galmar Stonefist invaded the lands of Rivenspire and took control of Johanna and Faerun, declaring Johanna a hold of Skyrim with Galmar as Jarl of the land. Now, all throughout the Hrothgar region, soldiers of Rivenspire as well as mercenaries and knights of Western High Rock fight Stormcloak soldiers and Nordic raiders in a seemingly never-ending foray of guerrilla warfare. Imperial support has been marginal and slow to arrive, as both Wayrest and Daggerfall are of far greater strategic importance.
The kingdom of Rivenspire, by other Breton accounts, has a reputation as a bit of a backwater, full of uncultured hill farmers, miners and fishermen. The hillmen are called surly, gloomy and laconic, with little to say to strangers. Hunters dressed in pelts roam the forests and make decent livings off wolves and giant bats. It being remote and full of inhospitable mountain terrain is one of the reasons it's also home to many covens of witches and necromancer circles and all kinds of fanciful horrors whose existence persists upon the folk tales of the populace. In a snapshot, Rivenspire is like the West Virginia of High Rock, with cryptids and all. It feels ancient, and the many caves of the Corallian Mountains are home to all kinds of mystery, ancient cave systems with evidence of now extinct hill giants, subterranean vampire castles, and all kinds of remnants of lost civilizations. You may even chance upon tunnels leading to open caverns with giant ancient snakeskins worshipped by a tribe of pale, deformed needs with eyes adjusted to the darkness, a degenerated society of subterranean savages. These snakeskins of what are mammoth-sized serpents could also lend some credence to the ancient, considered apocryphal, tales of Ranev the Coal-eyed Wanderer who stopped the autumn of the snakes. Overall, this region is one of eerie mystery and secrets, but on the surface, the towns and villages are full of isolated, superstitious hillmen and fisherfolk. Finally, we come to the Kingdom of Evermore, ruled by King Mordastir, and unique among the Breton kingdoms, Evermore has seceded from the Empire and joined with the Dragonstar Pact. As I've mentioned before, this was a rather practically motivated decision, considering Skyrim's hostilities and expansion in the north, and Dragonstar's alliance with Skyrim to the south. In order to ensure the security and geographical interests of Evermore, the prudent King Mordastir joined the Dragonstar Pact. This pact has not been without additional benefits. Nordic forces have bolstered the lower Bajulze river forts at the border territories with Wayrest, and two, they have helped keep the Reachman tribes of the Western Reach under thumb. Speaking of which, this is one of the unique dynamics in Evermore. Reachman clans can be found inhabiting hillock villages all over the highland slopes that descend to the Druidark Mountains, and no matter the time in history, there is always at least some kind of minor rebellion or conflict with the Reach natives. Most of the Reachman villagers just want to live in isolation and peace, and they pay their taxes and obey the laws for the most part, but there are always some more violent clans ready to enlist the young and naive from such villages in yet another campaign to kill the occupiers. This is largely only a problem for the towns and villages at the borders. The people of the city of Evermore itself hardly think about such problems. Instead, they enjoy the beauty of their homes situated on the Bajulze River as they eat their freshly caught fish and relax in the breeze by the banks. I mean, outside of working and all kinds of regular duties. It's a relatively typical Breton city, if not a little more flavorful with all the Nords and Redguards running about now, but most famously, the city is known for the Order of St. Pellin, a knightly order dedicated to works in the name of St. Pellin, a martyr and Breton priest of Stendar who sacrificed himself to defeat the ancient undead threat that was the Grey Host, way back in the First Era. They are another of the joinable warrior guilds, which I will discuss in the respective section. But speaking of which, this brings us to the end of the political factions section of the video, and now we are going to begin our journey through each of the guilds, or joinable occupational type groups, whatever you want to call them, but essentially the joinable groups that revolve around a certain archetype of specific element of role-playing, be that wizard, warrior, thief, crusader, assassin, and so on. Okay, it's time to talk about the guilds. I use guilds as the catch-all term for factions built around an occupation or an archetype, even though included within this list are things like knightly orders and covens or temples, but that aside, these are joinable groups that will be of a familiar nature to those who've played the previous Elder Scrolls games. Firstly, I wanted to start with A, the two returning factions, and B, the two that offer a more unique experience. I'm talking about the Thieves Guild and the Dark Brotherhood. Of course, you can steal things whenever you want or murder people whenever you like, but getting paid for it and having a career, so to say, in these fields is going to be done through joining the guilds. First up, the Thieves Guild. The Thieves Guild is a rather large and loose organization, with each of the provincial Thieves Guilds united by only the thinnest veneer of association, usually rooted in a light reverence for nocturnal and common mythology in the form of figures like the Nightingales and the Grey Fox. The Thieves Guild of Morrowind, Skyrim, Cyrodiil, Hammerfell, they're more like independent organizations that share a common culture and line of work. As you well know, the Thieves Guild in Skyrim proliferated after the 2B Guildmaster defeated Mercer Frey returned
return the skeleton key to Nocturnal, and ensured that luck favoured the guild once more. Since then, its network has proliferated, and even in Hammerfell you'll come into contact with some returning characters, specifically Delvin Mallory, who happens to be in the Kingdom of Daggerfall, a Baron no less. How he got into this situation is a long and unlikely story, but Baron Mallory will be a point of contact for you as a Thieves Guild member and valuable fence for smugglers. Anyways, let's talk Hammerfell for a minute. If the histories are correct, then the modern incarnation of the Thieves Guild that's spread across Tamriel in its various chapter associations actually has its roots in Hammerfell, formed in the Second Era at Abah's Landing, and in centuries since it has persisted. I mentioned this in the Abah's Landing section, but to refresh your memory, technically, Abah's Landing is ruled by a forebear noble house, Hyarat, with Grandee Rasher administering the city-state with his council, kind of like a vizier of other forebear republics, but in practicality, Rasher is a figurehead of legitimacy for what is a hive of scum and villainy. The council is filled with merchant lords with the thinnest veneer of legitimacy, many of them courser lords, cartel bosses, and politicians bought by the Thieves Guild. Cartels, syndicates, pirates, and all manner of corrupt individuals are all the characters you will be interacting with throughout the Thieves Guild quests. The Thieves Guild itself is quite the popular intermediary for these organizations and have renown for their expansive network of fencers, spies, and thieves. Abah's Landing has the central Thieves Guild base, which operates out of a dockside tavern without reproach, but there are also other guild halls spread throughout the game map, including Stros Mackay and Wayrest. You can expect all manner of traditional thievery, extortion, heists, and the like, but due to their unique geography, the Thieves Guild also has a vested interest in sea lane smuggling and even piracy. You will have the opportunity to do pirating quests through the resident ex-Dominion Corsair Lord, Captain Cerulean, aboard his flagship the Camlahal, which translates from High Elvish to something like the Shrieking Terror. He has formed a close relationship with the Thieves Guild during his time in Abah's Landing, and will often liaison with other pirate lords and smugglers for the guild. One of the important things, I think, is actual tangible player-led effects on the guilds which you join and ascend the ranks of, and perhaps govern. I want there to be choices to take the Thieves Guild in a direction where it leads into brutality, extortion, violent piracy and raids, kidnapping and the like, or one that leads it to a sort of intelligence network focusing more on stealing secrets and blackmail, stealing high-ticket items to enrich themselves, or rather a situation where you can bring a noble edge and give to the poor, a Robin Hood type situation. And there would be characters that you can assist or side with that broadly represent these different ideals, but with more character nuance. Either way, the guild partakes in all these activities to some degree, and one of the main feelings I want to capture with the Thieves Guild is that of being in a special club related to your occupation of stealing. I loved it in Oblivion how all the beggars would give info to the Thieves Guild members because they were looked after and they acted as the eyes and ears of the guild. I like that you will find seemingly non-affiliated characters who turn out to be secret fencers or informants. I think all this stuff is really important to nail for a great Thieves Guild experience, but of course we need a central crisis or some unifying plot that is the impetus for change, and I have an idea. The Thieves Guild has long trusted in Nocturnal, Shadow Haiju, and all that. They believe that the Daedric Prince is what gives them their luck, but greed is a cruel mistress, and as you progress through the earliest ranks and prove yourself as a gifted thief, you'll slowly learn what troubles the Guildmaster. The Guildmaster 10 years ago made a very bad deal with a very bad guy, and it is coming time to collect on those terms. The very bad guy in question is revealed to be Clavicus Vile, the Daedric Prince of Bargains. The Guildmaster made 3 separate deals with Clavicus, one to save his life, one to take another's, and one to deliver him riches. You would, throughout the second act of the questline, discover the specifics of each deal and eventually which one of them he failed to adhere to. For the riches, he was given the mask of Clavicus Vile, and he used it to build his influence within Abah's Landing and came to rule the Thieves Guild. In fact, he wears this mask, which in my head looks more like the Mandragora Sprout's modded version, which looks more fitting for a thief character, only revealing his face to those who he trusts later in the questline, which also adds this extra dynamic of mystery, as this masked character is simply known as the Guildmaster. But it turns out he fulfilled the terms of the Pact for Riches, whereby he had to give the soul of his brother, which makes him seem a terrible person at first, and
still kind of is, but through some lore investigation you'll find out that they were street urchins and his older brother was incredibly abusive, beating him constantly. The Pact for Death involved the thievery of a Daedric artifact from a Daedric prince, a black book from Apocrypha. The Guildmaster, a prodigious Shadowfoot, got help from a conjurer to enter Apocrypha, and he stole the book successfully, and in exchange for the book, the previous Guildmaster of the Thieves Guild died, leaving an opening for his ascension. The final pact, the one to save his life, is the one he has not fulfilled. A suave and mysterious thief in his younger days, the Guildmaster before he was so, had certain romantic dalliances with the daughter of Grandee Basri in Taneth. She was freshly married, and our Guildmaster was to steal from the palace during the wedding. Instead, he stole her love, and a child was conceived. The Guildmaster has a daughter, unaware of his existence, unaware that the father she knows is not her father at all. The Guildmaster was dealt a death blow by a syndicate assassin 10 years ago, and Clavicus Vile offered him a saving grace. He would not die, and in return, he would have 10 years to collect the soul of his daughter and give it to Clavicus. At the time, the Guildmaster accepted this to save his life. He had no attachment to the young 3-year-old child he sired on some noblewoman, but after the fact, a sense of guilt stirred in him, and he would watch over his daughter, disguise himself as a tutor, other times visiting as a noble, and see her change and grow. He came to feel a father's love and was overcome with regret. It was then he began searching for a way out, and this is going to be important to the main story. As you gain the trust of the Guildmaster and ascend the ranks, you will become privy to the plans for a grand heist, one that involves stealing from the Daedric Prince Clavicus Vile himself. This will involve the organization of conjurers, the favor of a nocturnal, and a whole ton of skill, and as it turns out, the mark which you are set to steal from Clavicus's realm is a treasure that he holds very dear. You will be venturing on this mission together to steal an artifact, but halfway through the heist, you realize you're not there to steal an artifact, but rather to kidnap someone. You're on a mission to kidnap Barbas, the Hound of Clavicus Vile. With a successful kidnap of Barbas, a portion of Vile's power, you and the Guildmaster would have the leverage to force Clavicus to dissolve the pact and forego the payment of the outstanding deal. This is one potential outcome, and I'm sure you can imagine the other possibilities, including the betrayal of the Guildmaster, involving certain rewards from Clavicus. You'll have plenty of opportunity to do what feels right to you, and beyond that, there is the direction of the Guild to determine. Next up we have the Dark Brotherhood, the iconic Assassins Guild and particular fan favourite. Before I've floated the idea or had excitement at the idea of a culturally unique assassin faction like the Morag Tong of Morrowind, but personally, now that it's been over 10 years of Skyrim, I genuinely want to see the Dark Brotherhood return and be done justice. Plus, I have an idea for a very cathartic Dark Brotherhood experience which tempers the frustration of the last 2 game outcomes. So, in our ideal Elder Scrolls 6, we are going to make the Dark Brotherhood happen. The canon outcomes for the previous game, Skyrim, is that the Dark Brotherhood from the brink of extinction makes a turnaround and the listener successfully assassinates Emperor Titus Mede II, making the Dark Brotherhood once more one of the most feared organizations of Tamriel. There are 4 years that take place since then. The new listener of the Dark Brotherhood, along with Cicero, Nazir, Babette, and several new apprentices, begins to flourish. By the year 205, the Dark Brotherhood is seeking to expand its operations. The listener anoints Nazir as speaker and sends him with a few apprentices to set up a new sanctuary in Hammerfell. To clarify, I don't want canon confirmation that the last Dragonborn is the listener or anything like that. It'd be up to your own headcanon to decide whether your last Dragonborn was, or in the case that there were not, then it was some other character that fulfilled the same role within the Dark Brotherhood and did the questline in Skyrim. Also, you will not be acquiring the rank of Listener this time around by the end of the game. We have the return of ranks, and the highest rank that you can achieve is Speaker. The Listener is alive and operating out of the Dawnstar Sanctuary where the Night Mother's corpse resides. The Speaker receives writs and messages with a unique seal of the Listener, and this informs the instructions of the Guild. I mentioned catharsis. In both the Dark Brotherhood questlines of Oblivion and Skyrim, you are introduced to a really cool cast of characters, unique assassins that make up your new family. In Oblivion, you end up having to purge the Cheydon Sanctuary, and in Skyrim, the Penitus Oculatus raise the Falkreath Sanctuary, the only survivors being Nazir, Babette, and the Listener. This time around, you will be building up the Dark Brotherhood, recruiting new members to the family, a colourful cast of accomplished killers, kind of like a Mass Effect 2 vibe, except you're building a team of death worshipping assassins. For example, one such quest will be going to Shornhelm and tracking down some Jack the Ripper style serial killer, not with the intent of bringing him to justice, but rather to extend an offer, bringing his skills into the service of the Night Mother. So Nazir is one of the speakers of the Black Hand. It wasn't emphasized in Skyrim because of the dilapidated state of the Brotherhood, but the eponymous Black Hand consists of 4 speakers that are the fingers, and to the thumb represents the listener, the leader of the Black Hand who takes orders from the Night Mother directly. By year 205, there are only 3 speakers, 2 operating in Skyrim and 1 in Hammerfell. Nazir. Nazir is a returning character from Skyrim's Dark Brotherhood, a Redguard assassin dressed in a garb very similar to that of Kamatu and his Alik'r mercenaries. He was born in the sands of Alik'r, a child of one of the Alik'r tribes born into a life of clan warfare.
I am a child of Hammerfell, born of the sands of the mighty Alik'r. In that great desert, blood is a shade of crimson I can scarce describe. My past is long and storied and not altogether proud, but the Dark Brotherhood saved me from myself, and I have never looked back.
In year 203 of the 4th era, Nazir went to Hammerfell, returning home to the sands of Alik'r, and set up a hidden Dark Brotherhood sanctuary in ancient ruins concealed by the dunes. It's a short travel from the small city of Bergama, with its renowned bazaar and ancient structures built by the Totambu. There is also a hidden tunnel system beneath Bergama which the Dark Brotherhood sanctuary connects to, concealed by a magical mirror, entirely undiscoverable by one who has never had access to the sanctuary itself. After committing 4 murders of your own volition, you will receive a letter, the classic Black Hand with the "We know." Upon your next sleep, you will find a shade of Sithis hovering above you as you lay paralyzed. The ghostly apparition will instruct you to find the sanctuary, and if you follow this call, you will be led to a small outcrop of rock jutting from the surrounding dunes, and as you go to it, you will find a crevasse that leads to an ancient Totambu-built structure, something resembling a smaller version of the ruins of Petra in real-life Jordan. As you walk to the entrance of these ruins, you will find an all-too-familiar door, one with a depiction of Sithis, the Night Mother, and her child sacrifices. The door, emitting the sound of slow breathing and heavy heartbeats, asks, "What is the blessing of life?" And as instructed by the shade of Sithis that visited you, you are to answer, "Death, my brother," and the door will open to you. Inside at the entrance, you will be greeted by Speaker Nazir, cloaked in black garments wrapped about him like real-life Tuareg dress, with a crimson stole draped over his shoulders marked with intricate Brotherhood symbology, Sithis, the Night Mother, her children, and so on. You speak to him and are accepted and granted the rank of Murderer. The ranks of the Brotherhood, like that of Oblivion, Murderer, Slayer, Eliminator, Assassin, Executioner, Silencer, and then Speaker, followed by the one and only Listener, the unattainable rank in this ideal Elder Scrolls 6. Nazir introduces you to the rest of the Sanctuary's 4 other current members, a Nord hunter who had joined the Dawnstar Sanctuary and travelled here with Nazir, a Breton noblewoman of Camlorn who had a cruel streak and would murder commoners for sport. She was rescued from execution by Nazir and brought into the fold. There is also a Redguard, a former priest of the Yokudan Temple, who took to murder as a tool to deal with heretics and who found true revelation in the cold embrace of Sithis and devoted his life to the Night Mother. And finally there's a Bosma, a green pact adherent and cannibal. She relishes in the hunt of mortals. This is your initial family, but throughout the course of the storyline, full of colourful contracts across Hammerfell and High Rock, you will also be recruiting more unique assassins to the Brotherhood, such as the aforementioned Jack the Ripper type character, or an Argonian killer in Abah's Landing who possesses an ancient Argonian artifact known as the Gaze of Sithis, which he will gift to you as your relationship develops and you acquire the rank of Silencer. You will recruit 6 of these additional members, most of different races and cultures. I would want it to end with a real Suicide Squad Rogues Gallery vibe to it, like the former games had, except this time you won't be purging them all at some point. Overall, I really want the Dark Brotherhood questline to feel like a brotherhood of assassins, that is, you have an ongoing attachment and relationship with all of them as you build your family, and I would largely want the questline to involve lots of unique and creative assassination tasks of escalating profile and difficulty, rather than all being focused around a singular goal, like preparing for the assassination of the Emperor in Skyrim. The variety of unique assassination targets and opportunities for various ways of completion would most definitely be our goal with the Dark Brotherhood. For me, the Dark Brotherhood exists for the purpose of providing the assassin experience and for that almost cartoonishly dark, inverted Catholic vibe. I mean,
Black Sacrament, Dreadfather, baptized in blood and fear, the Night Mother herself was supposedly impregnated by Sithis, their god, and gave birth to 5 children, which he then proceeded to murder for him. A sort of dark version of Abraham and Isaac. Anyways, I highlight that because I think it's more fun to lean into this kind of familiar religious iconography and invert it or make it evil. More religious language like liturgies of murder and canticles of Sithis, stuff like that. It's corny, but it's fun. Another important part for me, something that I want to address, is as you build up the sanctuary, you'll get access to more unique characters from different walks of life who have access to different skill sets and gear, which of course you'll be able to emulate and specialize in. So for example, an alchemy specialist, an illusion specialist, and characters that sell unique enchanted items and specialist gear, like the aforementioned Gaze of Sithis for a more warrior kind of straight to the point assassin, but also want all the bits and bobs, the poisoned apples, specialist arrows, unique spells, and even weapons like throwing knives, or possibly even hand crossbows. I think it would be really cool if you felt like you had access to all these unique tools of the trade, as well as unique relics and artifacts of the Dark Brotherhood. Now we come to the Magic Guild, or guilds in this case. These are both fully fleshed out guild questlines that will have a degree of mutual exclusivity as they come into conflict with one another in the later stages of the questline, but each of them have unique thematic and cultural perspectives. We have made hundreds of builds before for Skyrim, and College of Winterhold is the default option for any mage character seeking arcane knowledge, but this time we really wanted to provide different avenues or vibes, one that embraces the darker, more unconventional hedge magic side of things, and one that is a more high arcane, noble calling archetype, more like the Sigic monks or a traditional mages guild. The Synod and College of Whispers, the 2 guilds that split from the original mages guild, are imperial institutions that are found in guild halls about High Rock, an imperial province, but we don't want to make the main focus of an Elder Scrolls 6 game set in High Rock and Hammerfell to feature Cyrodiil-based factions as the main options, especially when there are so many cool opportunities to create more geographical and culturally relevant magical factions. So other magical factions will exist, and you will be able to perhaps buy spells or services from them, or they have certain interactions in the Magic Guild questlines that we do have, but they're more like flavor factions to make the world feel more alive. The 2 joinable factions that we've created are the Circle of Magi and the Dryfenn Wyrd. Let's first introduce the Circle of Magi, the Hammerfell-flavored faction. If you watched our Ideal Elder Scrolls 6 Hammerfell video from about 5 years ago, then conceptually this faction may be familiar to you, but this time around we've kept a similar vibe, aesthetic, and theme, but retrofitted it to our current Ideal Elder Scrolls 6. The Circle of Magi is essentially a cabal of powerful practitioners of magic who are culturally and mostly ethnically Redguard. They run their organization from one of the ancient Nedic Apex Towers found within the city of Elinhir, and thematically and aesthetically, the Magi should encompass an Arabian Nights feel, with magic mirrors and crystal balls for teleportation and communication, members floating on flying carpets with exotic turbans and starry costume, long jeweled beards and elaborate panoplies of magical rings and necklaces, magical quills scribing conversations held during meetings, squawking colourful birds in gilded cages. You can imagine the vibe we're going for. Most of the Magi are Redguard, and culturally their dress, ornamentation and customs are definitely Redguard, yet they are united by their eccentricities and their unconventional interest in the arcane. Magic has never been looked upon particularly fondly by the Yokudan descendants that came to inhabit Hammerfell. Its usual associations are that of with devious tricksters, foul necromancers, and manipulators. This sentiment has waxed and waned throughout the years, but generally the anti-magic sentiment has relaxed over time, especially with the formalization of magical studies that came with the introduction of the Mages Guild. The Forebears, who have adopted the imperial cult in essence, has long made a place for Julianos, the god of mathematics, literature, law, history, and magic. In Hammerfell, among Forebear states, he has had a favour as patron of magistrates, and the magical elements have been de-emphasized amongst the Redguards of the South, however still recognised, and Forebears as a whole are less sceptical of the arcane. The Crowns, on the other hand, have long been staunchly conservative and held to traditions and their common sense. However, ironically, the city of Elinhir has always been a nexus of the magically curious. In order to not repeat myself too much in this enormous video, I'd refer you back to the Elinhir section for a more thorough explanation, but the short of it is, as Elinhir is a remote and somewhat isolated city high in the mountainous region of Craglorn, it's always attracted societal outcasts and has inadvertently become a breeding ground for unconventional ideas and practices that go against the grain. Philosophical schools and magical guilds and factions have carved out a continual presence in the city and have often been at odds with the ruling crowns and the broader population of the kingdom. In year 55 of the
4th era, King Joma of Elinhir, brother of the legendary King Furad, was frustrated with the hedge wizards and necromancer cults that would pop up every few years and cause strife, and while magical services and schools within the city had their benefits, magic would also be the source of strife. So King Joma assembled a council, a circle if you will, of the greatest magical minds, as well as the philosophical, in order to create some form of law and structure to navigate the arcane Wild West that Elinhir had become. This council came to be known as the Circle of Magi, and was an informal advisory board for the crown rulers, but it would not be the organization that it is today until year 104 of the 4th era. After the years of the Void Nights, where the moons disappeared, and with the rise of Aldmeri Dominion power, the rulers of Elinhir became concerned with the extent to which they do not understand the arcane realm, and hence the Circle of Magi was formed as a legally recognized organization set up as a legalistic and administrative authority of the kingdom, whose charter outlines its responsibilities as advisors to the royal house of Elinhir, lawmakers in regards to codes of magical conduct, which applies to the entire kingdom, though this can be vetoed by the king of course, and the policing of all those who break such laws. The Circle of Magi are responsible for the capture, trial, and sentence of all magical dissidents, including minor infractions performed by adventurous students, all the way to graver crimes of necromancy, conjuration, and illusion. The Magi command a special division of witch hunters who are authorized to use conjuration, and whose charter involves the investigation and elimination of all necromancers, warlocks, and witches, many of which are found in the ruins and hidden caves of Craglorn. King Turaman of Dragonstar has, per the conditions of the Dragonstar Pact, also given these witch hunters permission to operate within Pact territory, including Dragonstar and Evermore, and the Circle of Magi themselves liaison with the respective rulers and authorities. Funnily enough, I think one cool way to be introduced to the guild could be by being arrested or hunted down for performing conjuration or illusion magic in Pact territory. To be clear, these won't add a bounty to you as such with the authorities. It's within the Circle of Magi's jurisdiction to capture, trial, and sentence magical dissidents, so it's them who will come after you hunting. Say you did so in a city and there are witnesses, and so maybe you have a random encounter or a magi and 2 witch hunters teleport to you and paralyze you, capturing you and taking you to their tower to be trialed, and perhaps you're offered to use those abilities for good and allowed to join. Alternatively, there could also be a more front door kind of way to join. Either way, when you join the organization, you of course aren't one of the magi as in one of the circle, which is the highest rank of the organization, but as an apprentice you will begin a quest line of magical investigations and witch hunts involving you rooting out necromancer cults, thwarting insane warlocks from inviting danger into the city, and uncovering dark secrets of nature. I think through this organization there will be plenty of opportunity to reveal more lore about the ancient Nedic inhabitants of the land. I won't speak of the central polarizing conflict that will result in the mutual exclusivity between the 2 magical factions. However, broadly speaking, the 2 factions can be split into 2 dynamics. Circle of Magi are lawful, some characters falling more on that sort of lawful good kind of side, some more on the lawful evil kind of thing, but ultimately they are an organization about controlling magic for the safety of all. They utilize destruction, alteration, restoration, alchemy, and enchanting freely, and in fact, enchanting is going to be something they are particularly renowned for, and many enchanted goods are sold and made by the populace of Elinhir. It will not be uncommon to see crown magnificos with enchanted blades and garments acquired from the Magi, but when it comes to illusion, conjuration, and necromancy, these arts are forbidden or highly regulated, and used only by trusted members in unique circumstances, such as the Charter of the Witch Hunters when using conjuration. Illusion is forbidden for its ability to hide reality and make people do what they otherwise would not. Conjuration forbidden for it brings forth the demonic into our plane, and of course then too, necromancy is one of the vilest and most despicable disorders brought upon the cycles of life. In short, the Circle of Magi are Arabian Nights, magic police, magic FBI for the Kingdom of Elinhir, formed to combat magical terrorism. While the Circle of Magi represent the lawful side of magic, immersed in Redguard culture and custom, the Dryfenn Wyrd, our other joinable faction, represents the more chaotic element. The Wyrds, or Wyrd Covens, are traditionally all-female groups of witches with ancient druidic origins, for example the Glenmorra Wyrd or the Beldama Wyrd, yet while one with nature druidic type beliefs are prevalent, many of the individual covens have turned to other powers, such as Daedric princes and the like. Regardless of heritage, the many Wyrds and covens of witches have fragmented and developed distinctly over time, and one such particular group that you can join is called the Dryfenn Wyrd, that meets in the forests of Thorvale in High Rock. Thematically, this joinable group is all about hedge magic, occult-type rituals, darker powers, and the more flexible attitudes to the world. Let me state off the bat that the Dryfenn Wyrd is not intended to be an evil faction as such, perhaps just very morally flexible. They raise undead to acquire knowledge, make pacts with Daedra, and use illusions to deceive and preserve their way of life. They have druidic roots, but are most certainly not just nature-loving hippies, and to the people of the woods they provide services such as potion making, healing, and fortune-telling. There's a bit of a gypsy vibe to them from an outside perspective, but there are most certainly secrets beneath the surface. The Dryfenn Wyrd is a peculiar group. For starters, it's not female exclusive like most Wyrds tend to be, though most are female, and the Wyrd is led by women, the Beldams. As a male, you'll be met with more suspicion initially, but you'll be able to allay these concerns in time. The namesake of the Dryfenn Wyrd goes back centuries, further even to the story of Dryfenn. When exactly this story takes place is hard to know for certain, but as the Wyrd recounts the tale, Dryfenn was a noble, a baron or lord of some place long since ruined, and he fell in love with a woman of the woods. Their romance grew, and after many dalliances in the forest, their union produced a child. Dryfenn was to be married that year, and a woman pregnant with his bastard child would be no good, and so mercenaries of the most unsavory sort were sent to rid him of this problem. The woman fled deep into the woods, pursued into darkness, and when she found herself cornered and certain death was upon her and a child, she called out to the eldest darkness and beckoned for help. In that moment, the scuttling creatures of the forest emerged into torchlight, digging into the skins of men, peeling their flesh with their umbral mandibles, sucking their eyes from their sockets, and mincing the flesh of their chest. An amalgamation of their gore formed into an aspect of the Lady of Decay herself, Namira. The woman begged for revenge, begged for the safety of her child, and the dark aspect before her obliged. All within Dryfenn's estate began to rot, the woods gnarled, the ground cracked, the cattle oozed pus and bloated. The workers grew sick and rioted as their grain greyed and became inedible. The scorned woman, still pregnant, came to Dryfenn's estate as rioting peasants tore at its foundations. There she cursed him as she was torn to pieces by the peasant rabble, and in the aftermath she held his severed head through which Namira spoke. This is the beginning of the Dryfenn Wyrd. The unnamed woman was the first, and her child, a daughter, became the first beldam of the Wyrd. In the depths of the Thorvale forest, a red moss begins to shroud the ground, and like a bruise it spreads, layering thicker as it creeps into the caverns which the beldams live. Within there is a shrine of twisted thorn, cradling and supporting the shrunken head of Dryfenn, the conduit of Namira's presence and symbol of her pact. To quickly relay the vibe, I really wanted this faction to emanate the same ancient, dark and profane nature that is found in a lot of folkloric witch-type stories in media. Think of the crones in Witcher 3 or the hags in Baldur's Gate 3. I wanted the Dryfenn Wyrd to have a folkloric hedge magic element to them. And while of course their faction leans into a more aesthetically dark and occult-type vibe, this does not necessarily mean that all they do is be evil. The central theme is a deep mistrust of society and religion, and rather than seeking power within kings and armies, they delve deep into the past and connect with the most ancient and fundamental forms of magic that permeates the natural world. So druidic magic in a form, yet also their powers rely on pacts with the most ancient and alive of the spirits. They commune with ghosts, undead, Daedra, and they're deeply influenced by the mythology of the Reachmen, who view Daedric princes as greater spirits. If the Circle of Magi is symbolically the masculine, encompassing themes of law, order, and protection, yet also controlling and rigid, the Dryfenn Wyrd is symbolically the feminine, encompassing themes of nature, fluidity, acceptance, change, yet also scornful and manipulative. But let's speak of the group in more detail rather than thematic and aesthetic terms alone. The Dryfenn Wyrd is most certainly a secretive organization, with most of the broader world unaware of their existence, and even those who do know of them and of the folklore surrounding them, their interactions with the members of the Wyrd are for things such as potions for ailments, fortune-telling, things of that nature. There exists lots of gossip and rumors about the witches and their activity, but none of it will be revealed in certain until you, the player, seek them out. One of the quests in the nearby city of Alik'r will urge you to investigate the disappearance of a merchant's adult daughter. You will follow the trail, asking around, investigating villages in Thorvale, until you ultimately come upon the cavern in which the Dryfenn witches operate. You are allowed to the entrance where two scantily clad women of great beauty stand by the daughter and allow her to say her piece. It turns out her merchant father was incredibly abusive and controlling, and that the daughter sought the witches to help guarantee her freedom. This will be your first exposure to the weird, and you will gain the opportunity to prove yourself and join them. Like I said before, you'll have to jump through some extra hoops if you are male. The main precepts of the weird are radical freedom and harmony with the primordial truths of the world, which to them is a loose occult theological position that echoes elements of several mythologies, pointing at some mystery or underlying truth. Namira to them is the eldest darkness, an ancient primordial truth, a being of entropy and all things which provoke disgust and shame in mortals, yet the Dryfenn accept and embrace these elements as part of the world. Decay is as much a part of the natural world as is growth. In their folklore, she is also the figure that came to the woman's protection. She is the primordial counterpart to what is often just called nature, or the green, the force which makes up the natural world. Ifri, the earth bones, the growth part of the equation. Sanguine, the hedonistic god of pleasure, is another of the favourable deities of the Dryfenn Wyrd, a Daedra who favours most the experience of all life's pleasures and excesses, even those considered taboo or unnatural. Amongst members, there is all manner of individual relationships with gods, whether that be Aedra or Daedra, but there are known enemy Daedra that the Wyrd is opposed to, such as Molag Bal or Malakath, but that is not to say the Wyrd bears hatred towards their unfortunate creations, be that vampire or orc. The Dryfenn Wyrd is accepting of all kinds of individual, given that they share values of freedom and harmony. They're like dark occult-coded hippies. They are a society of outcasts run by elder witches known as beldams, few of whom are truly ancient beings, hags with twisted forms that use all manner of illusion and glamour to make themselves beautiful. In fact, there is a familial dynamic to the weird, in that these beldams and witches have at times gone into civilization and seduced powerful men with their charms and returned to birth their children as born members of the weird. This is where most of the male members come from. You'll also find members whose stories echo those of Dryfenn's lover, those who fled abusive husbands or tyrant lords who would rid themselves of bastards. Among them you'll also find orphans which they protect. However, it's not all sunshine and rainbows. There are 5 beldams. Those are the most powerful witches and leaders of the weird, which each have their own personalities and preferences, 2 of which lean darker and more willing to indulge in the more heinous acts of ritual sacrifice and cannibalism, etc. And this will be something which you can confront or indulge in as you progress the questline and hold more influence within the group. It'd be cool to be able to take the weird in a fully dark, almost cartoonishly evil fairy tale hag type direction, or a noble modern fairy tale retelling type way where the witches are the good guys. Either way, hedge magic, necromancy, conjuration, illusion, pact magic via Daedra, these are all the focuses of the guild. As the questline progresses, you'll find yourself uncovering ancient occult knowledge of the very first men of Tamriel. Reachman belief is that after the creation of the world, that man first emerged from the caves of the Druidarch and came to inhabit the land before Nords and Elves came. You, in the Dryfenn questline, will come to discover the truth of this and uncover remnants of an ancient Neolithic society predating the Nedic societies that were contemporary with the Nords, Aelids, and Areni. We are talking about an ancient society of cave-dwelling men who were deeply tied to Namira and Lorkhan, revering them as their mother and father who ruled the mortal plane, until the betrayers stripped them of their rule, very similar to Mythic Dawn beliefs. Certain discoveries and frays into ancient cave systems with Namira's guidance will unveil man's earliest days and also lead to an ancient lost power. The Circle of the Magi questline will coincide with this towards the end of the second act of the Dryfenn questline, so it's at this point you'll have to lock yourself out of one of the other and commit to one decision, but essentially, what you discover in this ancient cavern deep below the Dragon's Teeth Mountains is a society filled with deformed albino-like human creatures, think like the Thalmor, same thing I was talking about in the Shornhelm section, as well as giant centipede-like creatures and subterranean rivers. You will find great veins of ebony implying the blood of Lorkhan, and then a giant skeletal hand emerging from a hardened pool of ebony. In its grasp is a red crystal-shaped structure, transparent to reveal inside an embryonic-looking creature, and cracks within the structure endlessly ooze blood that the deformed subterranean humans feed upon. This is the original man, the first mortal. The Dryfenn Wyrd discovered this secret with the guidance of Namira after proving themselves as trustworthy to her throughout the centuries. The Circle of Magi has discovered the Dryfenn Wyrd's operations within the Craglorn region, and either way, each magic guild wants the artifact, or rather, the person, I suppose, in order to use or lock away its latent powers. Freedom versus control, chaos versus order. Now, this might be a bit of a controversial opinion, but I really like the idea of multiple but smaller warrior factions with a far more specific flavor. My take, generally speaking, is that there are two ways to handle warrior factions. One is going to be the whole mercenary type route with the Fighters Guild, or even like with the Companions in Skyrim, which were just mercenaries with more Nordic flavor, or you can go the way of most martial orders of history, which have had cultural or political ties to certain powers or geographies. So, for our ideal Elder Scrolls 6, I'd like to propose multiple warrior factions that inhabit certain ideals, essentially different codes of honor or priorities. I would potentially like to see these be mutually exclusive, as in you can only commit to one knightly order, for example, but each of these would have to have quest lines and associated activities that are on par with the other factions. I'd also like to put forth that these knightly orders may be at odds with your political alignments in the main story, and hence you can be kicked out. For example, the Knights of the Dragon, which operate in Daggerfall and Camelorn, aren't going to be too fond of you supporting anti-imperial coups with the Dragonstar Pact, or the Order of Diagna isn't going to sit by happy and accepting as you help Orsinium assert its dominance in the region. You get the idea. Whether or not they are mutually exclusive or not, I may just leave to your imagination, but personally I do think committing to a certain creed or code is part of the fun. But look, let's briefly speak about the concept. I ruled out mercenary type factions because A, being a mercenary is basically your standard questing for gold, and B, there would be other mercenary groups or small quest lines you could interact with or work for things like bounty missions and stuff. But as for the warrior factions, we wanted something with a bit more of a distinct feel. We settled on the Knights of the Dragon, thematically your trademark European full-suited knight chivalry edition type faction who reside in the United Kingdom of Daggerfall and Camelorn. We also have the Order of Saint Pelin, based out of Evermore, which embody the valiant crusader archetype, lots of paladin, holy templar energy. We then have the Order of Diagna, which is a scimitar, swordmaster, maxi type faction with deep cultural ties to Yokudan culture. And finally, we have the Gallants of Hammerfell, which is a loose kind of alliance of several knightly orders in the south and west who patrol the Alik'r and have traditionally brought peace and security to the frontiers as scouts and expert horsemen atop Yokudan chargers. This is more so the ranger knight archetype. Let's start with the Order of Diagna. Diagna is a Yokudan god, an avatar of the Hunding that achieved permanence as a Redguard sword god. Diagna is also known as the Orichalcur god of the Sideways Blade, and according to legend, back in Old Yokuda, Diagna crashed his fist against the Hunding gong, and swords fell from the walls of the Orichalc Tower. The Order of Diagna was a group of tight-knit followers who followed in his ways. Most famously, Gaiden Shinji, the legendary swordmaster who founded the arena in the Imperial City, was once their leader before his death and betrayal during the first siege of Orsinium. Since those days, the Order continued as an organization, but one that was a pale imitation of its former glory. By the later Third Era, it had even been recorded as extinct, and in some sense that was correct. The Order that continued to exist had become little more than a swordsmanship club for crown nobles of the Craglorn region, a place where rich princes and lords larped as great swordsmen of old, and had a hall in Dragonstar, which more often was a place for lavish feasts and social parties amongst their members. Don't be mistaken, there was training done, and many were quite adequate swordsmen, but it was not until the legendary then Prince Rihad that the Order would once again climb out of obscurity. The Order of Diagna has long had animosity towards the Orcs, and one of their ancient traditions was the annual recreation of the Siege of Orsinium, where initiates would play the part of the Orcs. At the turn of the Fourth Era, the Empire was unstable, and by year 11 of the Fourth Era, local Breton and Redguard powers grew angry at the expansion of Nova Orsinium and began to build a joint army in order to siege and destroy Orsinium, as had been done multiple times before. This sieging force was largely made of the kingdoms Rivenspire, Wayrest, and Sentinel, but there were also some smaller factions and marcher lords who had a vested interest in Orsinium's demise and so joined the assault. Prince Rihad, heir to the throne of Dragonstar, had cut his teeth on skirmishes against the Nords and had excelled as a swordsman. He was the main push behind the Order of Diagna joining the siege against the Orcs, though only half the Order decided to follow him into battle, the others instead seeking to maintain their cozy upper-class life. Rihad believed in status and class equating with greater responsibility, and so he led a small band in the siege and became one of the most prominent swordsmen of the fight against the Orcs. The Order of Diagna became renowned once more, and upon victorious return with many tales of triumph, Prince Rihad and those that followed him came back to Dragonstar with much renown. Rihad chided his coward brethren and exiled them from the Order, with some pushback from the comfy noble sons, but soon Rihad became king of Dragonstar and led his Order of Diagna to the forefront of an effort to expel the Nordic occupiers of East Dragonstar and once again unify the city under Redguard rule. During the kingship of Rihad, the Order of Diagna grew in number and funding, and it became once again a respected order of individuals individuals whose merit in battle warrants such praise. The Order of Dagna is open to all, though it was dominantly a Redguard faction, and to this day it is still made up of mostly noble crown sons and some daughters. It became a tradition for the House of Rihad to join the Order of Dagna as teenagers and study under the Swordmasters. Crown noble houses of the north, Elinhir, Skaven, Totambu, Dragonstar, they all wish to send their sons to the Order so that they may become accomplished fighters as well as gain dignity and respect in the eyes of others. King Turuman was in his more able-bodied years an esteemed member of the Order of Dagna, and his eldest son, Prince Hozadir, was a particular prodigy who ascended to the role of Grand Swordmaster that is now the leader of the organization. Mastery of the sword is a particular focus to the Order of Dagna, and throughout the guild questline you will learn much more of the lore surrounding the sword singers of old, as well as take a prominent role in the Siege of Orsinium, which aligns with the Dragonstar Pact. But also, I think it'd be cool if there were some unlockable perks or traits that essentially unlock new moves and animations when done with a sword, something that will make you feel like a real sword dancer type character. Ultimately, this faction is about being the ultimate swordsman and finding honor and prestige in honing your skills and achieving great feats of battle. The Knights of the Dragon is an ancient knightly order intimately connected with the Kingdom of Daggerfall. The storied history of this order goes as far back as the liberation of the Bretons from the Durrani hegemony through to the first siege of Orsinium and the defense of Daggerfall against Dukarak the Black Drake. This faction is the knightliest of knight factions, chivalry maxing, Arthurian vibes everywhere. You'll learn the stories of ancient knights of renown recorded in their tomes for their deeds and stories. It's the hope of every Knight of the Dragon to fill several pages of this book. The phrase, "let's add another page," is often uttered at the start of some foray into danger. Today, in the year 205, the United Kingdom of Daggerfall and Camlorn is ruled by King Agravain, a personal union of kingdoms, meaning that Camlorn's lords, governance, laws, etc. is sovereign and independent from Daggerfall, yet their king is also Agravain. Refer to the respective section on the United Kingdom for a more thorough explanation, but given this, the Knights of the Dragon have expanded into the region of Camlorn as well, with a castle headquarters found in the Cambrai Hills. The Knights of the Dragon are politically motivated and intertwined with the ruler of Daggerfall. However, they do have a chivalric code which at times sends them into other kingdoms in order to meet justice. Like the Order of Dagna, it is common for membership to come from the noble houses of Daggerfall and Camlorn, where they can bring honor and prestige to their family names. You will join the questline as a squire, and in time as you prove yourself and serve your knight, you shall be knighted yourself and earn several privileges and responsibilities. For starters, armaments, cool dragon-themed armor, weapons, a horse, stuff like that. In the guild you'll have access to weapon trainers and even fellow allies to call upon as companions. It's worth emphasizing that this faction is deeply intertwined with the ruling King Agravain and the interests of the United Kingdom, and hence siding with the Dragonstar Pact supported coups in that faction questline will put you into conflict with your code of honor and will lead to banishment from the order. The highest rank, that above knight, is that of paladin, but there do exist special honors. The leader of the knights is known as the Grand Master, and there's a specialist group called the Kingsguard, the personal retinue of the ruling King Agravain and his family. As part of the questline, you'll be appointed as Kingsguard after reaching the rank of Paladin, and you will take part in preventing an assassination and investigate a coup brawling amongst traitor nobles and anti-imperial propagandists. This is essentially preventing the coup that the Dragonstar Pact is supporting, hence they become mutually exclusive. The third of the warrior factions that I want to talk about is the Order of St. Pellen. This, from a role-playing perspective, is going to really fulfill that Crusader, Holy Paladin type experience. There is a distinct religious element with the very order itself taking its name from St. Pellen, who was a priest of Stendarr who sacrificed himself to stop the Grey Host, a terrible horde of undead abominations. They are moved by his martyrdom and perform bloodletting rites in his honor, and they have preserved several relics, including St. Pellen's skeletal hand, his robes, his tooth, all kept in their vault mausoleum beneath the Cathedral of Stendarr in Evermore. The Order of St. Pellen is motivated by divine mandate, rather than by the reigning king or house. However, they have come to the city's protection in the duty of protecting the innocent. These Pentient Knights seek to banish from themselves all forms of hate, greed, and jealousy. They embody the humbleness of St. Pellen and the mercy of Stendarr, helping the sick, giving to the poor, protecting those who cannot protect themselves. They are an order of the pious and are mortal enemies of the undead and the Daedra. Several of the founding members of the Vigilant of Stendarr were originally members of the Order of St. Pellen, and to this day the two organizations have a close relationship. However, the Knights of the Order will sometimes criticize the Vigilants for focusing too much on the zealous hatred of the Daedra and abominations at any cost, robbing their souls of the tender mercy and care for others that befits a true follower of Stendarr. You may join the Order of St. Pelin and take part in quests at first concerned with almsgiving and protection of innocence, as well as enriching yourself with the lore of the Order, but as the storyline progresses, you will be awakened to a broader threat. The Khulari clan of vampires has been waging a nocturnal war on the rest of Hammerfell's vampiric underbelly for 2 centuries now. What was once a clan whose influence was restricted to the northern coasts of Hammerfell has now come to dominate the land. Similar in power and influence to the Volkihar of Skyrim, the Khulari, ruled by pure-blooded elder vampires of their strain, has begun consolidating their control of Hammerfell and have begun to expand their influence into High Rock. In addition, they have begun kidnapping and murders all throughout the Principality of Totambu and the Kingdom of Evermore, with blood-curdling raids on river villages ravaging the lands. The Khulari Vampires are a joinable guild, much like the Volkihar of the Dawnguard DLC for Skyrim, and they are the only mutually exclusive guild choice when it comes to joining the Order of St. Pelin, and the questline of the Order will coincide and be at odds with the emerging nocturnal power of Balspawn. The experience of the Order of St. Pelin is going to be that of a holy warrior, and it will have an emphasis on holy restoration magic, including all manner of sunlight-based magic and blessings, holy relics including the legendary Stendarr's hammer, a heavy weapon which requires great strength to wield it properly, and aesthetically it will provide the Crusader or Templar experience. Their armor is inspired by classical chainmail hauberks and tabards, depicting religious iconography of that order. I'd love to see the head of the order be inspired by a medieval warrior bishops of history. The Gallants of Hammerfell are the Knights of the South, those who patrol the Alik'r, fending off attacks from hostile tribes and creatures. Think of Wild West sheriffs who bring law and order to the remote frontier, yet of course in aesthetic flavour they're distinctly Redguard. They are renowned for their horsemanship, and they ride specifically bred Yokudan chargers, some of the greatest horses around. From a role-playing perspective, the Gallants of Hammerfell Guild essentially fulfills the role of a ranger archetype, kind of like an Aragorn with a Middle Eastern and North African flavour. They're horse warriors through and through, specialising in mounted combat, both bow and spear. They're agile skirmishers and have developed tactics and codes to deal with the ever-persistent threats of the hostile Alik'r. They bear no particular loyalty to any city, but rather are bound by a chivalric creed to protect civilization from that which would tear it down. The Gallants of Hammerfell will be mutually exclusive with the Alik'r Confederacy. As you can imagine, they staunchly oppose a growing horde of angry Alik'r tribes coming to raze towns and cities to the ground. Interestingly, the Gallants of Hammerfell are quite Imperial friendly, considering their prior entrenched connections with the Fighters Guild, and today the Fighters Guild halls of southern Hammerfell have been retrofitted to the Gallant Halls, though the largest of the Gallant Halls is found in the town of Volcanu. A surprising amount of Colovians from Coral, Anvil and Kvatch have also joined the Gallants, usually enthusiastic scouts and aspiring horsemen who would swipe at the chance to ride a purebred Yokudan charger. Now we come to a section regarding joinable factions, guild, organizations that have been neglected since the days of the Elder Scrolls III Morrowind. Religion and worship are huge parts of the Elder Scrolls mythology, and for our ideal Elder Scrolls 6, I would truly like to deliver on that experience. So often priest builds or monk builds are combat-oriented builds with restoration or unarmed focuses, not because they're bad builds, but because of the gameplay limitations of the game itself. There are no real ways to engage in rituals and the daily religiosity that a priest would. This may be unachievable in totality. After all, it's a rather niche style of play, but at the end of the day, gods and faith are incredibly important to the people of Tamriel, and hence we would like to see this reflected with a style of play, or rather two flavoured questlines and guilds, which extend out into Radiant quests and systems which support a priest kind of playstyle. The two factions in question are the Yokudan Temple, the more traditionalist religious tradition of the Crowns, and the Eight Divines faith, which in essence is the Imperial cult. However, several political ties have been loosened to some degree, given Hammerfell's recent independence. These questlines would feature things such as pilgrimages, vision journeys with actual spiritual experiences, almsgiving, giving to the poor, charity work, proselytizing, theological debates, utilizing speech skills, religious relic recovery, and also a bit of heresy investigation and battles against those hostile to the faith, Daedra worshippers and such. As much of the core gameplay loop of any Elder Scrolls game has been combat and dungeon delving, in the same way the Thieves Guild supports a thief character with lots of formalized opportunities to engage in the crafts of a thief. We want joining the religious factions to offer a whole host of specifically priest-coded activities. They may be less hype or epic compared to the warrior guilds or the Dark Brotherhood, but these would be the guilds for lore nerds who want to take part in quests that are primarily about deepening knowledge and devoting oneself to a higher creed. As I mentioned, there'd be two options because these would reflect the dominant faiths of the land. Of course, there'll be Daedric quests and small cult-type things that could be completed, but none will reach the scale and organization of the Yokudan Temple or the 8 Divines. The Yokudan Temple is the main religious organization of the political crown's factions. They still revere the ancient Yokudan deities that have resisted imperial influence. Satakal, the world snake, god of everything, is the foremost deity, followed by Ruptga, Tuatha, Zet, Morwa, Tava, Onsi, Diagna, Leki, and the Hunding. These are the beings of reverence, and some can be, and are by the Forebears, mapped onto imperial deities. However, the Yokudan Temple absolutely denies such syncretism. The Yokudan Temple is dominant throughout northern Hammerfell, and in central Hammerfell, a tribal subsection of the Yokudan faith called Satakal fundamentalism is practiced in the remote deserts by the nomadic tribes and clans. The Yokudan Temple recognizes this as part of a shared faith, yet the rituals and customs diverge. It's more like a different denomination. Many pilgrims and missionaries of the Yokudan Temple will venture into tribal lands and commune with the elders and wise men. Alik'r tribes too recognize the priests of the Yokudan Temple, and the same respect is afforded to them as is to their own godwalkers. In terms of actual organization, the center of temple power is in Elinhir. The High Prophet resides here in the Grand Mosque, the crowning gem of the district in which it sits, amongst the philosophical and artisanal schools. Priests of the Yokudan Temple have arduously debated and maintained the truth of the Yokudan faith against all other advocates, and many of their saints of the past centuries have been philosophical masters themselves. Elinhir is the power center of the faction, and it is where you will join the guild directly, or where you will be referred to by other temples throughout. Yokudan priests will be found throughout all of Hammerfell, even in Forebear lands with small shrines or temples offering services, but the main centers of power are as follows: the Grand Mosque in Elinhir, home of the High Prophet who leads to the temple, the Necropolis of Tuatha in Skaven, the Mosque of Hegathe, and the Mosque of Totambu. Yokudan temples are called mosques, and while Elinhir, Hegathe, and Totambu have the largest, the former being truly Hagia Sophia tier, and the others of Hegathe and Totambu are more akin to Cyrodiil's cathedrals in scale, but there's still many other smaller mosques in cities, towns, and villages throughout, usually small halls in a small square domed building, or in remote areas. There are ones more makeshift in appearance, similar to the Great Mosque of Degen. It's also worth noting that naturally these factions are mutually exclusive, meaning you can't be of the 8 Divines faith and the Yokudan Temple. The respective questlines will involve being at odds with one another, for example having to debate down a proselytizer of the 8 Divines in Hegathe, or to find a relic of Morwa first. These aren't typically going to be bloody conflicts, but perhaps according to player choice, they can be. Anyways, let's talk the 8 Divines. This, in essence, is the Imperial cult. The Forebears under the Riemann Empire adopted the faith of the 8 in near totality, but for some names with Yokudan flavor, still referring to Mara as Morwa, for example. We should remember that Cyrodiil itself, home of the Imperial cult, has a robust syncretic tradition, starting with the religion's very formation by the slave queen Alicia. It's common to forget, but the 8 Divines began as a compromise between Aldmeri and Nordic beliefs in order to best serve the native needs Nords and Aelid vassals. The syncretic tradition was taken to an extreme with the Elysian Order, whose religious formulations thought of Akatosh as the one true god, essentially monotheism, but still recognized all of the other divines and gods of other cultures and all the spirits of the early needs and so on as subordinate aspects, or just powerful spirits, but not worthy of godhood. These syncretic traditions perhaps influenced the dynamism of Cyrodiil in terms of all culture, and it is what has made it such a successful empire, able to rule over foreigners effectively. Anyways, that is to say that the imperial cult of today has long used syncretic ideas to essentially identify foreign deities with their own, and over time convert the locals. In 4th era Skyrim, this has happened to such a degree that even native naming conventions and associations have mostly been dropped, for example kind to Kinnereth. In essence, this is what has occurred in Forebear lands. In the cities of Rihad and Taneth as of year 205, you won't even hear the old Yokudan naming conventions. They are imperial cult through and through, adopting the symbolism of Cyrodiil. They recognize Akatosh, Kinnereth, Julianos, Dibella, Arkay, Zenithar, Mara, and Stendar. Basically no difference to Hierarch or Cyrodiil. Even their priestly dress is similar, with the barest Redguard details. Now, that's not to say that they are hostile to Redguard symbolism or dress. They aren't going to kick up a big fuss if some rural town still refers to Mara as Morwa, because in fact it isn't just rural areas that continue to use Yokudan dressings, it's also the cities of Gilane and Sentinel. In addition to many rural areas that use certain traditional Yokudan namings, symbols and rituals. It was the terrible Great War and the abandonment by the Empire that actually kick-started a little bit of Yokudan revival within the Eight Divines faith. Gilane is home to the head of the Eight Divines faith in Hammerfell. There is a shrine to Morwa built into redstone, and nearby is a newly constructed mosque built to replace the Imperial Temple destroyed in the Great War. A former primate of the Imperial cult who resided here in the time of the Great War, an Imperial man, decided to remain when the Empire abandoned Hammerfell, and he became beloved by the people for his service and compassion. When the Imperial cult withdrew, and then missionaries began returning after year 180, this man, Nicholas Kalata, had already organized the local priesthood and established a religious order outside of the Imperial cult, which we simply call the Eight Divines. The influence of the local Yokudan Heritage Academy helped re-establish a distinct ethnic flavor to the temple. For starters, building a mosque instead of a chapel or a cathedral, and second, the naming conventions of Akatosh, Tava instead of Kittereth, Julianos, Debella, Tuaka instead of Arche, Zet instead of Zenithar, Morwa instead of Mara, and Stendar retook popularity. However, in essence, these are considered to be the same deities as worshipped by the Bretons and the Cyrodiils. Today, Gilane is the head of the Forebears faith, and its priests commune with those of the Imperial cult. However, they are distinct hierarchies. It is important to note that this Hammerfell Divines faith is in no way hostile to the Imperial cult, but rather of a cultural move reflective of a move away from the Empire. Maybe it's not accurate to say, but it's kind of like the difference between the Eastern Orthodox churches and the Catholic Church. More similarities than differences. The questline will feature similar content as the other, but with heavier focuses on different deities and interactions with Imperial cult members as well. This faction is only mutually exclusive with the Yokudan Temple. However, in terms of main story political factions, siding with the Empire or building towards a united Forebear Republic will have consequences for the faction. Depending on your rank and influence within the Temple, you'll be able to influence and push for the contrary outcome. However, especially if you are not involved in the Temple at all, if the south of Hammerfell rejoins the Empire, then the Eight Divines faith will be reintegrated into Imperial cult hierarchy, and if the United Republic of the Forebears is formed, then the cities of Taneth and Rihad will break further away from Imperial cult conventions and re-adopt Yokudan heritage and naming and rituals. Alright, let's do a flip and stop talking about priests and holy business. Let's talk dark things. Vampires are always an attractive choice for roleplayers and evil playthroughs especially. We really wanted to have a powerful vampire faction akin to the Dawnguard experience from the get-go. Let me introduce you to the Khulari Vampire clan. Once they were amongst many of the vampire clans found in Hammerfell, restricted in geography to the region of Totambu. However, throughout the Fourth Era, there was a distinct change in the nocturnal landscape. The Khulari Vampires expanded their influence over all of Tamriel, becoming the preeminent vampire bloodline in Hammerfell after completely eliminating their rival, the Anthotus clan. This was established in a power play, an alliance with the Thrafe and Vraseth clans of High Rock. Together, these clans worked to eliminate their common enemies of the Iliac Bay region, and once the Khulari dominated the north coast, defeating the rest of Hammerfell was easy. The Thrafe and Vraseth, however, partitioned High Rock between themselves, but this alliance grew fragile, and they descended into territory wars, fracturing the houses. Now, the Khulari clan, with dominance over the lesser clans of Hammerfell, has turned its eyes to High Rock and seeks to expand its rule. In similar ways to Skyrim, if you're infected by contact in combat, then you can turn and become a lesser vampire with reduced abilities and a smaller perk tree. As a lesser vampire, you will come across a random encounter with Khulari hunters, those that capture and destroy ferals. But upon defeating them, in defense, you'll be able to be met later by a vampire who is impressed by you and extends an invitation into the Khulari clan. He wishes to sponsor you. Deep within the Dragontail Mountains, there is a Rorken clan Dwemer ruin that has been claimed by the Khulari long ago. Deep caverns hollowed by tonal architecture exist around it, and you will travel through these Dwemer ruins. Through stealth or combat, you'll have to navigate the still active Dwemer automatons, patrolling and protecting their ancient home. But eventually, you'll reach an open cavern full of great stalactites and partially constructed Dwemer dwellings that were under construction during the time of their disappearance. Pyres of cold, pale green flame light a gatehouse and an archway lined with gargoyle statues leading to a suspended palace attached to and supported by the great stalactites. The wails and groans echo the caverns of stumbling cattle below. These humans for feeding roam about the cavern, feasting themselves upon fungi as Khulari vampires play hunt them. You are granted entry into the castle itself, and here you'll be offered a choice. Accept the pure blood of the Khulari, or die. You will literally have to fight your way out of a dungeon full of very high-level deadly vampire lords and characters if you do deny. However, if you accept, your sponsor, a red card vampire named Jahan, will vouch for you, and you will be submitted to the Emir, the title of the Khulari clan's leader. The Emir keeps his true name secret to all, but he appears to be a Breton male in the garb of the Khulari. Let's speak about the Khulari for a minute. The Khulari are gifted with advanced abilities of paralysis. They are known to capture their prey and induce them into a powerful state of paralysis, one that slows down their bodies into an unconscious, low-energy state of stiffness so that they can be a blood bag of sorts that lives for far longer. An agonizingly slow death for the victim, but one that minimizes waste, guaranteeing fresh blood for longer. The elder vampires of the Emir's court are oft scantily clad and adorned with jewels and adornments with symbolism of Molag Bal. However, when they leave the dark, Khulari vampires are intensely covered with wraps and garments not unfamiliar to the nomads of the Alik'r, but with uniquely vampiric aesthetics. Think of the vampire costumes of Skyrim, but with more wraps and turbans, revealing only the eye. The sun is dangerous, and mechanics-wise, being a vampire comes with greater powers, yet bigger disadvantages. You will receive constant sun damage of varying degrees depending on your stage of vampirism, determined by how long since last feed, in addition to debuffs to your attributes. At stage 4, you'll be attacked on sight, and your appearance will become more bat-like with each stage. Think of the bat-like faces of the Volkihar vampires in Skyrim. However, there are ways to work around this. Wearing fully enclosed armor, hoods, and robes, as well as certain special enchanted jewelry that you can buy from the clan, will negate the sun damage. However, the attributes will still be debuffed in severity according to your stage. Also, shade will stop the damage, and overcast or rainy weather will halve the sun damage taken. No cop-outs. I want being a vampire to be a defined experience, and weakness to the sun is a hallmark of the vampiric experience. There will be a vampire perk tree accessible to all vampires, which will be able to be leveled up, but there will be higher leveled perks in the tree and higher ranks of earlier perks that are only accessible if you join the pure blood of the Khulari vampires. There would be unlockable perks that can reduce sun damage, or perks that can lower the chance of being recognized as a vampire when at stage 4, meaning you can navigate civilization easier. I'd also like to include spells of glamour for the vampire, which, even if at a bat-like stage 4, can be used to temporarily disguise yourself as a pure human, resembling your pre-vampiric appearance before the glowing eyes and all that. Random note, I think your eyes should only glow at night or in the dark. So in a way, you can achieve a level of vampire with perks, gear, and spells where it is a walk in the park to function in the daylight and in amongst civilization, but you will have to work for it. It's the price for all these cool powers and a vampire lord form. Like we mentioned in the character creation, remember you'll be able to start as a lesser vampire from the outset of the game, but this will be a difficult beginning, though you will begin wrapped in clothes and a hood because of the game opening that we've set. Cool little details there could be your eyes going red and hearing a searing sound as your face is thrust into the sun by the Alik'r tribesmen. Just refer to the game opening to see what I'm talking about. But from a role-playing perspective, I want to minimize the mutual exclusiveness of this guild because there are many who will find the vampire double life experience appealing, meaning that maybe you want to be a priest of the Yokudan Temple or a knight of the dragon, but secretly be a vampire for fun role-playing. However, the one faction that will be unable to be completed with the Khulari is the Order of St. Pellen, for the aforementioned reasons that the Order of St. Pellen questline will be ultimately dealing with a vampire menace that is spreading because of Khulari dominance. Speaking of which, the Khulari questline is intended to be a truly evil vampire experience, involving all the courtly vampire intrigue that is part and parcel with the territory. You will begin working with the Emir and the other elder vampires, consolidating dominance in Hammerfell, and then manipulating the High Rock clans and former allies of the Thrafe and Vraseth. The ultimate aim is to pretend to help one secure the dominance over the other and ultimately betray them and claim High Rock for the Khulari. However, there are a few ways to do this. You can be loyal to the Emir and become his right-hand man and accomplish his goals, or you can alternatively make secret plans with either the head of the Thrafe or the Vraseth to eliminate the Emir with you as his replacement, allowing you to retain full control of Hammerfell and become its nocturnal ruler, while either Thrafe or Vraseth, whoever you helped, becomes the dominant ruler of High Rock, and there is peace between you and them. There would be all kinds of micro variations, but this allows you to have the faithful servant of Harkon experience that you couldn't have in Skyrim, or you can become the power-hungry type to replace him as Emir of the Khulari. I'd really want this faction questline to delve deep into the lore of the vampire clans and their interconnected politics and feuds, all the while fending off vampire hunters like the Vigilance of Stendarr and the Order of St. Pellen. I also think there's opportunity to dive further into the lore of the Grey Host and perhaps recover greater relics of their past. Vampires are just awesome, and I think it's such a cool opportunity to have characters from all periods of history due to their ageless natures, so I'd like to see even some ancient Tanith characters, perhaps as the head of Clan Thrafe or Vraseth, or ancient Redguards who were contemporary with Sword Singers, something like that. We just spoke about vampires, and it will be difficult not to mention were-creatures, specifically in this context, wereboars and werewolves. They don't have a particular faction or guild as such. However, there would be several hidden characters or small packs throughout the map, like a lone wanderer wereboar character in the mountains of Hrothgar, or a werewolf pack in the remote frozen north of High Rock. There would be several small quest lines and involvement with these individuals that can be done if you are a were-creature yourself. Quests where you could get unique gear related to were-creature abilities. For example, I think there could be a cool quest line that emerges out of the Hircine Daedric quest. Say there's a small Hircine cult in the forest, and you can do a shrine quest, and then you're offered a second quest, and at the end of this second quest, you can accept the gift of lycanthropy. But if you're already one, then you could get, like, I don't know, maybe 3 perk points for the were-creature tree or something. But speaking of which, I would intend for there to be a return of the perk tree for were-creatures, but with slight variations depending on whether or not you're a wereboar or a werewolf. Mechanics-wise, I'd also like transformations to randomly trigger at night based on a percentage chance, and it's probably best if these are tied to the phases of the moon. The downsides like this, the same with the vampire, in my opinion, are essential to characterizing the were-creature experience, and they create so many unique scenarios. I think there should probably be perks to minimize this, representing a greater control over the beast inside, gained over time. So imagine the percentage chance is 50%, and then at rank 1 of a control perk it becomes 30%, and then another rank makes it 15%, and then the final ones makes it 5%, which is really low but still allows for the randomness of the experience. So even the most experienced lycanthropes can struggle to overpower the beast inside at times. Also, there could be the Ring of Hircine as a difficult to acquire artifact, something that perhaps comes with a difficult moral choice that allows you to fully control the transformations, meaning no random chance wearing the ring. How you become a werewolf or wereboar is going to be one of the following ways. You either pick the trait wereboar or werewolf from the get-go of the game, representing that it's part of your backstory. You can also accept the gift through the second Hircine quest, or you can contract the disease in combat with were-creatures that you may come across, though this would be rare. This is a little random bonus thing to talk about, and not really a joinable faction, but I want to talk about the hollow-faced men of Nohotogra. They have been mentioned a few times throughout, and in canon sources there is little known about them except for the face sculptor in Riften trained with them. Well, in our ideal Elder Scrolls 6, they are deeply connected to the Alik'r tribes and their satirical fundamentalism. In the same way that snakes shed their skin, the hollow-faced men can shed their old selves and wear new faces. Think of Bravos assassins from Game of Thrones. In primary function, they are the sacred keepers of Nohotogra and devout worshippers of Satirical. They enforce the Nohotogra oasis as a spiritual center of neutrality for all the nomadic tribes. If one breaks such neutrality while at Nohotogra, the hollow-faced men will hunt down the individual and kill them. Some have avoided such fate for years, only to be delivered justice by someone they thought they knew, a hollow-faced man wearing the face of a friend. They are strange and fluid in appearance thanks to their magical flesh sculpting abilities. Beyond cultural and spiritual roles to broader Tamriel, the hollow-faced men of Nohotogra have been paid great sums of money in order to offer their services. For example, the flesh sculptor of Riften sought them out and paid great sums of money to study under them, and in both the Thieves Guild and Dark Brotherhood questlines you will have interactions with the hollow-faced men, paying them to help craft you a temporary disguise for a mission, or to reverse engineer the identity of someone who is face sculpted. Also, there would be one of the few people in the game who can change your appearance for a fee.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of our ideal Elder Scrolls 6. Another massive thank you to War Thunder for sponsoring this video. Don't forget to check it out using our links in the description or pinned comment to play for free on PC, PlayStation, Xbox, or mobile. If you haven't played for 6 months or you're brand new, you'll get that chunky bonus pack on PC or console with multiple premium vehicles, in-game currency, and more. This passion project has been a ton of work for us, but we had lots of fun doing it, and we sincerely hope that you enjoyed it. If you want to see behind the scenes type stuff before videos come out, check out our Patreon, where we posted a bunch of preview stuff for this ideal video, and this is something we'll continue to do for all our future videos. Like and share the ideal, subscribe for more great Elder Scrolls content. I'm Scott, and with Michael we wanted to say a heartfelt thank you for all the support, and we'll be back to nerd out with you again next time.